Hello everyone, it's Origami. Welcome to What If I Was Reincarnated in DxD with a Pokemon system. This is the second part of this series. Please make sure to like and subscribe. Here is the summary: a self-insert, OC fanfic, OP main character, gamer FIC. Follow Rean Hayashi as he tries to live his new life, full of fun and adventure, along his Pokemon friends and a certain cheerful Maou magical girl. Will he be able to become powerful enough so that the supernatural forces of the world leave him alone? Make sure to support the author Kiro Kitsun 028. Let's get started. Chapter 11. The Birth of a New Heavenly Dragon. This couple of days Yun, Wiz, my Pokemon and myself have been grinding in the dungeons and doing survival mode constantly, to level up and increase in power. I also used the Mystic Pokemon token and picked Suicune as my next Pokemon. She was immediately hugged by Wiz and Yun, who had watched the whole process out of curiosity. Poor Suicune looked like she didn't want to deal with this. By now she has become very powerful and had joined the top strongest Pokemon I have along with Lugia and Maou. I have always liked Suicune much more than the other Johto dogs, which is why I picked her, plus her water purifying powers could come in handy in the future. We were hauling ass, but at the same time we took breaks and took care of Wiz's shop. The shop was becoming a very popular spot for adventurers and we were getting more customers constantly now. Wiz was very happy about this since it has been a dream of hers to make this shop very successful. Now that we were getting a stable supply of weapons, armor, accessories and items through our grinding in the dungeons, the shop has become the go-to-go place for adventurers to get new whatever they needed. During these days of training I had finally reached level 100. I haven't gone through my evolution yet because it won't be instantaneous like it believed it'd be. Astria informed me that it would knock me out for 24 hours, so the girls and I decided to do it tonight and close up the shop for the day tomorrow. Meanwhile I grinded and train all of the new spells, skill and techniques I've gotten so they could be at the same level as the rest. Though that wasn't the only good things I got during this grinding period. At level 95 I received the Dragonoid perk Mana Breeder Reactor, which allows me to infinitely generate magic energy. This means that I now possess infinity energy. It also makes me the user capable of using the densest possible type of energy in the universe called Stardust Energy. This perk also makes all my energy-based spells, skills and techniques denser and heavier in nature, meaning they're capable of breaking through barriers and natural defenses. Of course it also increases damage input by a lot. Upon reaching level 100 I got a Pokemon trainer perk called My Pokehome, which unlocked a special pocket dimension which can create all kinds of environments where my Pokemon can freely roam around and eat upon all the berry trees found there. Of course the pocket dimension will also automatically take money out of my in-game cash and buy poke food and feed the Pokemon whenever they get hungry. It also comes with a place where they can battle and train. What made this perk amazing was that Yun, Wiz, and I can enter it, spend time with my Pokemon in there and play with them. I was happy for this perk because my Pokemon now had a place where they can freely do whatever they want while they wait for me to summon them. Of course I still summon them so they can spend time with us in the world outside the My Pokehome. I also took advantage and mastered the healer class, learning all the spells available to it, spells like Resurrection, Healing Circle, Purify, Holy Lance and more, but the big surprise is that I learned an ultimate spell unique to the healer class. This spell is called Sacred Shine, a spell that bombards my target in an explosion of holy light. After that I took the Wizard class and learned the spells Fireball, Stone Blast, Lightning, Aqua Edge, Wind Blade, Icicle and Dark Sphere. These were beginner elemental spells, but with the many perks I possess even these spells can cause a lot of damage. Of course both Yun and Wiz worked on learning these spells too, since they seem to like them and were curious on how they work. We also found out that now that they have access to the gamer's system by being in my party, the more they use their spells the more powerful they become. This caused the girls to jump up in excitement at the fact that even the spells they learned from me would soon enough become powerful, and so they spent their time in the dungeons grinding their spells as much as they could to raise their power. I already decided that after mastering the Wizard class I'll be picking the Fighter class next, since this would help my hand-to-hand skill grow even more. Soon night arrived and we closed the shop. The girls and me went to my Pokehome so I could go through my evolution in peace. The girls were nervous. I could tell by how tightly they were holding my hands, which they grabbed as soon as we arrived into this pocket dimension. All my Pokemon were following us closely. I promised to myself that when I wake up from going through my evolution I would be telling them about the fact that I'm from another world and about Sarah Fall. I knew both Wiz and Yun have been developing feelings for me, so I want to tell them about me so they can make a decision. I like both of them, and if they accept me and want to be with me I'll take them back to my world. Soon we reached an open plains in my Pokehome pocket dimension. When the girls saw me stop and pick this place as the spot for my evolution, they suddenly tightened their hold on my hands, causing me to turn to them. Both of them were looking down, so I waited for them to speak. Yun was the one to first say what was in her mind. Rean, when you become this heavenly dragon you won't change, right? You're not going to disappear, right? I stared at Yun, who looked like she was about to cry, was then decided to add her input. You don't have to evolve, you know? I'm sure we can take on Beldia with the power we have right now. I'm at least twice as powerful now, so there's no need to risk this. I see, they're worried that I wouldn't be myself when I become a heavenly dragon. I decided to reassure them, so I smiled at them. You don't have to worry, guys. I might become a heavenly dragon, but I'll still be myself. I'm not going anywhere, I promise. But I need to do this, and once I go through with it, there's a lot that I have to tell you. Once I do, you'll understand why I need to become stronger, so wait until then, okay? The girls kept their tight hold on my hands for a while longer, but then they let go and nodded at me. I then patted their heads, causing them to blush a bit. I'm grateful that they care about me this much. In my past life I didn't have many people that would care about me like this, so this has made me very happy. I then turned around and looked at all my Pokemon. I smiled at all of them and then gave them a confident nod. I'll see you guys in 24 hours. Please take care of Yun while they wait for me, okay? Make sure they eat and sleep. All my Pokemon nodded. The girls decided that they wanted to be here with me as I go through this, so I had to make sure that they wouldn't wallow in stress and worry. I smiled at everyone one more time and then got ready. Astria, begin my evolution. Okay. Evolution requirements fulfilled. Commencing evolution from Dragonoid to Heavenly Dragon. Good night, Rean, I'll see you in 24 hours. Suddenly I was engulfed in an enormous amount of energy. Before I fell asleep I could see the girls and my Pokemon cover their faces because of the air pressure released by my was the last thing I saw until darkness fell on my vision, and then I knew no more. Wiz and Yun stared as the purple energy bursting out of Rean engulfed him and formed an enormous egg of purple energy. The light and air pressure forced them to cover their faces with their arms to protect them. As soon as everything calmed down, the girls immediately turned to look at Rean, only to gape at the enormous egg-like energy structure that was floating before them. They couldn't even see Rean within the swirling energy inside the egg. They only knew that he was in there thanks to the mini-map. Yun was looked down in worry and sadness. They already miss him a lot. Suddenly Umbreon licked Yun's hand and Frostlass grabbed Wiz's hands, catching their attention. The Pokemon smiled at them, causing them to relax and smile back at them. Was then nodded. Come on Yun, let's set up camp and get ready to sleep. Rean will wake up in 24 hours. Yun nodded and gave Umbreon and Chin scratch. Yes, he'll be with us soon, we just have to patient. Both girls then began to set up camp and eat dinner while occasionally looking over where Rean was resting. They can't wait for Rean to wake up so they could go back home. 24 hours passed by so slowly for both Yun and Wiz. They were anxious and nervous the entire time, but most of all they missed Rean a lot. This past few days that they spent training and taking care of the shop together were the happiest time they ever had. Rean had become more than a friend to the girls. To them he had become a very important person, a person they can't imagine being without. So these 24 were torture to the girls. Luckily the Pokemon were there to take care of them. They would all cuddle with them and made sure they ate and slept, though Lilligant did have to hit them with a sleep powder to the face so they could sleep. But now it was time for Rean to wake up, and both Yun and Wiz couldn't help but to feel very anxious. Suddenly the enormous energy egg began to pulsate and the sound of a heartbeat began to echo through the place. All the Pokemon raised their heads. Their instincts and their connection to Rean was telling them that something big was coming. The Pokemon began to roar and howl towards the sky, and the girls could only watch in awe as all of this was happening before them. The energy egg then cracked and let out a burst of energy that began to swirl around the egg, becoming a pillar of purple light that reached high into the sky. Yun and Wiz covered their eyes as the light got too intense for them. The energy egg shook and continued to crack until it finally exploded, releasing purple energy everywhere. A massive and deep roar echoed throughout the pocket dimension known as my Pokemon. The girls look on with widened eyes as a massive purple dragon with a soft blue underbelly, with two massive feathered dragon wings and a black mane emerged from the egg. The Pokemon all roared along the dragon, recognizing it as their friend and leader Rean. As the dragon finished roaring, it then looked down and stared at Yun and Wiz. The girls stared back and didn't move. The dragon then leaned its head down and rubbed his snout on Yun's face and then did the same on Wiz's, making the girls giggle. It was then that they noticed the dragon's eyes, the same purple but soft and kind eyes that Rean always shows, to then jumped and hugged Rean's snout, followed by Wiz. They were so relieved and happy that he seems to be the same as always. Suddenly Rean's enormous dragon form began to glow and shrink until he was back into his human form while hugging both Wiz and Yun. I'm back, girls. Yun and Wiz stepped back and then smiled at Rean and said at the same time, welcome back, Rean. Out nowhere, Rean was then suddenly tackled down into the ground by all of his Pokemon, who were very happy to see him. Rean chuckled when saw the smiling faces of his Pokemon. "Hey guys, kept you waiting, huh?" The Pokemon then began to chirp their names towards the Rean in happiness, while the girls couldn't help but to giggle at the scene before them. A few minutes and a lot of head pats later, I decided it was time to talks with Wiz and Yun Yun about the fact that I'm from another world, about my girlfriend Sarah Fall, and the fact that I have to go back at some point. Both girls listened to me intently and didn't interrupt me, allowing me to say and explain everything I wanted to. When I finished, I stared at them in the eyes. "I know it's hard to believe, but I am telling you guys the truth. Eventually I have to go back, not only because of Sarah Fall but my family as well. We're finally connecting again and I don't want to ruin that, but I don't want to leave you guys either, so if you guys want I could take you back with me to my world. We can go to school together, Yun Yun, and have fun every day, and I would help you open another shop in my town, Wiz." The girls stared at me for a few minutes and then Yun Yun spoke. "We had already decided that we would follow you anywhere you go, Rean. I don't have any friends besides you, Luna and Wiz, and my only family is my grandma, but she's obsessed with me becoming the village leader of the Crimson Demons, and I don't want that, so I'll go with you." Wiz spoke. "I don't have anything here, besides you guys are my only friends and I don't ever want to have to say goodbye to you guys, so yes, I'll go back with you too." I exhaled a breath that I didn't know I was holding and felt so relieved. I didn't want to say goodbye either. Both of those girls have become very important to me and I wanted to keep them with me forever. Huh? I think that's the dragon in me speaking. Geez, I sounded so possessive, but I do want them be my side, always, star. Then Yun Yun began to fidget with her skirt air. "I don't mind that you already have a girlfriend either, Rean. Harems are normal here because of the decrease in births, so I don't mind sharing." Wiz giggled and nervously played with her finger. "I don't mind either. He, this is the first time I felt like this. I don't know how, but my heart is pounding very hard and I'm a lich." Me and Yun Yun joined Wiz and we laughed together for a while, both girls each holding on of my hands tightly as my Pokemon smiled at us. "Looks like I have 3 girlfriends now, but I'd do anything to make them happy." Sometime after, we went back home and went to sleep. We were all now staying with Wiz on the 2nd floor of her shop building since we pretty much spent all of our time together. Wiz told us that we might as well live with her and that way we could organize ourselves better for the shop or for when we go on quests. Though I was pretty sure she did that so I would cook for her every day, but I didn't say anything because I was glad to cook for her and Yun Yun. While the girls slept, I decided to check my notifications. "Hello Astria, did you miss me?" "Just a little bit." I chuckled at the goddess within my system and I could feel her pouting at me. "Sorry, and while I'm back, so let's check out what I got for my evolution." My level got reset back to level 1, which I already knew would happen. My stats remained the same, so no problem there. Next I checked what else I got from my evolution. First was my race change. "Congratulations! Your race has evolved from Dragonoid to Heavenly Dragon." Race, Heavenly Dragon. Your ancestry of a dragon god has allowed you to reach a new level of power. As a heavenly dragon, you're now above the gods. And your growth has drastically improved. All of your skills, spells and techniques carry the essence of a dragon god, allowing them to ignore all natural defenses. Note, as a heavenly dragon you receive an extra 25 points on each stat per level up. Upon reaching a certain level you might receive perks or skills. Note, all skills, spells and techniques now have dragon slaying and god slaying properties. Congratulations, you have received the title Luminous Star Dragon. Title, Luminous Star Dragon. All heavenly dragons possess a conceptual ability, and now you do too, like Drake, who has the concepts of multiplication and penetration, or Albion, who has the concepts of divide and reflection. You now have the conceptual abilities of energy and the stars. Note, you now have full and complete control of anything considered energy. Note, the power of the stars is your hands now, allowing you control over the life and destruction itself. Asterisk, holy shit. This is insane. I knew that the heavenly dragons were considered the strongest beings besides the dragon gods, and this explains why they have conceptual levels of power. Honestly, I'm glad that both Albion and Drake were trapped in their sacred gears. Those two are too dangerous. I have to get stronger so what happened to them doesn't happen to me. I have too many things I want to protect now, star. So with that thought in my mind, I checked what else I got. Upon evolving into a heavenly dragon, you have received the following skills/perks. Skill Dragon Nova, the ultimate magic that causes a supernova explosion with a super high compression. It's the ultimate perfected form of nuclear strike magic, gravity collapse, but it's impossible to be used unless the user can manipulate stardust freely. Its brightness easily surpasses that of the stars. The bright pellets rains upon the earth and erases the targeted area. The sound of destruction far surpassing the audible range of one's ears, so the shockwaves heralds it instead. Those touched by the light disappears without being able to offer any resistance. So this is my ultimate skill. Just like Drag has boost and Albion has divide, I have Dragon Nova, which is pure and unadulterated destruction, and I am the only who can use it because I'm the only one who can use Stardust energy. Amazing, star. Perk, Reactive Adaptation. The ability to develop adaptations, powers, or skills in response to immediate threats. The users can either instantly develop powers or abilities to deal with threats, or their bodies dynamically learn from experience. Depending on the user's control of the power or genetic structure, the reactive effects can be permanent or temporary. For example, after a certain situation, the user's skin may become tougher, they may display increased IQ after a difficult test, or fortified emotions after a personal argument. The user may be able to read different languages after moments of looking them up, or be able to withstand a constant bombardment of radiation. Some users may develop enhanced durability after being shot, or grow dermal armor, or gain the opposite power of their opponent. Note, thanks to the perk, current skills in your dragonic physiology, you now have access to the following skills and perks: water breathing, immunity to all poisons, immunity to sickness, immunity to instant kill, immunity to physical status effects, immunity to magical status effects, immunity to curses, ultra regeneration and Zenkai boost. Goddamn, this must be why Drag and Albion took all 3 Judeo-Christian factions to take down. This skill alone would have made them almost impossible to kill. Star. Skill, Multi-Chant. This skill allows the user to perform multiple incantations at once. Perk, Oxygen Independence. This perk allows the user to be able to breathe even in the vacuum of space. Skill, Control Magic. Allows the user the ability to directly interfere with someone else's mana/energy and disrupt their abilities, and also dramatically improve the user's precision in manipulating mana. Perk, Resist Spiritual Attack. Tolerance type skill that grants resistance to any types of spiritual attacks that damage the spiritual body. Perk, Resist Holy and Demonic Attack. Tolerance type skill that grants resistance to any types of attacks that are based on magic power or the holy attribute AMD demonic attribute. Hahaha. These skills and perks, while simple, they make me the most dangerous and powerful being in the world of high school DxD. Every supernatural being there uses mana, and I now had a resistance to holy and demonic energy too. Not even the archangels or Surzex can hurt me now. Let's see them try to force to do anything. Star. As I laid there on my bed and stared up at the ceiling, I couldn't help but grin. It took more than a year, but I finally had the power to protect my freedom, and now my loved ones too. Now I can even spar with Lugia, Maou and Suicune and actually put up a fight. I'm excited, and I can't wait to go back and tell Seraph all about all of this and introduce Yunyun and Wiz to her. I'm sure she will like them as I like them too. I mean, who can see Yunyun and Wiz and not want to give them a hug? Either way, I'm very excited about what I had just accomplished, and I couldn't wait to test myself against Beldia. I can even feel Excalibur in my soul vibrate in excitement. With those thoughts, I closed my eyes and quickly fell asleep. After all, my evolution and awakening did make feel a bit tired, so some sleep would make feel better soon, and with that I joined Yunyun and Wiz in the land of dreams. Then next day we all woke up early, and after cooking a big breakfast for the girls, we then opened the shop and began another day of being shopkeepers. But it seems that life had other plans today, and 4 hours later Luna's voice began to once again echo throughout the town, announcing an emergency and asking every adventurer to go to the main gates again. The girls and I looked at each other and then nodded and began to close the shop so we could head towards the main gates and see what was going on. It took us a while to arrive since we had to close the shop, but when we arrived we immediately saw Beldia yelling something about his castle being attacked by explosion magic every day, and that he came to teach whoever was doing that a lesson. Yunyun, Wiz and I immediately deadpan, knowing who was the idiot who had been bombarding his castle. We turned our deadpan towards Megumin, who was shaking and sweating within the gathered adventurers. Luna noticed our deadpan and at who exactly they were directed to, and made a note to speak Kazuma and his party about this later. Watching the adventurers begin to look at the magic users suspiciously and then watched on as Megumin gulped and began to step forward, I decided to finally do something about all of this, but I then suddenly got a quest notification which I checked right away. Ding! Ding! Quest received. Adullahan's righteous anger. Beldia, one of the generals of the Demon Lord's army, is angry that someone has been attacking his castle every day and he has come to deal with the idiot responsible for it. Stop him from harming anyone and defeat him, not only for you but for Wiz too. Objective 1, make sure no one is cursed or harmed by Beldia. Objective 2, kill Beldia. Reward 1, Kenjutsu, Samidare. Sword style, Rain of Early Summer. Reward 2, spell Debilitate. Shin Megami Tensei series. Megumin was scared and terrified. She didn't know that the castle she had been using as target practice belonged to one of the Demon Lord's generals, but she couldn't just let someone else take the fall for her mistake, so she decided to step forward and do what she does best, bullshit her way out. So when she had walked a fair distance away from the pissed-off Dullahan that was watching her as she stepped closer, she then stopped and was about to speak when suddenly she received a painful strike to the back of the head, causing her to cry out in pain. She held down her head with her hands and turned around to see who had hit her so hard, only to freeze and flinch back when she noticed the glare that Rean was giving her. You and I are going to have a talk about the way you keep being this stupid with that spell of yours. I then grabbed the petit arch wizard by the scruff of her cloak and lifted her up. I then threw her towards Kazuma and Darkness, who caught her and were pushed back a bit but tripped and ended up landing on their butts. Yun then approached Megumin and healed her head. You should really stop playing around with that magic of yours, Megumin. Someday you're going to cause something you're never going to be able to fix and you'll end up with that kind of regret the rest of your life. Megumin just quietly stared at Yun as she was being healed, as she couldn't say anything in return. Was then approached Luna and spoke to her. Luna, you might want to tell everyone to step back a bit. Rean is about to go all out, and with his current level of power someone might get hurt. Luna turned towards Wiz and stared at her for a few seconds, but then nodded in understanding. She then signaled the rest of the guild employees to let know to tell everyone to move back. She then turned back towards Wiz. Is that really Rean? He seems so different, I don't know how to describe it, but... She turned her right towards Rean. He seemed a bit taller and his black hair now had this purple tint to it that made him seem more exotic, but his eyes, those were the things that seemed so different. Those purple eyes of his now looked a bit reptilian. Wiz smiled at Luna. He's the same Rean as always, he's just awakened to new powers, Luna, powers that we are about to witness. For some reason Wiz's statement sent a shiver down Luna's spine and she turned around to look to what was about to happen. For some reason she felt that something amazing was about to happen. I stare up towards Beldia and I immediately notice that he's tense. His instincts and experience must be telling him how dangerous I am now. I'm not surprised with him though. I know for a fact that having lived for a very long time, Beldia is far more experienced than me. But my new power and my instincts tell me I can take him. It's not just me being cocky or arrogant either. My luminous dragon eyes were also telling me that my stats were now way higher than his. My race of Heavenly Dragon has a permanent multiplier of times 50 on all my stats. Technically it's like I'm a Super Saiyan at all times. The funny thing is, that I didn't notice this until I checked on the race details in the morning. Truly heavenly dragons were extraordinary beings. It makes me feel a bit sad that they were taken down and turned into sacred gears. I'm happy for the fact that I'm a gamer and that allows me to grow and evolve even further than Dragon Albion ever could, and once I reach level 100 again I'll be able to evolve to a dragon god. Honestly, I'm excited about becoming a dragon god, but right now I had a Dullahan to take care of. You must be Beldia. Wiz told me a lot about you. Beldia flinched back at the mention of Wiz but then glared at me. Look, I'm just looking for the bastard who keeps blasting my castle with the explosion spell. I'm more than happy to ignore this little town of newbies alone as long as Dash. I really didn't care for his long-winded explanation. I always hated the fact that villains were always allowed to flap their mouths, so without even waiting a second longer I used multicast along with Fireball and rained down a disturbing amount of fireballs at the Dullahan, who then in a panic jumped off his horse to avoid getting blasted. The end result? The headless horse instantly turned into ash and died, and I gained 5 levels. Beldia then stooped up and began to angrily yell at me. Hey! Who the hell attacks someone mid-sentence? Where's your sense of honor? You bastard! I closed my eyes and called Excalibur Tachi into my hand. I then opened my eyes and glared at him as Excalibur began to take in my Stardust energy. The combination of its holy energy and my Stardust energy began to engulf its blade into deep purple-colored energy. Don't speak to me about honor. Stop talking and get ready. My energy bursts out of me and engulfed me in my purple Stardust energy, causing Beldia to step back in shock. While Yunin was smiled watching Rean show his power to the world, both them looked around and noticed the look of awe that all the adventurers had in their faces. Kazuma, however, was very jealous. Rean seemed to be living the life of adventure he had always wanted, but he knew there was nothing he could about it. All he could do right now was watch the battle that was about to begin. I stared at the Dullahan before me. He seems to be cautious about Excalibur, and I don't blame him, as a holy blade Excalibur is extremely effective against undead, especially since I don't like what Beldia did to us, so Excalibur hates Beldia too. I watched as Beldia suddenly took his sword out and got into his stance. Looks like he's not running away. Why? He must know he's not going win. Don't tell me the idiot is fighting against me because of honor? Beldia suddenly began to approach me while still pointing his sword at me. Usually I wouldn't bother with adventurers from this town, but you have challenged me, and as my honor dictates I accept. I'll show dash. He was once again cut off when he was forced to roll to the side to dodge a hallowed slash I sent his way. The holy slash literally opened up the ground as it continued to travel past Beldia. Soon after, the Dullahan stood up and yelled at me in anger, "Bastard! Stop interrupting me, what is wrong with you?" But I just ignored him and got into my 8 leaves 1 blade stand and got ready to kill this annoying undead. Beldia then threw his head up into the sky and launched himself towards. I just glared at him, and then as soon as he got close and swung at me, I blocked his slash, causing a blast of pressure to be released by our colliding blades. Suddenly Beldia began to slash at me multiple times, but I easily parried each and every one of his strikes, causing loud clangs and blasts of air and energy to be unleashed, destroying the area around us. Then on the last parry I pushed the Dullahan back and then got into position. Second form, Arcane Gale. To all the adventurers it seemed like Rean disappeared in a blur, but in reality he was moving so fast that they couldn't even see him move. As I moved at high speed I began to attempt to strike Beldia, who was having difficulties blocking my attacks, but the fact that he had a higher point of view because his head was still floating up in the sky enabled him to just barely block my attacks until I appeared behind him and unleashed an energy sword slash that hit him full force on his back. Beldia was sent flying screaming in pain from the combination of Excalibur's holy energy and my stardust energy. I saw his body roll around in the ground in pain for a second and then pointed my open palm towards his head. Then I used multicast again, but this time I blasted his head with a countless amount of the photon spells, causing him to scream even more. I watched as his head fell down to the ground and I walked up to it. Once I had reached it I looked down towards it. Beldia stared back at me. "Well done, warrior, you have brought me dash." I didn't let him finish as I plunged Excalibur into his forehead and pumped him full of holy energy, causing him to scream and explode into ash along with his body. "Tch, idiot," he kept trying to speak up until the very end. I turned around and smiled at both Wiz and Yun Yun, who were walking up to me. Wiz had a soft smile and seemed to be tearing up. She looks more at ease. She had finally lost the weight that she had been carrying on her shoulders all of these years. Now that Beldia is dead she can finally relax. She reached me first and hugged me tightly while pressing her face against my chest. I hugged her back while she seemed to be crying. "Thank you, Rean. I hope my friends can now rest in peace." Yun Yun then began to tear up too and hugged Wiz from behind, and I chuckled at my friends. "You're welcome, Wiz." From behind them I could see all the adventurers celebrating the fact that one of the Demon Lord's generals had finally been defeated, and I also saw Luna giving us a wink and a thumbs up, which I returned with one of my own. The fight with Beldia was easy. At this point I had grown more powerful than pretty much anything in this world, but I was having fun adventuring and fighting all kinds of monsters. I can wait to see what this world has for me next. Chapter 12. Everyday Quests and a Fool. After defeating Beldia everyone went back to the guild to celebrate. Yun Yun, Wiz and I decided to go too, to not only celebrate the Dullahan's defeat but the fact that I had become a heavenly dragon. Once there everyone began to eat and drink and marry. Many adventurers approached me to ask me about my sword skills or the magic I showed off. Many others approached Yun Yun and Wiz to ask about me too, but they would just smile and say that they rather not say anything. In the end me and my party became the center of attention up until I decided to summon some of my Pokemon so they could celebrate with us. After that they stole the show and became the center of attention, especially Suicune for her beauty and Mew for her cuteness and mischievous tendencies. My bro Charizard began to arm wrestle against some of the taller and muscular adventurers. I of course cheered and gave him a thumbs up for his victories. At some point Gardevoir and Lilligant started to help the guild staff serve drinks and food, and they were even wearing maid costumes, which confused me until one of the maid girls told me that the manager had made them a maid costume since she saw them a while ago. I chuckled because both Gardevoir and Lilligant looked like they really liked those maid costumes and were walking around and serving with the biggest smiles I've ever seen them have. It seems that all the adventurers seem to like to have my Pokemon around and even treat them like fellow adventurers. Honestly, this is the reason I like Axeltown in spite of all the craziness that happens here. At some point during the night I saw Luna scolding Megumin while Kazuma, Darkness, and Aqua watched on, being curious as to why they were getting scolded. Even though I have an idea as to why, I approached them to find out. Megumin seemed to be ignoring Luna, which made her become aggravated with the Arc Wizard. What's wrong, Luna? I saw Megumin flinch while Luna turned around to speak to me. I just found out that Megumin was the one who was bombarding Beldia's castle with her explosion spell. Honestly, I should have guessed that she was the one who caused that big mess to begin with. I was telling her that she can't go around using that spell anywhere she feels like it, it's too dangerous. But she won't listen. She keeps saying something about having to use the spell once a day or she would die. I huffed and closed my eyes in irritation, knowing how stupid and stubborn Megumin was about his one spell. Look, your actions brought the attention of one of the Demon Lord's generals to this town. You seriously can't be this idiotic and not see how this could have ended badly, not just for you but for everyone in town. Megumin flinched when every adventurers turned around to stare at her. Aqua then began to speak. Come on, there's no need to worry. I could have easily taken care of one undead with my amazing holy spells. I am an archpriest and a goddess after all. I opened my eyes and stared into Aqua. Be silent, I'm not speaking to you and I'd rather not have to listen to your delusional nonsense. Anyone in this guild can easily kill you before you could cast a single spell. Don't be arrogant because you have a high-class occupation. Aqua flinched back upon hearing my words while everyone in the guild actually nodded in agreement. Archpriests were a very powerful occupation, but only because of its healing capabilities. It's still very easily to chop their head off before they could even mutter a word. They are not a combat class after all. I then turned towards Megumin. Look, if you want to waste your skill points on your obsession with the explosion spell, that's your choice, but don't force the rest of us to deal with your nonsense. If you won't listen to Luna, then I'll just take your ability to use magic away. Megumin gasped and actually jumped back while the rest of the adventurers looked intrigued. Luna then turned towards me. You can do that? I nodded. My ability to control energy itself would allow me to permanently disrupt Megumin's mana flow, preventing her from ever using magic again if I do choose so. Yes, I have gained quite a few powerful abilities that would allow me to do so. Luna looked down and thought for a second. Can it be a temporary thing? I turned towards Luna, while Megumin, not liking where this was going, tried to run away, but Gardevoir stopped her with Psychic and lifted her up on the air. Yes, I can make it have a time limit before her mana core would return to normal. Luna then looked up and stared into my eyes. Then please do it so it would last a month. This isn't the first time Megumin has caused destruction or injuries, but because she doesn't have a lot of money the guild couldn't properly punish her. I think our lack of actions against her constant overuse of the explosion spell has caused her to gain this disturbing attitude of hers. I nodded, but suddenly Kazuma spoke up. Wait a minute. You can't just take away her only weapon. We need her. I turned my gaze towards Kazuma. Very well, I'll leave enough mana and control for her to use novice spells, if she even bothers to actually learn them, that is. Otherwise that's on her, but also as her party leader you are also responsible for all of this. What kind of leader lets their magic user have just one spell? Or allow their perverted knight to just keep getting hit because she gets off on it? Yes, I did notice that, by the way. Plus she seems unable to hit anything even when it's right in front of her. And do I have to tell you about Aqua? Cause just look at her, she too arrogant and actually calls herself a goddess. Kazuma actually looked down dejectedly, not having an argument, but me and Luna deadpanned Darkness, who seemed to be blushing and breathing hard from my harsh words. I sighed and turned towards Luna. Anyways, I'll do that and make it last for a month, give or take a day. Luna nodded and smiled at me. Thank you so much, Rean. The guild is at its wit's end about how to deal with Megumin. A lot of parties have complained a lot about her. She destroys everything. She's useless after that one spell and she keeps hurting her party members, but we were unable to punish her unless we take her adventurer's card away, but I didn't want to do that to her. I nodded in understanding. Luna has always struck me as a kind woman, so she of course didn't want to take Megumin's only source of making money, but now with me doing this, Megumin will be forced to learn other spells or be completely useless for a month, and even if she decides not to learn any spells she now knows she can get punished for abusing her beloved spell. I turned towards Gardevoir, who was still floating Megumin with Psychic and was making her do cool air tricks to entertain the adventurers who were clapping. While Megumin was screaming in fright at being pretty much put on a roller coaster, I chuckled at my Pokemon and signaled her to bring Megumin close to me. Gardevoir nodded and made Megumin do 2 more barrel rolls before making her land in front of me. Dizzy and crying, I then got on one knee, placed my hand on her head and closed my eyes. Now that I have become a heavenly dragon, my understanding and control over everything that is considered energy has grown to a ridiculous level. Mana is considered a type of spiritual energy, and as such I can manipulate quite easily. So I reach upon Megumin's magical core and forced it to close itself almost completely, only allowing enough mana for novice spells to go through, though I made sure that what I did would dissipate in about a month's time. Once I was done, I nodded to myself and then turned towards Luna. That should prevent her from using explosion for about a month. Hopefully she'll learn her lesson this time and be more careful. I then turned towards Kazuma. Look, I'm not telling you or your party what or not what to do, but I suggest you have an honest and long talk with your party members. As the leader, they're your responsibility, and if this goes on, someone is going to get hurt or worse, killed. This isn't a video game to you anymore. This is real life and the consequences are real. That's why I train non-stop all the time. I don't want to ever lose something important. I then get up. I refuse to give up my freedom and let anyone I care about get hurt or taken from me. Why do you want to get strong for? That should be a question you should be asking yourselves, especially you, Kazuma, since this is your second chance at life. With that said, I smiled at Luna and then walked back to my table where Yun and Wiz were waiting for me. Of course, what I just said to Kazuma probably confused everyone but him, but I believe that this is something he needed to hear. The rest of the evening and night we spent it having fun and being loud with the rest of the adventurers of Axel, and even Luna had a drink or two with us, though she kept hugging a giggling Mew to her. Looks like Mew stole the heart of another girl. That little pink furball has a way with woman. She's quite the crafty little thing after all. After all that fun, we all left to go home with a sleeping Yun on my back and slightly drunk, and Singing was holding my hand. Luckily I was now immune to getting drunk, so someone could make sure these two could get home safely. The next day, after curing the hangover of the girls with the recovery spell, we opened the shop. As usual, we received plenty of customers and sold a lot of equipment, but especially we sold a lot of the healing gels we found as drops during our grinding session in the dungeons. It seems that the fact that I had taken out Beldia and that I work in this shop made it very popular, which made was extremely happy. After getting home, I checked my rewards from the quest to kill Beldia, which were a sword technique called Samidare, which is a series of Iajutsu, quick draw techniques, slashes ending with a sword thrust while your blade is engulfed in energy. This energy bursts out as you perform the thrust, so even if an enemy dodges it, the burst of energy still hits them. This makes this skill very useful and it matches my sword style too. The second reward was the spell Debilitate from the Shin Megami Tensei series. This spell is a very powerful debuff that lowers all stats. This spell combined with multicast can severely cripple any enemy or groups of targets since it has a wide area of effect. It's perfect when facing powerful enemies. I decided to have Beldia's armor and sword on display in the shop since I received it as drop loot. I did it to take advantage of my fame so we could get even more business. It worked perfectly, so no, we were making a lot of money in sales. Wiz told Yun and I that she wants to save a lot of money so she can open a shop in my world, even though I told her that I would cover it, but she still wants to do her part. Of course, this time she wishes to open a sweet shop rather than a weapon shop. So I've been teaching her how to make all kinds of snacks, baked sweets, and even some candy so she could work her new shop in the future. She decided to do this as a way to move on from her past and leave behind all of that by opening something that would make people smile, and so that's how we have a lich baking cupcakes at this moment while dancing around while me and Yun man the shop. I'm truly happy for Wiz. She seems more lively for a lich lately and she seems to be always genuinely smile. That smile looks good on her, so I want to do my part to make sure she keeps that smile on her face all the time. Yun has improved her communication skills even more now that she's been helping the shop every day, which is great. She's excited to go to school with me when we get back to my world, and she wants to make sure she's ready to make even more friends. Honestly, it's adorable how hard she's trying to overcome her shyness. I already decided to talk to Sarah Fall and ask her to help me with getting Yun enrolled into Kuo Academy and to find me a shop I could buy for Wiz to set up. I'm sure Sarah would be excited to help me with this, plus I'm sure she would get along great with the girls. A bit past noon, while me and Yun were enjoying Wiz's chocolate cupcakes, we received a visit from Luna, who came in through the shop's front door. I noticed her right away and waved at her. Oh? Luna, what are you doing here? Want to buy a weapon? Or perhaps you want some armor? Luna giggled at me. You're barking up the wrong tree, mister. But I did came here to ask you and the girls a favor. I laughed at her respond to my offer. Of course I was joking and Luna knew that. That's why she laughed, but I was curious about what she would need from us. Really? Then do you need? You know we're always happy to help you with anything. After I had killed Beldia the girls and I decided to take it easy and not go to the instant dungeons or do survival mode for a while. Instead we will be traveling all over the place and defeat all kinds of monsters so they could be added to the spawning list in the instant dungeons and take any quest that the guild has available. We told this to Luna last night and she agreed to let us do even high-level quests that require taking down dangerous monsters. So I was genuinely curious as to what she would have for us right now. Luna smiled and began to explain. Well, Kazuma and their party took on a quest this morning, but they haven't been back for hours and I'm a little worried. I can't really trust them too much since yesterday. Asterisk a quest? If I remember correctly, after Bel Dia appeared the first time, then what came next was the lake purification quest. Those idiots were letting Aqua go ahead with her dumb plan to use her like a bag of tea-star. I raised an eyebrow to Luna. So those four might have gotten in trouble and you want us to give them a hand, right? Luna nodded yes. There's a chance that they could be attacked by brutal alligators. I don't think they could handle those monsters since they're pretty vicious and strong, plus I remember what you told me about that beautiful blue Pokemon of yours. I think you called her Suicune. I smiled since Luna had pretty much cuddled against Suicune for a while, after I had summoned her last night. Yes, her ability to purify any source of water in a matter of seconds, right? Luna grinned and excitedly nodded yes. That ability. Could you check if Kazuma and their party are okay, and if they're still doing the quest just do it and I'll give you a reward since it's been hours since they took it, might as well let someone else have a chance at it. I chuckled since Luna has this long mean streak that she tries to hide, but Yun and I already knew about it, so she doesn't even try to hide it with us. Sure, we'll take care of it. Also, we'll be going to the guild tomorrow early in the morning to take as many monster hunting quests as you have, like we told you yesterday. Luna nodded, thank you, and don't worry, I'll make sure to have those quests ready for you first thing in the morning. I nodded and Luna left soon after. I then headed where the girls were eating their cupcakes. Hey girls. Get ready, we have a quest from Luna. Both girls turned around and nodded to me and ran upstairs to get their gear while I summoned Gardevoir, Frostlass, and Lilligant to once again tend to the shop. After giving them a bunch of berries and gave them a bunch of pats on their heads as I was waiting for the girls soon came downstairs and we left to take care of the quest. While we were heading to the main gates, I explained what was going to the girls and the fact that we would be helping the four idiots since Luna was worried about them. The girls tiredly sighed and I agreed with the sentiment. After getting outside of town, I summoned Charizard and Pidgeot so they could give the girls a ride while I spread my wings. Charizard, Pidgeot, and I then flapped our wings and took off towards the lake that needed to be purified. It didn't take us too long to reach the lake, especially since we were flying. Yun and seemed to have enjoyed flying on my Pokémon's backs, so I think I'll take them out on flights with me in my dragon form some other time. When we reached the lake, we immediately noticed the cage inside the edge of the lake, and it didn't take us long to notice Kazuma, Darkness, and Megumin standing up a hill looking down at the cage. We all landed behind them and I immediately put my wings away since I didn't want to explain myself, least of all to these four, and then we approached them. Charizard and Pidgeot followed us close behind, and soon enough Darkness noticed us and told Kazuma and Megumin of our presence. Megumin flinched when she saw me, but I really didn't care about that and so continued walking towards Kazuma, who frowned a bit. When we got close, he finally began to speak. What are you guys doing here? Are you on a quest? I closed my eyes, something like that. Luna came to us and told us to check up on you since you've been on this quest for hours, she said, and I quote, I can't trust them since last night, so here we are. Now what I would like to know is what is taking so long? And why is that cage in the lake? All three of them began to nervously sweat when I mentioned that it was Luna who sent us here. Suddenly we all noticed a bunch of brutal alligators approaching the cage and the very loud screams that began to come from inside the cage. Yun narrowed her eyes as she tried to see what's inside the cage. Rean, there's someone inside that cage. I already knew who it was, but watching all of this live is still quite something I can't describe. I turned towards Kazuma, who was fidgeting. That's Aqua in there, isn't it? Wiz and Yun gaped while Kazuma turned his head to avoid looking into my eyes. Darkness was the one who spoke. Yes, that's Aqua inside the cage, and I got to say, it sure sounds nice to be in there. I huffed in annoyance. Okay, first of all, don't ever speak to me again. She literally moaned at my words. And second, why is she inside of that cage? Megumin spoke next, knowing that Kazuma didn't want to say anything and I didn't want Darkness to speak to me again. Aqua needed money, so she took this quest to purify the lake. Since the alligators would leave as soon as the lake was purified, she had this idea to use the cage to protect her while she purified the lake, but well, as you can see, that's not working very well for her. I sighed and then pointed my hand towards the cage and took it out of the water with Psychic. Charizard, Pidgeot, kill those alligators please. Both Pokemon grinned and then took off to take care of the alligators while I bring and drop the cage right in front of us. Aqua was inside and crying non-stop. I then turned towards Kazuma. Sigh, you can't keep letting your party members do this kind of thing. Soon no one going to let you and your party take any quests. What are you going to do then, if that happens? Kazuma flinched and then scratched his head in exasperation. They don't listen. Aqua just keeps spending money and not doing anything. Megumin still doesn't want to learn any magic spell in Darkness. Well, at least she keeps trying to help. Besides her perverted tendencies, she's the one I can at least trust a bit. I nodded. Out of all of his companions, Darkness was the one you could actually rely on. she really is a great tank and a good friend. It's only her being a masochistic perverted and her inability to hit anything with her sword that makes her a bit of a letdown. Other than that, she is a great party member, so I can understand Kazuma's predicament. Well, then I think it's time you start considering getting new party members. You can't keep letting these girls get into you trouble. Suddenly I got a quest notification that I checked right away while my Pokemon took care of the brutal alligators. New quest received. Purify the lake. This lake is completely filthy and has attracted a type of monster known as brutal alligators. These predators are extremely aggressive and strong, so in order to prevent any accidents, the guild wants someone to purify the lake, which would cause the brutal alligators to leave. Objective 1, purify the lake. Optional Objective 2, kill all the brutal alligators. Reward 1, Skill Orb, Aqua Benedicta. Reward 2, Pseudo-Legendary Pokemon Token. Asterisk, the skill seems useful. I think that Aqua Benedicta translates to holy water, and that sort of skill will be very useful against the devils of high school DxD, but what I really want is the pseudo-legendary Pokemon token. With it I can get a Dratini, and then after a while I can finally have a Dragonite in my party. Star. Soon enough Charizard and Pidgeot came back after having killed the alligators that had gathered to attack the cage. I gave Charizard a chin rub while Pidgeot was being hugged by Yun Yun and Wiz. I then turned towards Kazuma. I'll be finishing this quest since Aqua failed. Kazuma sighed but nodded in resignation while Megumin looked worried about getting replaced in the party. It seems like she's going to have to make a choice soon. I turned around and pointed my hand towards the floor. Come Vaporeon, Lapras, Milotic and Suicune. The 4 Pokemon I just called out for appeared behind me in flashes of white. I immediately give them all a pat and a smile, especially Vaporeon, who I lifted on my arms as I turned towards the lake. Okay guys, I need you to go into the lake and kill all the brutal alligators left in there before I have Suicune purify the lake. My water Pokemon nodded and instantly went to get their job done. Vaporeon rubbed her face on my cheek and then jumped from my arms and joined Lapras and Milotic to hunt alligators. Suicune lay down on the ground while Yun Yun and Wiz cuddle against her. I could see Suicune close her eyes and smile at the girls. Meanwhile Pidgeot Charizard lay down to take a nap while they enjoyed the warm sun. Darkness and Megumin looked like they wanted to cuddle with Suicune too, but she opened one of her eyes and stared at them for a second before closing it and ignored them, leaving both girls to sulk dejectedly while Kazuma tried to convince a traumatized Aqua out the cage. It took an hope for the water Pokemon to come back after having killed all of the brutal alligators. I smile at them and take out a few Pokepoffins I bought in the shop. After I reached level 100 and after evolving to a heavenly dragon, the shop added new things to their selection in the in-game shop. Pokepoffins and some other kind snacks were a few of the things now available for sale, and I of course bought a whole bunch for my Pokemon. Then I turned towards Suicune, who stood up, causing Yun Yun and Wiz to whine and pout because they were comfortable. My legendary Pokemon nodded to me and took off to the lake and jumped on top of the water, where it began to hop around and purify the water, which took a few minutes. Afterwards everyone was left in awe at how clear and clean the water was now, and Suicune walked up to me. I gave her a couple of Pokepoffins while I softly rubbed her chin. Thank you Suicune, great job. Suicune nodded and smiled at me while I turned towards everyone. Let's all go back to town. It's still a bit early and I want to let Luna know that we completed the quest. Everyone nodded, though we ended up leaving Aqua inside the cage because she refused to leave it, though I decided to leave Kazuma and their party behind because I wanted no part on what was about to happen next. Me and the girls reached Axel soon enough since we flew back and immediately headed towards the guild where Luna was already waiting for us. I smiled and waved at Luna. Hey Luna. Quest complete. Though you won't believe what Kazuma and his party were doing. Luna waved back. Oh? And what were those 4s doing now? I hope they didn't cause any trouble. Sigh. I chuckled a bit since Luna seemed about done with everything while Yun Yun spoke. Aqua had the idea to get inside a cage and then drop it with her inside on the edge of the lake so she could purify the lake and be safe from the brutal alligators. Luna gaped. So that's what they wanted with that big cage they borrowed from the guild. Those 4 are always thinking or doing something silly. Wiz then spoke. Apparently it was Aqua's idea, not a bad idea per se, it's just brutal alligators are known to be able to bite through steel. Thank goodness that the cage held on. Yun Yun and I nodded because if that cage had been any weaker, it would have been a bad day for Miss Water Goddess. Luna shook her head. I'll have to be careful about what quests I let them take from now on. If this keeps going they're going to get killed. I nodded because it's true. It's only the fact that Kazuma was extremely lucky and that Megumin, Aqua and Darkness are very powerful that in the anime they were able to succeed on most of their quests. Honestly, if they were a bit more smarter at how they do things they would be more successful as adventurers. Soon after we said our goodbyes to Luna and left to go back home. We weren't tired per se, but dealing with Kazuma and his party was just draining. However, it seems like we weren't done with Kazuma and his party, because on our way home we saw them arrive while Aqua seemed to be still inside of the cage. Kazuma noticed me and I raised my eyebrow at him. He seemed to get what I was asking him with my gesture because he shrugged and shook his head. I really don't get Aqua sometimes. Her character is all over the place. The fact that she didn't stay in the water that long shouldn't have traumatized her this much, but here she is, acting like the world is against her. Suddenly we heard metal creak and bent and we all turned around. Son of a bitch, there's Kyoya and his party sigh. I didn't want to see the star. After damaging the cage, Kyoya tried to speak to Aqua, but she's too traumatized at first until Kyoya mentions the fact that she's a goddess and she recovers instantly, and all I and the girls could do is deadpan at all of this happening before us. Of course, Kyoya confronts Kazuma about mistreating Aqua, something that visibly pisses him off, and like in the anime, Kyoya challenges Kazuma to a fight. So Kazuma ends up stealing his magic sword gram and knocking Kyoya out. The girls that were with Kyoya began to whine and complain, so Kazuma begins his whole gender equality speech and begins to creep the hell out of the girls until they eventually run away, and all I can say about all of this is this words: Kazuma, you're a piece of shit, my friend. Kazuma flinched and gaped at me while all the girls nodded in agreement to my words, Yun, whiz, and I soon left after while Kazuma was trying to explain himself to us, but honestly we were hungry and we didn't care much about his reasons to make our dinner wait. The next morning we left Gardevoir, Lilligant and Frostlass to man the shop while me and the girls left to do some monster hunting. When we arrived to the guild, Luna was already waiting for us and handed us a bunch of monster hunting kill quests, and so we left town soon after to go and kill these monsters. Luckily, most of the rewards I would get for these quests was extra EXP and money, so that was a good sign that nothing big was going to happen. That day we fought and killed all kinds of monsters. Some were tough, others were powerful, while some were crafty. We had an aerial battle with a pack of griffins. That was tough for the girls because they had to fight on top of Charizard and Pidgeot. I was fine since I was already used to fighting while using my wings. Next we fought a bunch of warbears. Boy, were they tough. Since they were resistant to physical damage I could easily take them, but the girls didn't have a lot of options to fight them with. I decided that I was going to speak to them about picking an occupation with physical skills now that they have pretty much learned all they could with their current class. Next was a black viper. Basically it's a giant black cobra that's highly resistant to magic and physical attacks. I used debilitate and stun spore to slow it down so the girls could kill it with ice magic, since that apparently was its weakness. Then we hunted unicorn bunnies, a carnivorous bunny that has a single horn on their head. They weren't very tough, but they were small and fast. I used Screech and Sonic Boom to stop them from moving, allowing the girls to finish them off. Then we went to a cave and cleared it out of a type of monster simply known as a giant bat. These were easy since Yun panicked when they began to fly around all over the place and set them all in fire. Then we went to an abandoned town and fought a bunch of zombies, dead knights, and skeletons, though at first they all bowed to Wiz, who got embarrassed and blasted them away. It was adorable how red she got, though I still wonder how is it possible for a lich to blush. We also fought some orcs and slimes, but since these were really weak and had a weakness to fire we took them down easily enough. Next was two chimeras and a manticore. These were dangerous for their magical abilities and poison, but since I had all kinds of buffs and the spell recovery that can heal any status effect, it was easy enough to take them down. Last but not least we fought a fire drake, a land-based dragon-type monster, very tough and dangerous. The girls and I took it down easily enough because all my attacks had a dragon-slaying attribute, allowing me to severely damage it, though it was Yun who finished it off by ramming her magic spell Light of Saber into one of its eyes. After that it was already evening, and even though we had a lot of fun traveling around and hunting monsters, it was time to go back and report to Luna. First I teleported us to the guild, where we handed over all of the completed quests to Luna, and she checked our adventurer's card to see that we indeed killed the monsters. Afterwards she handed us our rewards, which was quite a bit of money. We split all of our earnings among ourselves, and then we headed to the bar to have a quick drink before we went home. We immediately saw Kazuma and his party sulking by the bar. Apparently, from what I could hear, Aqua had to pay for the damages caused to the cage, which included the bars Kyoya bent to get her out of it. So now she was even more broke than she was before. As we were drinking and laughing at our misadventures of today, Kyoya appeared and began to whine and try to convince Aqua to join his party. But Aqua was too pissed off about the fact that Kyoya damaged the cage, and he ended up paying for it when she full-on punched him right on his face. Kyoya, being the moron that he is, ended up paying for the damages of the cage to calm Aqua down and then spoke to Kazuma about buying his sword back, but Kazuma told him he had already sold it, and the so-called best adventurer ran out of the guild cursing to see if he could buy his sword back before it got sold off to someone else. Looks like I'm going to have to accept the fact that these idiots will drag me to their nonsense once in a while and be forced to watch it happen, but at least I have Yun and Wiz to help me ignore all of this. After finishing our drinks, we decided to finally go home, and since the girls were tired from today's adventuring, and I decided to teleport us back to the shop. So I hugged the girls and teleported us back to the shop where Gardevoir, Lilligant and Frostlass were already closing it for the day, so after helping them finish up, I cooked us some good dinner and then we went to sleep wondering what kid of adventurers we'll have next. Chapter 13. More quests and a good old-fashioned samurai showdown. Time passed by quickly in this world and winter was soon upon us. Most of the time we stayed indoors because it was too cold or there was too much snow to safely walk around. Well, it was too cold for the girls, me not so much, though as a dragon I found out that I'm not a fan of the cold. It doesn't hurt or it isn't a weakness, so my reactive adaptation didn't do anything about it. It just makes me lazy and lethargic. I became more prone to taking a nap or just downright falling asleep anywhere cuddling one of my Pokemon or one of the girls. Apparently I was very clingy when I was cold. Though my Ice-type Pokemon were having the time of their lives, Ninetales would run around outside and play all over the place. Frostlass would just float around the house with a happy smile on her face. Lapras likes to go outside and just sleep on top of a pile of snow or play with the kids that live nearby the shop. Lapras was one of those Pokemon that is very kid-friendly and the kids love to play with her. Though Yun, Wiz, and I continue to grind in the dungeons, not just to get stronger but for more money and loot to sell. Right now beast-like monsters pelts sell very well, so we spent a lot of time in the beast dungeon, which now had new kinds of monsters for us to hunt too. Besides all of that, we did take on a quest once in a while on Luna's request. These quests were usually very dangerous or too advanced for the beginner adventurers in Axel. Like killing the infamous Rookie Killer, a very dangerous and smart feline predator that for some reason always went after rookie adventurers. It uses a small group of goblins to attract unsuspecting victims into thinking that they are dealing with weak monsters. Honestly, that sounded very dangerous and quite insidious, so me and the girls took the quest to kill it. However, I let my Pokemon hunt down this Rookie Killer while me and the girls killed the goblins. The Pokemon easily killed the Rookie Killer and dragged its carcass to us. We then took it to the guild so Luna can see that it was dead and that she didn't have to worry about anymore. After that we went on a few other quests with crazy types of monsters, like the One Punch Bear, a monster that, well, kills you with one punch. In reality that wasn't true, it's just the bear was so powerful that one clean shot would be enough to take down almost anyone in Axel, except maybe Darkness. That girl's defensive stats and skills were off the charts. We on the other hand were too fast for the bear to actually hit us, especially since I used debuffs to slow it down even more. Needless to say that the One Punch Bear became our punching bag after that. It still was a very tough and powerful monster though, and it was stubborn too. I can see why beginner adventurers would have trouble fighting us though. We were having fun playing with it. At one point, we even began to wrestle with us, and me and the girls decided to humor it. The end result? Well, the bear had Yun covering its eyes and biting one of its ears while Wiz had it in an armbar and I was punching its guts non-stop. The poor bear kept tapping out, but we were out mercy that day until the One Punch Bear finally died. Now that I think about it, it certainly would have looked hilarious to an outside perspective. When we arrived to the guild while dragging the dead body of the One Punch Bear to show Luna that we killed, she was flabbergasted and was even more shocked when we told her how we took it down, though in the end she ended up giggling and shaking her head in disbelief and amusement. Next was a pack of white wolves. It wasn't as big as the one I dealt with in the past, but there were plenty of them for the three of us to deal with. The quest itself was easy enough, but I could understand why Luna asked us to deal with them. Not only were they fast, but the wolves were pretty good with hit and run and sneak attacks. Though I let the girls use them to try out their new intermediate level spells they had learned from the ones I gained as I kept grinding the mage class, those wolves never stood a chance. These spells were perfect for big groups of enemies since they have a very wide area of effect, and the girls love how fast and how powerful the spells were. Yun likes to use spells like Thunderblade and Holy Lance a lot, while Wiz was more of a fan of the spells like Ice Tornado and Spread. Each girl had their preferences and way of fighting, but they were trying to branch out too. That's the reason I bought Yun a new sword and Wiz a spear from my in-game shop. Yun already had experience with the sword, so we spar and train together often so she could get better with it. Wiz was a completely different situation. She hadn't used a spear before and none of us didn't either, but she was trying to learn how to use it nonetheless, and me and my Pokemon spar often with her to help her adapt to it quicker. I'm hoping that at some point I gain a skill orb with a sword style or a style for spearmanship so I could give them to them. Hand to hand I taught them everything I knew, and we practice all the time. You never know when your weapon could be taken from you or when your magic would useless, so having some kind of way to fight unarmed was a necessity for a magic user like them. I was all too happy to help the girls grow stronger and more experienced. Our grinding in the dungeon helped them not only grow in power, but they were also getting a lot of battle experience on how to deal with all sort of enemies and situations. I was proud of them. After I told them about the dangerous and extremely powerful individuals in my world, they began to also train more and more. They told me that they wanted to grow strong so they could also protect me and our freedom. They wanted to protect the life we were building together, and if that meant getting stronger than even the gods, then that's what they would do. I was very touched, and I decided that I would do anything for these girls in Sarah Fall, these girls that support me and want to be with me. This morning me and Yun were setting up some of the new weapons and armor we got from our most recent dungeon run, while Wiz was happily sweeping the shop and humming. Suddenly someone knocked on the door and Wiz went to see who it was. She came back with Luna a few seconds later. Me and Yun smiled at her the moment we saw her. Luna waved at us. "Good morning, everyone. How's business going along?" Wiz cheerfully clapped her hands and brightly smiled. "It's been wonderful. The shop has been so busy and we have so many customers now. It's been so much fun." Luna smiled while I chuckled in amusement and walked up to Wiz and pat her head, making her smile even more and melt in contentment. I turned towards Luna. "It's been great, but what do you need us for, Luna? Another quest with a tough monster for us to take care of?" Luna giggled and nodded. "Yes, sorry I keep coming to you guys for this, but honestly I have no one else to trust with these sort of quests. Kyoya lost his sword and he doesn't want to do this type of quests anyways." I nodded to her while Yun spoke up. "We don't mind, Luna. It's been a lot of fun doing these quests with Rean and Wiz." Everyone smiled at Yun, who was fist pumping in excitement. I turned towards Luna while you heard her. "So what's the quest?" Luna nodded. "We have been getting reports of a very powerful elemental monster known as Jack Frost, aka Winter Shogun, appearing and attacking adventurers hunting snow sprites. It's a very powerful monster that has no real physical body, so physical attacks won't work against it, and to make things worse it also has a ridiculously high magical resistance." Wiz and Yun gaped. "That monster sounds like it was our antithesis. However, there's one big difference. All of my attacks do spiritual damage now. I can kill this type of monster, plus it would make a great challenge for me and Excalibur. Haha, I can already feel Excalibur get excited to fight." I turn towards Luna and nod. "I can take that monster. I have a couple of skill that allow me to cause damage to spiritual bodies like ghosts, so I'll take that quest while the girls will provide cover." Luna smiled. "Thank you, Rean. I knew I could count on you. Just to let you know though, Kazuma and his party are out there. They took on a snow sprite kill quest, but I'm worried that they might run into the Winter Shogun." "Ah, that's right. This is that episode where Kazuma dies a second time." I nodded to Luna. "Okay, don't worry, we'll keep an eye out for him and his party." I turned towards the girls and both nodded while I summoned Frostlass, Gardevoir, and Lilligant to tend to the store. I gave my Pokemon a few pats on the heads and some Pokepoffins to snack on while I waited for the girls to get ready. Luna was hugging Lilligant with a big smile on her face. Over time she had become quite attached to my Pokemon and likes having one of the smallest one to hug, though it was Maou who usually ends up being used as a stuffed animal by her, but she doesn't seem to mind much. Soon the girls came down all equipped. I had bought them modern winter wear for when we had to go out to do quest. The girls loved the clothing since it was comfy, warm, and cute in their opinion. After they came down we left while Luna stayed behind the shop for a while longer, not wanting to go out into the cold so soon. I got to admit the girls looked cute in their winter clothes. Yun had a pink and black bunny hoodie and a pink thick skirt, and black wool leggings. On her foot were a pair of black winter boots. Wiz had a wool green skull cap, a green woolly winter jacket and a pair of black winter pants. She also had a pair of green winter boots. I was just wearing a black and purple hoodie, a black skull cap and dark gray cargo pants. I didn't like wearing thick clothes, so I wear this so I can move around freely. We all headed quickly to the main gates and took off flying, me with my wings and the girls on top of Pidgeot and Charizard. Of course I had to create energy barriers around them to prevent the chilly wind from affecting them and my Pokemon. As we were reaching the area where Luna told us that the Winter Shogun had been seen along with a group of snow sprite, we suddenly noticed a giant explosion in the distance. Of course we knew who it was. It's been more than a month now, and even though Megumin was forced to learn other spells, she still likes to only use explosion, so as soon as the limiter I placed on her dissipated, she began to continue to only use it. However, she was more careful now, which was great for the town and everyone else. It seems like she had somewhat learned her lesson. We immediately followed the explosion and reached where Kazuma and his party were facing off the Winter Shogun, but we were a bit too late and only arrived to watch Kazuma get beheaded. Wiz and Yun gasped. They didn't really like Kazuma because of his reputation, but that didn't mean they wanted to see him died, especially like that. I however reacted right away and summoned Excalibur into my hand. I was too far still, and right now I wish I had a ranged weapon of some kind. I was happy with Excalibur, of course. She was a great weapon and my partner, but I think I need more variety. Excalibur had also changed over time. Her color scheme had changed from blue and gold to purple and gold, while her blade had gained a slight violet tint to it. She also has a dragon head at the pommel, which looks like my head in my dragon form. Astrea told me that Excalibur was also changing and evolving as I grew in power, and these changes were proof of that, plus she's been more active lately, and I could swear that I'd been hearing a soft feminine whisper inside my mind coming from Excalibur sometimes. Like right now, as I was thinking about my need for a different kind of weapon, I could feel Excalibur literally pout and whisper something about me not needing any other weapon but her. Suddenly Excalibur glowed in my hand and turned into a beautiful long bow with the same color scheme. I gaped for a second, but not having a lot of time to think about it, I pulled on its string, and as soon as I did, an arrow of holy and stardust energy formed, surprising me a bit. I grinned as stared at the arrow and let go of it. The arrow flew at high speed and hit the Winter Shogun on the shoulder, causing it to grunt in pain. Suddenly the arrow exploded and sent it flying back a bit. I turned towards the girls who were gaping at what just happened. Wiz, Yun. Protect Kazuma's party. I'll take care of the Winter Shogun. Yun and Wiz nodded. They told Charizard and Pidgeot to take them to the girls who were by now trying to resurrect Kazuma, while I continued to run towards the Winter Shogun while I grinned. You're full of surprises, Excalibur, huh? Thank you. You're the best star. Suddenly a voice echoed within my mind. Hee, you're welcome, master. You don't need another weapon other than me. Please don't ever forget that, star. I gaped as I heard Excalibur's voice, but then chuckled as her words suddenly made me understand something. Excalibur was quite attached to me and she was prone to getting jealous, so she must have evolved herself to be able to change form so I wouldn't have to get a new weapon. Honestly, that was adorable, and right now I could feel Excalibur blush having heard what I was thinking about. But right now I need to focus as I ran towards the Winter Shogun. Even from here I could feel its power, and I knew I was in for a challenge of skill. Suddenly I received a quest notification and I quickly read it as I moved towards my opponent. Ding! Ding! Quest received. A samurai showdown in the fields of snow. Jack Frost aka Winter Shogun has appeared and attacked Kazuma's party, resulting in Kazuma's death. However, that's not important since Aqua is going to resurrect him soon. Know this spirit is both powerful and skilled with the sword, posing a great challenge to you. Defeat it and prove who's the better swordman. Objective: kill the Winter Shogun. Reward: random companion gem. I mentally closed the quest notification and nodded to myself. I then focused as I approached my opponent. As I got close, I slid under its legs and shot him in the back with another arrow, causing it to bend over forwards. Then I mentally asked Excalibur to change back to Itachi, and she did almost instantly. I jumped forwards intending to cut the Winter Shogun in half, but it turned around so fast and blocked my strike. I was a bit caught off guard by the speed it used to turn around. However, even if it blocked my blade, the force of my strike still pushed it back. I took advantage of this and launched myself. Excalibur lit up in stardust and holy energy. As soon as I got close, I began to swing my blade at supersonic speed, trying to hit the Winter Shogun. However, this spirit was very good and blocked all of my attacks, but the energy surging through Excalibur and my strength kept forcing his defenses open. The only thing saving the Winter Shogun was its speed and skill. As I kept battling it, I thought back on what the anime explained about this being. This spirit gained this form because the legend behind the Winter Shogun that came from the minds of the reincarnated Japanese youths sent to this world by Aqua. It was an amalgamation of what all of those Japanese minds think and believe the Winter Shogun is. This is why it was so strong and skilled, why it couldn't be harmed by physically mean and had a high resistance to magic. This being was born from the minds of humans. But right now it was facing a heavenly dragon, a being that comes from legends older than it, and I have the skills to be able to hurt it too, which is why it's so caught off guard right now. Soon though he recovers and begins to fight back, our blades clash against each other, sparks fly and bursts of ice and holy stardust fly every time our blades meet, destroying the surrounding area. This being was a better swordsman than Beldia ever was. It was also adapting and learning, but so was I, and I had no intention of losing to it. Suddenly, as I clashed against the Winter Shogun, it twisted its blade, brushing Excalibur to the side, and then got me on the chest with a shoulder tackle, sending me back a bit. It then swung his free arm and released a snowstorm. As the snowstorm headed my way, I spread my wings and covered myself with them while using Steel Wing in anticipation of a surprise attack. Which turned out to be the right thing to do, since as soon as the snowstorm hit me, the Winter Shogun launched itself at me and tried to cut me in half. Only to be stopped with a loud clang by my wings, which I then spread open and pushed him back with a roar. The Winter Shogun flew back until it flipped in midair and landed on its feet, but I was already on it and punched him with a power-up punch in the face, whipping its head to the side. I then twirled down on the ground and one of my legs became engulfed in flames as I then jumped up and Spin Blaze kicked him in the chest, causing a loud explosion to echo in the area. The Winter Shogun flew back harshly from the explosion and crashed against the ground while I resummoned Excalibur back to my hand. Then I took a big breath and then breath out while spiting out a blue-hued fire blast that flew through the air and then hit the still-down Winter Shogun. The blue fire blast aggressively exploded, causing an air blast to burst out, causing the girls to scream and cover their faces to protect themselves from the flying snow and debris, well, except Megumin, who was watching the fight with sparkles coming out of her eyes. My guess is that she's enjoying all the explosions my attacks are causing. But I ignored all of that as a harsh blizzard fell upon the area, affecting my sight. The Winter Shogun must be preparing a surprise attack. Too bad that I have the perfect skill for situations like these. I close my eyes and use Aura Sense. Immediately I became able to see the entire area within my mind and soul. I could see that the blizzard was the Winter Shogun. From the clouds to the snow and ice hitting me carried his essence and energy. It was trying to confuse me and catch me off guard, but it didn't work. I can perfectly see its core, and so I twirl Excalibur and then softly sheathed and got into my one blade 8 leaves Ayajutsu stance and focus as I patiently waited for the spirit to attack. Over the year and my time grinding here, I have perfected my sword style to its utmost limit. I learned and mastered each form and its variants to the point that I finally learned the ultimate one blade 8 leaves technique. Suddenly I feel the Winter Shogun gather its essence in front of me in order to take physical form, and so I began to move. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. The Winter Shogun appeared before me, its blade held above its head ready to bring it down on me, but I react in a split second first. I unsheath Excalibur at high speed and hit the Winter Shogun with a slash that as soon as it hit him it unleashed a whirlwind of blue holy fire. Second, I move so fast that I disappear for a second only to reappear past the Winter Shogun after slashing at his chest with one single and powerful swing. Third, once again I move so fast that I disappear in a blur and reappeared in front of the Winter Shogun with Excalibur held above my head. Excalibur was then engulfed in blue holy flames that took the form of an Eastern dragon, and I then bring it down upon the spirit, causing an explosion of blue holy fire. Fourth, I resheath Excalibur and disappeared one more time while moving in high speed and reappeared behind the Winter Shogun. This time, however, I had slashed the spirit multiple times as I moved past him. Fifth, I exhaled and released a stream of fog as I continued with my attack as I move and appeared behind the Winter Shogun, sheathed Excalibur and then unleashed a powerful ascending slash. Sixth, I jumped back and resheathed Excalibur and then drew it at high speed, unleashing an energy slash made of blue holy fire that struck the Winter Shogun full on the back. Seventh, one more time I resheathed Excalibur and drew it at high speed right in front of the Winter Shogun, unleashing a ring of slashes around me, hitting the spirit, while I then for the last time resheathed Excalibur and closed my eyes. Eighth, leaves breaking dawn. As soon as I sheathed Excalibur, the ground lit up with massive sigil of 8 interconnecting leaves that form a lotus flower as the energy begins to burst out of it, in the form of countless slashes that hit the Winter Shogun. To everyone watching the fight, I can only imagine that it all seemed like it happened in seconds, but to my perspective I was moving so fast that everything slowed down for me, allowing me to perfectly perform this ultimate technique, the amalgamation of each and every form of the one blade 8 leaves style. So I stood there breathing out a bit of blue fire as I try to catch my breath. Even now as a heavenly dragon this technique takes a lot out me, but right now ignore all of that as I stared at the unmoving form of the Winter Shogun. Then it turned around and stared at me for a second that seemed to have lasted an entire lifetime. Suddenly it nodded at me and dropped on his knees for a second until it finally dropped face first and explodes into a small burst of snow and ice. I huffed and sighed as I relaxed. I then brought Excalibur to my face and smiled at her. That was fun, right Excalibur? I could feel Excalibur nod and smile at me. Yes. You have certainly come a long way since you started to learn this sword style, but the results speak for themselves. Be proud, master. You have certainly gained the right to use me and hold me, so no more using that one other Tachi, you only need me. I chuckled and shook my head in amusement. You're certainly possessive, Excalibur. You sound like a wife when you say things like that. I laughed a little when Excalibur sputtered in embarrassment as I began to walk back to the girls who had big smiles on their faces as they watched me walk up to them. Kazuma, who was now back to life, was gaping at me along with his party. I'm not surprised though, everything that has just happened must have looked scary and incredible at the same time. I finally reached the girls and they hugged me, which I returned while I gave them a smile. I then turned towards Kazuma and his party. Are you guys okay? How are you feeling, Kazuma? Both Kazuma and his party seemed surprised by the concern on my voice, and I can understand why, but I don't hate them or anything like that. It's just the amount of stupid silliness they get involved with annoys me a bit. That doesn't mean I want to see them get hurt though. The girls nodded to me while Kazuma looked a bit confused as he laid in Aqua's lap. I bent on one knee and stared at his neck. Looks like there's no scarring and you seem coherent enough, just a bit confused. Kazuma stared at me for a minute. What happened? I remember being back to that weird dark room and speaking with someone. I nodded. You died. You got beheaded by the Winter Shogun so fast that you die without even noticing what happened. My guess is that you met Eris, the goddess in charge of this world, before you were brought back to life by Aqua. Kazuma panicked a bit and suddenly sat up. He then began to look around until he noticed the disturbing amount of blood on the snow not so far away from us. He then frowned and held his neck. I got up and patted my pants to clean them from the snow that clung to them. Yeah, that's pretty disturbing, but at least you're okay now. Charizard and Pidgeot, who had been waiting with the girls, got close to Kazuma and leaned down. Then they stared at him for a couple of seconds, but seeing that he was okay they nodded and went back, the girls confusing Kazuma and his party. I chuckled at my Pokemon antics, drawing the attention of Kazuma and his party. Sorry, they were just checking if you were really okay. I guess they don't really trust Aqua's work. Kazuma, Megumin and Darkness laughed a little while Aqua complained and whined about being a goddess and some other nonsense. Kazuma then looked up to me. What are you guys doing here anyways? I nodded and began to explain. Luna came to us in the morning and asked us to take care of Jack Frost, aka Winter Shogun, who has been appearing a lot lately. It seems like it's common knowledge that hunting snow sprites causes him to appear, but the rewards of killing them is too high for everyone to just ignore, especially the Reincarnated, who had no idea about the consequences of killing too many snow sprites. Kazuma looked down and I can understand why. His teammates didn't inform him about the Winter Shogun beforehand, and that had in a way played a big part in his second death. I know he must feel frustrated and tired of all of this always happening to him, so I decided to be nice to him just this once. Since Excalibur is pretty adamant about me only using her now, I no longer need my old Tachi, which is full of useful enchantments, so I decided to give it to Kazuma to use. So I take it out of my inventory and stabbed it into the ground. I noticed that your sword is of very low quality and you don't look too comfortable with it, so how about you keep this one? It's a simple Tachi, but it has some useful enchantments that will make it very useful to you, though you're going to need to get a sheath for it because I'm keeping the one it has for my other blade. Kazuma and his party seemed shocked, but Kazuma then nodded and grabbed the hilt of the Tachi and pulled it out. He then swung it a couple of times and nodded to himself. He then looked up to me. Thanks man, this will help me a lot, I owe you one. I chuckled. You're welcome, just be more careful from now on, double check and ask Luna for information about monsters before you take any quests. Don't trust the Three Stooges to give you information, they're not that smart begin with. Kazuma nodded in agreement, since he really should have known better than to ask the girls for information, while Aqua, Megumin and Darkness flinched since they couldn't even defend themselves well, except Darkness, who was breathing hard and blushing while whispering about me being so cruel and how exciting it felt to be treated like that. I deadpan at her and sighed. Yeah, I'm not getting close to any of that, so I'm out. Take care guys and be careful on your way back. They nodded and me and the girls waved at them. I smiled at my Pokemon and patted them a bit before I returned them, then I grabbed the girls' hands and teleport just outside the guild. We went inside the guild and said hello to all the adventurers, drinking and spending their day away with friends and food. We then headed straight to Luna, who smiled at us and immediately took us to her office behind her counter. After taking a seat, I began to explain what had happened during the quest and my battle against the Winter Shogun. Luna sighed and tired rubbed her eyes. I'll make sure to always give detailed information on monsters to Kazuma before he officially accepts any quest. I still can't believe he died. I nodded and looked up. I think it's for the best that you always ask and talk to Kazuma when any of the girls of his party try to take any quest. This way we can prevent accidents like these. In all honesty, he was lucky that Aqua, despite her quirks and attitude, is a very powerful healer. Luna nodded. Yeah, I'll make sure to do all of that before they take a quest. Still, to think that you would really kill the Winter Shogun, I know you're strong, Rean, but wow. I chuckled and scratched my cheek, feeling a bit embarrassed. Well, it was a tough fight. That spirit was a great swordman and very powerful too. It took my ultimate sword skill to take down. Yun then excitedly spoke. It was amazing, Luna. Rean moved so fast and his techniques looked so elegant too. It was like watching him dance around his opponent. Even the Winter Shogun seemed impressed. Was nodded yes, it was a wonderful battle and Rean looked so gallant after defeating the Winter Shogun made my undead heart skip a beat, though that did scared me a bit, hee. Everyone chuckled at Wiz's words. Turns out that Luna was one of the few people in Axel who knew she was a lich, since she had to check her adventurer's card sometimes, but she didn't care since she knew Wiz was a kind and caring lich. After that we had some dinner and then headed back to the shop. It was already pretty late and Frostlass, Lilligant and Gardevoir had already closed it for the day. Frostlass was outside playing in the snow and making snowman in the shape of us. When we arrived, she cheerfully chirped her name and waved at us, which we returned with a wave of our own. She then followed us inside, where we found Lilligant taking a nap in front of the chimney while Gardevoir was sitting on the couch and eating some pokepoffins while drinking tea. Gardevoir smiled at us when she noticed us and I returned Lilligant back to the Pokehome. As a grass-type Pokemon, she's not a fan of winter, but she's always willing to help us in the shop. Honestly, she was a very dedicated Pokemon. After that we left both Frostlass and Gardevoir out to enjoy the night and me and the girls went to sleep. Using final form Breaking Dawn still took a bit out of me, not much, but I was still a bit sore. I'm going to have to practice it until either I get used to it or my reactive adaptation makes a skill that helps me with it. Either way I have to get better at it. However, right now I had another concern running through my mind, the reward of the quest to take down the Winter Shogun. I took out the companion gem and stare at it. Astria, how will this companion gem work? I don't want to use it and suddenly have to fight someone to the Death Star. Ah. You don't have to worry about that, Rean. I promise to always support you, remember? I would never risk your safety like that. I nodded, since I knew that Astria was speaking the truth. She has been supporting me and helping me from the very beginning, so I know I can trust her. I know Astria, it's just that this is a very legit concern. Who knows what being could be summoned with this? Yeah, you're right, but don't worry, this is how it works. First it will choose an individual from within the multiverse and then proceed to ask each and every version of that individual that exists if they would like to be your companion and if they're willing to be summoned from their world and home to go on adventures with you. This will continue until one accepts and is willing to join you. After that I will grant them information about you, what you're doing right now and about your original world, and then they'll be summoned to you. I see, I think your way is the best way to do this. This way you ask and not just force someone out of their home. Thank you for answering my questions, you're the best. Astria giggled and I felt Excalibur pout at me, making me chuckle. You're the best, Blade Excalibur, don't pout, okay? Geez, what am I going to do with you, Star? Excalibur awkwardly laughed and I felt her embarrassment through our bond as I stared at the companion gem, trying to decide if I should use it now or not. Chapter 14. The time manipulating maid in Aqua gets punished. A few days have passed by after my battle against the Winter Shogun and I was still pretty hyped about it. Even though I wanted to relax and spend more time with the girls, a part of me wanted to become an even better fighter. So I spent more time grinding and practicing my one blade 8 leaves style techniques in order to be able to perform them as easy as breathing. My new race as a heavenly dragon and my perks allowed me to perfect my style to a level beyond anyone could ever reach. I also spent time mastering my mage class and had already learned the mystic art for it. Its name is Indignation Judgment, and boy was I excited for this one, and I even showed it off to the girls who immediately decided that they wanted to learn it. So far they're still working on it, but they seem well on their way to learning how to use it. Yun had already learned how to use Sacred Shine but wasn't able to use it. We think it's because of her nature as a lich makes it very difficult for her to use holy elemental spells. She can use spells like Photon and Ray easy enough, even Holy Lance, but even those spells took her a long time to replicate and cost a lot of mana when she uses it. But with Indignation Judgment, since it's a lightning/holy spell, she was capable of learning it and use it. Sure, it might cost her a lot mana, but she'll have a big spell to use now, and the fact that she has access to healing gels makes the MP cost pretty much unimportant. After that I took on the fighter class and began to learn all kinds of hand-to-hand skill and techniques. Excalibur pouted a bit about the idea of me not fighting with her, but I told her that it was better to be prepared than to be caught off guard, so she reluctantly agreed with me. Though a new event pretty much forced us to change the dynamic of our team a bit, but it was a welcome change. That change came when I decided to use the companion gem. I didn't know who would I end up summoning, but I was sure I could handle whoever it is that I pull. Only to almost shit my pants when I ended up summoning Sakuya fucking Izaoi, the time manipulating maid from the Toho universe. Before I could have a heart attack from shock at the possibility of having to fight her, I know I would win, but it wouldn't be easy, and I'm pretty sure that fight would have ended up with us destroying Axel and probably the continent. She bowed to me with a soft smile. It's nice to meet my new master. Please do take care of me from now on, Master Rean. I gaped at her in surprise and stared at her for at least a good minute while she took a look around the room was it given to me to sleep in. I was honestly perplexed. I looked down lost in thought asterisk. Well, I don't know what to say. From what I know of Sakuya, she's a prim and proper maid that's a bit of an airhead sometimes. She also has completely control over time and space and a master knife user. But I know she's loyal to Remilia, though as long as she's fed, clothed, and has a roof over her head, she's pretty much content with anything. Star. I looked up and immediately sweat dropped because Sakuya was already cleaning my room. I received a notification letting me know that I had received the time manipulation skill through mimicry, letting me know that yes, Sakuya does indeed use her powers to clean. She must have sensed my confusion though, because she began to talk about her reason for being here while she continued to clean. You look so confused. I imagine that. It must have been quite the shock to see me here, from what the information I got from your system? Astria? She turned to look at me and I nodded. Yeah, her name is Astria. She smiled. Okay, well, Astria told me that as world jumper you have information of the existence of different worlds and one of those is mine. If you know about it already, then you must also know where I used to work and who I used to serve and how content I must have been working in the Scarlet Massian. Again I nodded. I know she must have a reason to be here. Astria said that whoever get chosen for summoning will be a version of that person that had accepted to be summoned for whatever reason, so I was curious as to why she would chose to be here. Sakuya suddenly took out a broom and began to sweep and I got the space manipulating skill. She then continued to explain, well, sure, I was content and everything, but it does get boring to do the same thing over and over again for many years, especially since everything get destroyed often enough and no one wants to help with the cleaning. So I asked Lady Remilia if I could leave on an adventure. She said that I was free to do as I wish, and besides, if ever need to go back I can just reverse time to before I left. Sakuya then looked up and thought, so while I was getting ready to go look for adventures, I got a notification of sorts, one offering me the chance to travel to other worlds and serve under a new interesting master, so I decided to accept the offer to be summoned. I nodded in understanding. I see, that makes sense, but even so I'm still a bit shocked about all of this. You did get information about my original world, right? She nodded while she continued to clean. Yes, not very different from mine since it has a very active supernatural world but far more weaker than any of the inhabitants living in my world. You're also not human, are you, Master Rean? I sighed and nodded. That's right, I'm a heavenly dragon, pretty much an entity above gods, especially now that I have reached even higher levels of power that I have leveled up. Sakuya stopped cleaning and hummed, gods, huh? I must admit that I have never believed in them before, but seeing as they really exist in your world I'm going to have to believe a little, though the fact that they seem weaker than me is rather disappointing. I smiled and nodded. Well, from what I know from your world, it is a fact that all of the people living in Gensokyo are extremely powerful and ridiculously skilled too. She turned to look at me and softly smiled. Says the dragon capable of destroying a planet with the power of the stars. I chuckled and shook my head. I'm not surprised she was able to discern the nature of my power, even if it's true that Sakuya is just a human. I know for fact that she's anything but normal. After that, Sakuya used her power to create herself a room in the house and I went to sleep. The next morning Yunyun and Wiz were amazed at how clean the house and shop were. Everything was sparkling and shining, even the merchandise, though I did sweat drop when I saw Frostlass and Gardevoir sparkling too. Both were deadpanning something fierce towards Sakuya, who was nonchalantly drinking some tea at the kitchen table, though I did catch her grinning at my Pokemon for some reason. I cooked breakfast and served everyone and Sakuya seemed very impressed with it. I'm still not sure why everyone seems to like my cooking so much, but if Sakuya gives it her seal of approval then it really must be tasty. As we were enjoying our breakfast I explained to Yunyun and Wiz about Sakuya. Both were very interested about her world and the type of magic they use there, though Sakuya wasn't particularly fond of the flashy kind of magic everyone in her world likes to use. She was more than happy to describe it to the girls. I was glad that Yunyun and Wiz seemed to accept her right away, and I knew Seraphol would be the same. After breakfast, Wiz and Yunyun opened the shop and took care of it while I showed Sakuya around the town. She didn't seem very impressed with us since it was pretty much very medieval, but she seemed curious about the adventurers walking around. Then I took her to the guild where I introduced her to the Luna, who was happy to meet her and even gave her an adventurer's card. Though poor Luna almost had a heart attack when she saw her stats and occupation. Apparently her stats were larger than mine when I got my adventurer's card, and her occupation was chronomancer. Apparently Luna had never seen a class like chronomancer before, and she was completely shocked about it and its skill list, though I did ask her to keep quiet about her abilities since we didn't want unwanted attention towards us, and so Sakuya joined my party. Afterwards I took her outside and told her everything about the system and let her meet all of my Pokemon. She got along with all of them, though Gardevoir and Frostlass were still pouting because they were still sparkling from the unexpected cleaning they got. Sakuya seemed to get along very well with Logia and Suicune, but that might be because she admires their beauty and seems quite content to give them a good scrub and belly rub. I did laugh a bit when I saw Logia get on her back so Sakuya could rub all of her belly, which she did with a soft smile on her face. Then I added Sakuya into my system party and explained a bit about the mini-map and the telepathic communication. She seemed intrigued about all the functions of the system and the in-game shop, plus when I took her to my Pokémon she fell in love with the place. After that I sat down with her and we talked more about ourselves so we could get to know better. I told her about my sister and my parents, how I almost died and how I became a dragon. She frowned a bit, but she was genuinely glad to learn that my family is trying to make amends with everything that happened. I also told her about Kuo Town, how I planned to build a home over the forest with a lake that I found a long time, how Serafall bought it for me and warded it so it could always be safe. I also told her about my relationship with Serafall, Yunyun, and Wiz. She seemed curious about it and asked how that works. I told her that it just kinda happened and that in this world and the supernatural world of my world it's pretty common for powerful beings to get a harem. She nodded in understanding and looked up and thought for a while. I must admit that all of that seemed so strange to me. Males were not very common in Gensokyo, and those that existed there were too weak to catch the attention of anyone, but I'm not surprised you caught the attention of others, Master Rean. You're quite powerful and your aura just screams alpha. I blushed a bit at how blunt Sakuya is, but I'm not surprised. She's as like that even to Remilia, yeah, and I must admit that my dragonic nature seems to like the fact that I have 3 mates. She giggled a bit, which surprised me and made turn to look at her. It is a dragon's nature to hoard treasure. Maybe that's what you will end up hoarding, Master Rean. I sighed and slumped. Please don't say that. It's not like I go out my way to go look for girls, it just kinda happens, you know? Sakuya just smiled. Sure, Master Rean, but perhaps I should be careful or I might just become another one to your horde, though I don't think I would mind as much. You seem to really cared about the girls, and that's always VRRY attractive to us women. I gaped at her, but she then got up and began to get back to town. I gulped because she seemed a bit serious about it, and I don't know if I should be worried or happy at the fact that Sakuya Izao just flirted with me. After that, Sakuya joined us as an official member of our party and enjoyed the fact that we would travel around and fight all kinds of monsters. She was a very curious girl and seemed to like to walk off once in a while to investigate something or poke monsters in the vitals with her knives. She literally shanked quite a few monsters, and that was quite scary to witness because her eyes would glow red when she would do that. Yunyun, however, was excited to see someone else with the ability to make their eyes glow crimson red, causing Yunyun to hug Sakuya tightly, causing her to squeak in surprise because she didn't even sense Yunyun move. Apart from that, Sakuya spent her time helping us tend the shop and clean around all the time. She even expanded the shop with her power so we could sell even more things. I did ask her if she was bored from cleaning such a small house/shop, but she shook her head and said, "Not at all, Master Rean. It is quite the change of pace to have to clean such a small place and not have to worry when will it be destroyed next." I sweat drop and that bit of annoyance in her voice when she mentioned how often the Crimson Massian get destroyed outside and inside. I don't blame her though. It's as pretty much a common occurrence for that Massian to be utterly destroyed either by the people living there or its visitors. The only thing I could do right now is pat Sakuya on her head and say, "You're an excellent maid, Sakuya, good job." She seemed surprised, but then she nodded and smiled a bit. She then went back to tending the shop again. Sakuya had also become quite popular around Axeltown, not only because of her strength and skill but because of her prim and proper demeanor. The guild even wanted to hire her to work as a maid for the bar, but she refused, saying that she was happy serving me. That statement caused quite a bit of jealousy to be directed at me by most of the male adventurers because of not only having Yunyun and Wiz but Sakuya as well. So we all got into a big bar fight in which I beat the living shit out everyone. Even Kazuma the bastard jumped in to make me catch his hands, his words not mine, while I used the son of a bitch like a bat to beat the other assholes for that. Needless to say that everyone was glad that our shop sells healing items, otherwise there would be a lot of crippled adventurers, though everyone eventually apologized, saying that their jealousy got the better of them. I accepted their apologies because 1, I can understand where they coming from, and 2, I really didn't care too much about it. Though the girls did giggle, making Cyan deadpan at them, Sakuya for the most part spent her days hunting monsters with us, tending and cleaning the shop and teaching was how to bake some very delicious sweets. Of course I would also partake on those lessons because I do like baking and cooking. A few days passed by fast as we continue our fun and relaxing days. Tonight me, Sakuya and Yun were closing the shop while Wiz went to the cemetery to help the lost souls that gathered there pass on onto the afterlife. She does this pretty often, so we were already used to her taking off to take care of it. This time, however, she surprised us, not only coming back early but also visibly upset. I immediately knew what was going, but I had to ask Wiz. What happened? What's wrong? Wiz looked up to me and she teared up a bit, which downright upset me. Wiz then explained I was helping some lost souls pass on, but Kazuma and his party showed up. Aqua immediately recognized my magic and necromancy and she became very cruel to me. She even messed with the magic circle I prepared to help those poor lost souls pass on. Now they know I'm lich. I narrowed my eyes while Yun went to hug Wiz. I knew it. TCH. I should have gone with her, but I completely forgot about this and got distracted with everything going on. Sigh, goddammit star. I walked up to Wiz and hugged her and Yun tightly. Sakuya was frowning. She was definitely not happy with whoever had upset Wiz. Over these few days Sakuya came to consider both Yun and Wiz to be her friends, and like me she wanted to protect them. I wasn't surprised at all. Both girls were just the kindest and sweetest people you could ever meet. They pretty much stole Sakuya's heart because of that. I sighed because I didn't like seeing Wiz this upset. Wiz, don't mind Aqua, she's an idiot and you don't have to take her insults or attitude. You're way more powerful than her and you can easily defeat her. I bet not even her holy magic would affect you too much now. Wiz nodded and hugged me tightly while I continued. Besides, who cares if they know you're a lich? Luna knows and she doesn't care. It doesn't matter if they report you anyways. We're leaving this world soon. Wiz looked up and stared into my eyes and I gave her a smile. Don't worry, if anything else I'll protect you from her or this entire world if I have to, so cheer up, okay? She gave me a watery smile and nodded while Yun hugged her side. Sakuya just smiled and turned around to go back to the kitchen, but I used psychic to bring her to us so she can join in the group hug. She huffed but accepted the hug from us with a soft smile on her face. She's still not used to openly showing affection, but living with these two girls was forcing her to get used to it and fast. Meanwhile, within my head I was already planning to punish Aqua. In the show she was very mean and downright nasty to Wiz, but I sure as hell won't let her get away with that, and I have the perfect idea to get back to her. Even Astria wanted me to get back at her and she showed it by giving me a quest. Ding! Ding! New quest received. Aqua, the so-called goddess of water, has dared to insult and demean our favorite lich Wiz. Teach her a lesson on why it's a bad idea to go after those a heavenly dragon cares for. Objective: punish Aqua in a way that would teach her a lesson in humility for the rest of existence. Reward: legendary Pokemon token. I would have punished her without the reward. No one goes after the people I care about and gets away with it. I wouldn't find out until way later, but according to the girls, at that moment my eyes turned dragonic and began to intensely glow a deep purple color which brought a shiver to go down the girls' spines. The next few days I made sure I wouldn't leave the shop because I knew that soon Kazuma would show up to the shop hoping to learn a new skill from Wiz and that he would be bringing Aqua with him. Soon enough one morning he showed up. At the time I was in the back counting our stock of healing items and writing down which ones we needed to go to the instant dungeons to grind for more, while Yun and Sakuya went to the market to stock up on food and some other stuff we need. I immediately sensed them coming in and I left everything. I instantly went to the front of the shop. As soon as I stepped into the shop itself I saw Aqua manhandling Wiz and insulting her. I saw Kazuma take out his sheath Tachi and go to strike at Aqua to make her let go of Wiz, but he froze the moment he saw me and stepped back. I pointed an open hand towards Aqua and used psychic to lift her by the throat and then slam her into the ground. She gasped and grunted from the impact. I let go of my psychic hold on her and began to walk towards her. Kazuma gulped and stepped back, not wanting to mess with me since he clearly remembered the beating I gave him along almost every male and Axel a few days ago. Aqua then got on her knees and began to whine about the pain she was feeling, but then she looked up and finally noticed me and paled. Just what do you think you're doing with Wiz? Aqua scrambled back in fear and began to panic. Wait, you don't understand. She's a lich. It's a goddess' job to destroy the undead and demons. Besides, how dare she have this shop and live comfortably when she's an undead and I, a goddess, has to go hungry and cold? Kazuma just facepalmed and called her an idiot. I just continued to glare at her. I know she's a lich, so what? Aqua gaped at me, not believing what I was saying, but she's a monster. A dark and evil being of darkness. How can you not care? Wiz teared up and looked down. That's horrible. I closed my eyes. Wiz is one of the kindest and sweetest people I know, so what if she's a lich? Me, Yun and Sakuya don't care. As a matter of fact, I much prefer her than a washed up goddess like you. Aqua gasped while Wiz stared up at me with wide eyes. Aqua seemed to have enough and exploded. You're not making any sense. She's a corpse. She's dead. How can you cared about something like that? And just like that I had enough. My eyes widened in anger and flames began to flicker from my mouth. All of this made Aqua jump up in fright and tried to run away, but I quickly grabbed her by the neck and held her up. Once I held her up, I immediately looked to her godly energy. Her core is a goddess. Divinity is energy of a divine nature, but it is energy and such I have control over it. So if being a goddess is all Aqua really cares about, what she really holds above everyone in the world, then I'll take it away from her. And so once I grab hold of her divinity and begin to rip out of her aggressively. Of course she tried to fight me, but I was way above her, not only in power but I also had so many perks and skills that oppose godly power that she never stood a chance. Plus the fact that every skill I possess now carries both a dragon-slaying and god-slaying nature just made things easier. Aqua of course screamed in pain and flail around until I took her divinity. Soon Aqua slumped and fell unconscious. I immediately dropped her and began to coalesce all of the divinity I took from Aqua and create an orb with it. Suddenly I received a notification. Ding! Ding! Through the user's actions a new skill has been created. Skill, Power Orb Creation. This skill is unique to Rean Hayashi. By using his concept over energy and the gamer system, he can now create skills, spells, techniques, perks and even race orbs. The user first has to think what he wants to create and then gather energy into an orb. Then the gamer system will program the orb into a corresponding skill, perk, technique, spell or race orb. Note, when this skill is used on the user himself, then a copy of a selected skill, spell, perk and technique can be created. Note, the Dragonoid and Heavenly Dragon race can't be replicated as there are unique races only available to Rean Hayashi. Note, this skill can be used on any target to make copies of their skills, techniques, perks and spells. For best results an unconscious target is recommended but not required. Note, to use skill, spell, perk and technique orbs they have to be crushed to be used. To use race orbs you have to insert into the chest. Ding! Ding! You have obtained the race orb, God/Goddess of Water. But right now I didn't care much about this. It was amazing skill, one that I'll probably use a lot to help the girls grow even stronger, but at the moment all I could think of is that I have to teach this girl a lesson for being too cruel to Wiz just because she's a lich. Wiz, come here a second please. Wiz, who was watching everything go down, jumped a bit but nodded and approached me fast. I smiled at her and then pushed the newly created race orb into her chest, and then with my luminous dragon eyes I could see her lich race change into water goddess. Wiz of course looked flabbergasted and amazed at what was happening. She could once again feel her heartbeat. She was alive again and she didn't know how it was possible, but above else she could feel an overwhelming amount of power. I smiled at her and nodded. There, now you're not longer a lich, Wiz. You're a goddess now, a much better one than this jerk on the floor. I turned towards Kazuma, who was pale and trembling. Don't worry, she's not dead. I just took her divinity from her. Now she's just a regular human. Well, her stats are unchanged, but her archpriest spell won't be as powerful as before. You came looking for Wiz so she could teach you a skill, right? Kazuma nodded, but he was nervously sweating. I think he was afraid that I would attack him or something. I closed my eyes and used my new skill to create a skill orb containing the spell drain and then threw it at him. He scrambled to catch it, but when he finally did he then looked up at me. That's a skill orb containing a very useful and cheap mana-wise spell. Take it and use it. Kazuma looked down on the orb. I'm sure that as a gamer he knows what a skill orb is. He proved me right when he crushed it and his eyes widened in shock at the information he must have received for the spell. This spell is amazing. Wow, thanks for the skill, and for what it's worth I'm sorry about Aqua. I nodded, closed my eyes. That's fine, just make sure you rein her in. That attitude and big mouth of hers is going to get her into trouble someday, and now that she's not longer a goddess she might not be able to get away with. Kazuma nodded and scratched the back of his head. Well, it's not like she was a good goddess to begin with. Honestly, she does kind of deserve it. You know, she laughed at me because I died of shock at the time of my death. That actually hurt. Wiz gasped and I shook my head. Yes, she sounds like the worst kind of person. Sigh. Well, no matter, hopefully she learns her lesson, and now that Wiz is no longer a lich she doesn't have any more room to complain. Kazuma nodded and soon after left while carrying Aqua on his back. Meanwhile, I got the notification that I had successfully completed the quest and got a legendary Pokemon token. but was grabbed my hand and held it tightly, making me turn to look at her, but she surprised me by giving me a kiss in the lips. It was a soft kiss, but I could feel how much was cared for me. Was stepped back and gave me the brightest smile I had ever seen. Honestly, that smile made me blush a bit. Was then softly spoke next. Thank you, Rean, not only for defending but for saying such nice things to me. You even changed my undead status. I don't know how I'll ever repay you. I smiled. You don't need to repay me, but if you still feel the need to do so, then just stay by my side. I blushed in embarrassment. I wasn't particularly fond of speaking from my heart, and up until recently I had closed up myself to everyone, but I guess Serafall corrupted me a bit. She smiled and nodded at me and then reached over to give me another kiss, but then the front door opened. Yunyun and Sakuya stepped inside. Yunyun gaped for a second but then pouted when she saw us in mid-kissing motion. That's not fair, guys. I want a kiss too. She then rushed over and tackled us down while Sakuya quietly giggled and silently closed the front door with a soft smile on her face. The days continued to pass by, as we as a party went about our daily routines, taking care of the shop, grinding, traveling and doing quests. I also spent some time creating skill and perk orbs so the girls can get some of my most useful skills and perks. Overall, we were focusing on having fun and enjoying our everyday adventures as we prepare, as I had decided that soon we'll be going back to my world. I wasn't particularly invested or even interested in taking down the Demon Lord. Kazuma and his party can take care of him for all I care. I just wanted to get stronger after all. Though since Serafall told me to have fun, travel, and make friends, I chose to take it easy. I'm glad I listened to her. It was because she had asked me to do all of that I was able to befriend Yunyun and Wiz. Luna also became a good friend, and Sakuya had become an important member of our party and close friend. Got to love the dedication she has. Of course, the shop was as popular as ever, even more so because Sakuya was working here and everyone loves to be tended by a maid. Of course, the adventurers brought the rumor mill to us, and that's how we learned of the trouble Kazuma and his party kept getting into. Like the fact that they gained a mansion, but only after they had cleared it of the spirits living there, though I know for fact that Aqua was the cause of that mess. We also heard about how Kazuma almost got consumed by a succubus or something like that. Honestly, I didn't care much about it, and neither did the girls. Those guys are just as problematic as ever, and poor Luna is usually the one that has to deal with all of that. It does make me feel kinda bad we're leaving her with them to deal with by herself. We already spoke to her about us leaving soon. At first she was sad and disappointed, but she understood. According to her, all adventurers eventually leave Axeltown once they grow strong enough. She confessed that she was both confused as to why we hadn't left yet. But in the end she was expecting it and she accepted it rather quickly. I admit that I'll miss her, and I'm sure Yunyun and Wiz will too, but all of us were looking forward to starting a new life in my world. I also used my legendary Pokemon token and chose Rayquaza, male. I mean, this Pokemon is one of the coolest dragon type there is, and he can Mega Evolve too. That's practically it, as to why I chose him. Soon enough he became one of my strongest, though it still had a lot go catch up to compared to Lugia. However, the day I was waiting for finally came, the day I chose as the date that we were going to leave this world and go back to mine. The day the Destroyer came, and the day that this world would find out how terrifying and powerful a heavenly dragon is. Chapter 15. The Destroyer and Going Back Home. The day started like any other. That morning we opened the shop, Sakuya cleaned and put away merchandise, Yunyun stood behind the counter and was ready to attend the customers, and went to the kitchen to make some cookies and cakes for us. I was trying out a new skill that I had obtained while we were grinding in the yokai dungeons, a very simple skill but one that could help me later when I get an enchantment skill. What I was grinding right now was the skill sewing. This skill grants me the knowledge and skill to create clothes and accessories. What was I doing with it? Making Pokemon plush dolls. Why I am doing such a thing? Because 1, Serafall will definitely love these, and 2, we can sell them in Wiz's sweet shop that we're going to open in Kuo. So here I am, sewing an Alolan Ninetales plush doll while my Alolan Ninetales was watching me making a plush doll to her image. What do you think, Ninetales? Does it look cute? I show her the almost finished plush doll and she stared at it judgingly for a good minute until she nodded and barked happily. I chuckled at her and nodded while I continued to finish it. Great. I'm glad you like it, and I'm extra happy that I'm finally able to make them. I want to forget those first attempts of mine. Ninetales barked and nodded, and I agreed with her sentiment. Those first plush dolls I made ended up looking like a very mess up mook, but forgetting about that for a second, apparently making plush dolls is an advanced sewing technique since the plush dolls act as accessories. I just didn't know and ended up failing a lot at first, but as a trade back my skill leveled up so much faster. You can have a plush doll with you in your pocket since they're small enough, and you'll get a neat buff or effect depending on which Pokemon plush you have with you at the time. For example, this Alola Ninetales plush doll I'm making grants the Snowcloak ability. If you have it with you and it's either snowing or hailing, you'll technically camouflage yourself and disappear from sight as long as you have the little doll with you. Of course I can make the plush dolls have a buff or not, which is why I'm planning of making a whole bunch of normal ones for Wiz's shop and Sarah Fall, because I know she'll want some the moment she sees them. I can also make clothes that have a buff, and I had made all kinds of different clothes for the girls with all kinds of buffs that would help them in battle, like MP recharge and automatic healing. Even Sakuya liked the clothes I make and had me make her a whole new made outfit just for her. Now she wears it all the time and no one can make her take it off, though in the end I decided to make her a few extra sets so she could change. After some time I finished the plush doll and I gave it to Ninetales to play with. She elegantly took it on her mouth and then took it to a corner and curled up to it. I chuckled and stood up. I went to the store to see how Yunyun and Sakuya were doing, and as I walked heading downstairs I can hear Wiz humming a tune in the kitchen as she baked, causing me to smile. Soon we'll be leaving this world. We're done with our preparations and we stopped stoking the shop with more items a few days ago. For now we only had a few weapons and healing items for sale. Luna had come by to visit very often and stayed around all the time, though I think she did it more for the sweets than anything else. Wiz was getting very good at baking, that's for sure. We also stopped grinding so much and just traveled around more often. We would walk around and camp outdoors enjoying the day. Of course we still hunted monsters, but it wasn't a priority anymore. We also did this for Sakuya. Since she was new, we wanted to spend more time with her and get to know her better. She is a very prim and proper girl, that much is true, but she was also very adventurous and had this airhead moments that just endear her to us. She was also very dedicated to her duty as a maid. She can always be found cleaning, and watch out if you get her in her way because she'll clean you too and you'll end up being sparkling clean for the rest of the day, like my Pokemon had to learn the hard way. In the end we made a pretty good party with the four of us and we as a group couldn't wait to go back to my world. I was just waiting for one particular event in this world and it seems that the day for that even has arrived, because as soon as I reached the first floor Luna's voice began to echo everywhere. Attention all! The destroyer has been sighted heading towards Axel, please everyone evacuate. To all adventurers, gather at the guild immediately. I repeat, all townspeople evacuate. All adventurers gather at the guild immediately. I looked up and nodded to myself *, so the destroyer is here now. Luna sounds so scared and stressed 2-star. I immediately head to the shop. Yunyun and Wiz were already waiting for me while Sakuya was locking the front door and flipping the open sign to close. I smiled at them and all three girls smiled back at me. It's time, girls, go get ready while I place all the merchandise in my inventory and sell it in the in-game shop. Make sure to bring down anything you want take. The girls nodded and went upstairs to get ready while I sold all of our stock, well except the healing item, because you can never have too much of those. Today I'll be showing off my Drago Nova and I'm sure that afterwards the kingdom will get on my case about being that powerful, but I really don't want to deal with their stupidity. That's why we're leaving right after I destroy the destroyer. Suddenly I received a quest notification. I quickly checked it and saw that, indeed, it was a quest to destroy the destroyer and that the reward was another legendary Pokemon token. Which is great because with this one I will have 3 legendary Pokemon in my team. Logia was already extremely powerful and Rayquaza was already catching up to her. So this third one will be a great addition to put fear into any faction that thinks they can tell what to do. The question is which legendary Pokemon to pick. In any case, the girls came down with a couple of suitcases just as I was done selling everything in the shop. They smiled at me and handed their suitcases to me and I immediately put them in my inventory. Then I turned to look at the girls and nodded at them. The girls nodded back and walked up to me. Yunyun and Wiz grabbed one of my hands each while Sakuya grabbed my arm. Soon after I teleported all of us directly into the guild. It was chaos. Everyone in the guild was running around and asking questions out loud. Some had a look of despair in their faces while others had determination burning in their eyes. We however went to look for Luna immediately and we soon found her speaking with a few other guild members. She looked tired and stressed, but I can understand why. To everyone in this world the destroyer was a very dangerous thing, and the fact that it was headed straight to this town practically meant that it would be destroyed and no one could do anything about it. I however had a plan, and so I walked up to her. She noticed me right away and turned to me and gave the most tired smile I have ever seen her show, and I felt bad for her. Luna, me and the girls are here. Luna sighed and smiled. She seemed to gain a little bit of confidence with the simple fact that me and the girls had showed up, thank goodness. I know I can trust you, Rean. I hope you have an idea about how to deal with this. me and the guild can't think of anything other than to have all the adventurers help with the evacuation, but I don't think we have enough time to get everyone out of town." She looked down and seemed sad, so I approached her and patted her head. "Don't worry, Luna, I'll take care of it, but after this me and the girls are leaving. After I show what I can really do, I'm afraid the kingdom won't ever leave me alone, and I don't want to deal with any of that." Luna looked up at me and stared into my eyes for a good long minute, but then she nodded. "I know I can trust you. What can I do to help?" I grinned at her. "Just sit back and enjoy the show. I'm about to show this world something truly amazing." Luna seemed confused at first but nodded. I gave her a small smile and turned around. The girls were already waiting for me behind me and nodded at me. We soon left, while all the adventurers following us close behind, curious of what we were planning to do. From the corner of my eyes I caught sight of Kazuma and his party. Even after losing her divinity, Aqua was still quite the powerful healer, so I didn't need to worry about them. Even Megumin had learned a few more spells, and Darkness even started to train more. She still can't hit anything to save her life, but she's trying. Soon we arrived at the front gates and I used my skill Hawkeye. With it I could see the destroyer still heading our way a fair distance away. I turned around and stared at the adventurers who were sweating and gulping at the sight of the destroyer heading their way. "Well, it's been real fun, everyone. I was glad I came to this town and became an adventurer here." All the adventurers turned to stare at me and looked confused. I just gave them a grin. "This will be my goodbye gift to all of you. I'll show you something very cool and save this town where I was able to live so many fun adventures and hang out with all of you. It's been real fun." Everyone widened their eyes at the unexpected goodbye, and I could see Luna tearing up and rubbing her eyes trying to stop her tears. Suddenly I spread my dragon wings for everyone to see. I could see their gaping eyes and odd looks, and all I did in return was give a wink to everyone. I summoned Lugia and the girls jumped on her back and we took off into the sky, leaving all the shocked adventurers behind. Lugia stayed behind while I flew towards the destroyer, and I can sense her raise up a powerful psychic barrier around the town and adventurers. Soon enough I reached the destroyer and stay floating above it. I closed my eyes and start gathering enormous amounts of stardust energy. My body became engulfed in a sparkly purple aura and it began to crackle around me. Suddenly I opened my eyes and pointed an open hand at the destroyer. Drago Nova. From my hand an enormous beam of purple stardust energy fired and directly struck the destroyer from above. The skill immediately evaporated the destroyer and then detonated upon contact with the ground, letting off an enormous explosion of purple stardust. All the adventurers looking from the front gate of Axeltown at first only saw a flash of light, but then the massive explosion made everyone cover their eyes and scream in fright, but Lugia's barrier held strong and continued to protect everyone. Luna, Kazuma, and his party stared in complete and utter amazement at the power Rean possesses, especially Megumin, who had never seen such an explosion, while all the adventurers could only stare in shock, disbelief, and a bit of fear. They knew Rean wouldn't hurt them, Rean who drank with them, helped them when they needed help, Rean who would play with the children with his Pokemon, Rean who fought Beldia for the adventurers and townspeople of Axel. Rean was a hero and a fierce warrior to them. But most of all, a friend. I stared at the massive purple explosion completely engulfed the destroyer. I had to hold back quite a bit on my ultimate skill, otherwise I could have accidentally destroyed this continent, but I've been training this skill in the instant dungeons in order to be able to control its power output. But as I was watching the explosion destroy a big and wide area of the forest and mountains, I couldn't help but reminisce about my time in this world. All the adventures, trips, and monsters, the places I've seen, the people I met, my time as a shopkeeper, the fact that I could have my Pokemon out and let them play around town, but most of all the time spent with Yun, Wiz, and now Sakuya. How Yun almost gave me a heart attack when we met. When I found a sleeping was behind her counter, the night I cleared with Yun, helping Wiz with her shop, but most of all, the thing that is most vividly present in my mind and heart was when they accepted to go back to my world with me. That they chose to leave this world and create a new life with me in my world, how they supported me and decided to grow strong with me, and how they show me every day how much they care about me, just like Seraphol does. All of that brought a smile to my face as the explosion caused by my skill finally began to dissipate and I could see the giant crater filled with molten lava left behind by my ultimate skill. A part of me will miss Axel and the memories I made here, and even though it was a short time, a lot of important things happened here, in my first world jump. Suddenly I heard Lugia's melodious cry and I turned around and smiled widely as I watched as the girls waved at me as they approached me. It was sad to say goodbye to this world, but me and the girls have a life to build together in my world, one that will be full of smiles and adventures. That's a vow that I made to myself, and I'm sure as hell making sure it comes true. As the girls finally reached me, I closed my eyes and spoke to my goddess Astria. Begin world jump, take us home, star. Yes. Initiating world jump. Connecting. Creating pathway. Success! Starting world jump back to high school DxD. The Yunyunin was gaped as the world around us cracks like glass and the shatters. Sakuya just looked around. She more than likely is used to this sort of thing. Soon enough we arrived back in my world, flying right on top of the lake I found a long time ago in the outskirts of Kuo, a lake that Serafal bought for me and my Pokemon. I smiled the moment I see it, and as the girls look around I turn to look at them and give them a big smile. Welcome to my world, girls, let's go home. It was still night in my world, but with the help of the moonlight I could the bright smiles on the girls' faces. One journey ends but a new one begins, and we're all excited about it. However, at the time I wasn't aware how my presence and my power level could be felt by everyone in the supernatural. I wouldn't know the changes that my existence will bring until way later, but in the end, when everything is said and done, I just didn't care. Now I was powerful enough to defend my freedom, my life, and my loved ones. I'm not about to let a bunch of arrogant, self-entitled supernatural beings intimidate me or force me into anything. I am a heavenly dragon, and dragons do not take kindly to those that annoys us. In the Grigori headquarters, an organization composed mostly of fallen angels, other supernatural beings and humans with sacred gears, which is located in the underworld, all the leaders known as the cadre who were having a meeting stood up in a panic, particularly Azazel, who was the governor of the entire organization. Azazel frowned, sensing the overwhelming amount of power that just washed over everyone. Barakwil, an old friend and fellow leader, turned his head towards Azazel. What the hell was that, Azazel? I have never felt such an enormous energy signature before. Azazel just narrowed his eyes and shook his head. I don't know, but whoever or whatever it is, it's extremely powerful. Shemhazai, see if you can find out where that energy came from. Shemhazai nodded and stood up to go investigate this further. Azazel sat back down and continued to frown. He was curious as to what that was, but he was also concerned how that new powerful presence affect the world and his plans for peace. In the underworld, in the devil's capital known as Lilith, Surzex Lucifer and his queen/wife Graphia stood up in shock and panic at the sudden massive energy signature they just felt. Graphia actually trembled and took an involuntary step back, while Surzex frowned and immediately called Ajuka via magic circle communication. Ajuka instantly answered and appeared in a projection, and Surzex wasted no time in asking his best friend what was that he just felt. Ajuka, did you feel that too? What was it? That thing, whatever it was, is extremely powerful, much more than me. Ajuka projection nodded. Yes, I felt it too, and whatever it was, it destroyed every single monitoring machine I have in my lab. They couldn't read that level of power and they exploded. Surzex, we have to find what it was, and soon. Surzex nodded in agreement. Yes, start trying to find its location, but don't approach it or do anything to provoke it. Watch it from afar. Ajuka actually gulped but nodded and cut off the magical communication. Graphia walked up to her husband and grabbed hold of one of his arms tightly. Surzex, what do you think that was? Surzex turned to look at his wife. He was visibly nervous and pale. I don't know, Graphia, but I sincerely hope we don't ever meet it. Graphia shakily nodded in agreement to her husband's words. She herself didn't want to ever meet whatever that was. In another part of the underworld, we see a sleeping Serafal hugging a big long pillow that had a picture of a smiling Rean on it. However, the energy didn't wake her or cause her any discomfort. Instead, she smiled in her sleep as if she was aware who the energy belonged to and knew that it would never hurt her. As a matter of fact, she felt safe and cared for by the energy, causing her to mutter Rean's name in her sleep and giggle. In sixth heaven, home and headquarters to the high-ranking seraphim that rule over the angels and the church, we find both Michael and Gabriel look completely pale and sweating something fierce. The power they just felt was way above anything their father could ever muster, and that made them extremely fearful. Out of the Judeo-Christian factions, heaven was the most affected by the Great War. Having lost God their father not only decreased their power but also prevented heaven from ever being able to replenish their numbers. The fact that many angels fell and became fallen angels had also added to their ever-decreasing numbers, made things way worse for heaven. So having felt someone or something with such an enormous amount of power caused panic and fear to grow within them. They can't afford to provoke such power, but they can't also ignore it. Michael tiredly sighed. Gabriel, go investigate who or what that was, but do take care and don't provoke whatever it is that power belongs to. Gabriel nodded and stood up. Okay, big brother, I shall leave immediately to investigate this matter. With that said, Gabriel soon left to investigate whatever that was that they just felt. Michael was left alone wondering just what's going on out there. Over in Kyoto, a beautiful blonde, with bright golden yellow eyes, stood up from her desk where she had been working late at night. 9 foxtails lazily waved around behind her as her fox ears twitched. What was that? It felt really close. She walked up to a window nearby and looked outside of it, looking up in the sky as if whatever or whoever she just felt would suddenly showed up. I'm going to have to investigate what that was. The ley lines shook for a second there, as if they were excited or something. Yasaka, the leader of the yokai faction, stayed looking out that window into the night sky, wondering what just had arrived in her country. Many other factions felt Rean's overwhelming energy signature, and many were now concerned and afraid of what it was. However, most of these factions couldn't freely move around others' territory, so they couldn't investigate just what it was that just appeared into the world. Many other organizations felt it as well, and many grew worried and concerned, especially the leaders of said organizations. But one particular being was more curious than concerned about this massively powerful being that just appeared out nowhere. This being stared into the distance, pondering when and how it should approach this new powerful being. After flying around the lake for a while, me and Lugia landed at the edge of the lake, and the girls jumped down from the diving Pokemon and walked up to me. Yun and Wiz gave me a hug while Sakuya just smiled at me. I hugged the girls for a bit and then let go of them and walked up to Lugia and patted her wing. Thank you for protecting the girls and the town, Lugia. Lugia smiled and let out a melodious cry while and smiled and rubbed her chin my hands. After a little bit I returned her back to my poke home and turned around to face the girls. Okay, let's go, I'll be teleporting us all directly into my room. The girls nodded and looked very excited about getting to be in my room. Even Sakuya seemed to be looking forward to seeing my room for some odd reason. I walked up to the girls and took the hands of Yun and Wiz into mine while Sakuya once more grabbed hold of my arm, and I instantly teleported us into my room. At the same time, in another part of Kuo, Rias Grammary, Sona Citri and their peerages awoke in alarm after being hit by an enormous energy signature. It was so big and powerful that for a second it brought them all down onto their knees and almost suffocated them before it disappeared from their senses. This of course terrified the young Deviliers to the point of gathering everyone and foolishly set out to investigate what that was. Luckily for them, since they no longer could sense whatever it was, they couldn't find it, otherwise they might have just gotten hurt or worse, died. In an instant we all arrived in my room. The girls began to look around right away and grab things, curious about what was normal in my world. I couldn't help but to smile at their curious and amazed look. Even Sakuya seemed curious. While the girls were busy with looking around, I used my space manipulation and made my room bigger. We planned to stay here for a couple days, so we needed some more room. But I was going to call Sarah Fall tomorrow and asked her if she could help me have a house built by the big lake. That place was special for her, my Pokemon and me. It just seemed like the perfect place for us to have a home there. Of course I'm going to pay for everything, but as a teenager I couldn't really pay to build a house or buy a shop, but I'm sure Sarah Fall would be happy to help me with all of that. Right now though, I was going to share this room with the girls and even thought it's just going for a few days, a week at most. I want them to be comfortable. Of course I'll be grinding in the dungeons for extra money. I have a lot, but it never hurts to have more, and we still have to buy furniture, clothes for the girls and a few other things necessary for daily life. The one thing that I'm not looking forward to is speaking to my family about moving out. They have been trying really hard to make up from what had happened in the past and make feel loved and cared for, and even though my parents still work a lot, they still make time for me and text me often to see how I'm doing. Rika too has been trying to get close to me. I can still see the guilt in her eyes, and I have been trying to let her in too, but I can't have the girls living in my room forever. We need a home after all. The girls noticed my use of space manipulation right away and watched as the room expanded. I then moved everything in here with Psychic and moved them where they belong, since when I expanded the room everything stayed where it stood. Sakuya smiled at me since she's been teaching me how to use my space manipulation skill since she found out about my mimicry and that I had already gotten her abilities. With her help and instructions I was able to master both time and space manipulation quite faster than I would usually be able to without any help. Sakuya looked around and nodded at me, content with my work, while Yun and Wiz clapped their hands in amazement at my ability to freely control such a concept as space. I took a look at the time and see that it was pretty late. I then turned towards the girls. It's pretty late, so we can go downstairs to eat something, and then I can expand the bed so you three can sleep comfortably. I can use my sleeping bag. The girls nodded, and then we all headed downstairs to eat some late dinner, but what I didn't expect was my parents coming home at the same time we reached the stair, and we all froze like deer caught by headlights. Both us and my parent just stare at each other. No one dared to move, not only because of the shock of having caught by each other, but because none of us were expecting such a surprise. However, my luck turned for the worst when Rika opened her door. She must have heard the front door open and imagined that my parents got home. The only bad thing about her sudden appearance was that as soon as she opened the door and stepped outside she crashed against Yun, who in her surprise squeaked, and since she wasn't expecting the sudden shove let out a surprise cry as she lost her balance falling forward. Sakuya noticed right away and widened her eyes. She immediately flipped back and landed feet first on the first floor to avoid a shocked Yun from crashing against her. But Yun instead crashed against Wiz, who was standing behind me, and the new water goddess let out a surprised cry as she ended up crashing against me too. The end result? Yun, Wiz, and I ended up screaming and rolling down the stairs. Out of reflex I spread my dragon wings and covered the girls to protect them. Inwardly I knew they wouldn't be hurt by this, but my instincts took over and I did the first thing I could to protect them. We rolled down the stairs and ended landing right in front of my parent. However, to my shock, both my dad, Mom, and Rika screamed in absolute horror. I opened my wings and checked on Wiz and Yun. They smiled at me and I sighed in relief. I know I was being silly, but I couldn't help but worry about them. I stood up and then helped them get up. Suddenly I was grabbed by my mother and she began to frantically check me over. It was here at this moment that I finally noticed her face. Tears, she was crying non-stop as she looked me over and she was paled. I moved my gaze to my father and I noticed he too was pale and had a worried look on his face. I realized something crucial at this moment. I might have moved on from what had happened to the original Rean, but my parents and sister haven't. They still blame themselves. They still live with that guilt over what had happened that time during last summer break, and as I watched my mother, Angela Hayashi, break down in tears and look so heartbroken and worried, I couldn't help but to hug this small woman who was so very worried about her son. At this moment I didn't care about the fact that my family saw Yun, Wiz, and Sakuya, nor I cared about the fact that my dragon wings were out for everyone to see and engulfing my poor distraught mother. The only thing I cared about right now was letting my mother know that I was okay, that I was still here. Mom. I'm okay, it's alright. My mother stiffened in my arms, but then she hugged me tightly and began to sob. I then looked over to my father and I saw him crying too, but I just smiled at him, which he returned while still having tears fall down his tired and still pale face. I turned my head and moved my gaze over to Rika and noticed she was sitting on the top stair and crying too. Sigh. Well, it seems that I'm very stupid. In my rush to train and get stronger I forgot that my family were still hurting from what had happened that day. It wasn't just the original Rean that had suffered that day, this entire family did. I turned my gaze over to the girls who looked worried and concerned about what just happened, but I just gave them a smile to reassure them that everything was okay. Well, never late than ever. Before I leave to create a life with the girls I have to make sure my family is okay. My family. He never thought I would so easily say this words like this, but here I am. Sarah Fall, Yun and Wiz had been a big influence in me, I see. I smiled and then turned towards my still crying mother. Mom, there's a lot I have to tell you. Father and Rika, a lot has changed. I have changed and I have people I cared a lot about, people I want to protect. Will you listen to what I have to say? My mother looked up at me and nodded while I cleaned her tears away with my hands. I then turned towards my father and he nodded at me. Suddenly I felt someone hug me from behind, but I could tell it was Rika. She must have been terrified watching me roll down the stairs like that. I decided right then and there to tell them about most of the things I could do and let them know of my plans, but most of all I want to reassure them that no matter what I do and where I go I will always be there for them. It's the least I could do for these people who just shed tears for me. The original Rean might have felt alone and unwanted, but I know for a fact that my parents care about him and now me. I still don't know what had pushed Rika to act that way with me back then, but I can tell that the guilt she feels about what had happened has been eating at her all of this time. She can't take back what she said nor how she acted against me. She had no way to genuinely let me know how guilty and sorry she felt, so she kept that pain inside her, until right now. When she saw me fall like that downstairs, everything just bubbled up to the surface and she couldn't hold it in any longer. Honestly, this family is full of caring but heavily misunderstood members. I wonder what the original Rean would say if he could watch this happening? Would he be angry, jealous, sad? Or perhaps come to terms with it? Too bad I won't ever know, but at least I can try to fix all of this. I gave up on my own family in my past life. I pushed them away from my life and I didn't want to deal with them after they all turned their backs on me, but this is different. The Hayashis care and those tears show that they do, and so as I wait for my sister and my mother to calm down I got ready to introduce myself as a heavenly dragon. To introduce was a former lich and now goddess of water. Yun is a very powerful mage and Sakuya a time manipulating maid from another world. I wonder how my family will take the fact that I have been in another world for months, or what would their reactions be once they meet my Pokemon. I honestly don't know, but I'm more than willing to find out. Chapter 16. The Dragon God Ancestor and Building a Life with the Girls. After my mother and sister finally calmed down enough for us to move to the living room and speak about what had just happened, well, all sat down and spoke. Sakuya took over the kitchen right away and served everyone tea and made cookies. If I didn't know better, I would have been as impressed as my parent and sister seemed to be. But I know that she used her time manipulation to speed up the baking process. My parents and sister drank their tea while I began to explain everything I'd been doing since I woke up from my accident. All three Hayashi stayed silent and listened intently about my powers, my Pokemon, the girls, the fact that I have gone to another world to get stronger, and that I have become a heavenly dragon. In all honesty, I expected them to stare at me in disbelief or just downright declare me insane, but no, that didn't happen. Instead, my father looked down while he rubbed his chin. He seemed lost, I thought. My mother was just happily speaking with Yun and Wiz while Rika was petting my Alolan Ninetales, who I summoned so they could see a Pokemon. My father suddenly looked up at me and stared into my eyes. His eyes then took into a dragonic look and mine did so as well. It was weird, like some kind of response to him using a little bit of dragonic energy. Then I watched as my father tiredly sighed and slumped in the couch. My mother must have noticed because she gave him a small smile and rubbed his hand. My father returned her smile and nodded. Watching all of this go on, I couldn't help to think that I'm about to learn something crazy and amazing at the same time. That thought was proven true when my father then began to speak. We tried so hard to keep you and your sister away from the supernatural. We even left the Hayashi clan all those years ago and moved to United States to prevent you and Rika from awakening your dragonic genes. Rika and I stared at my father in confusion. From the memories of the original Rean, all I can see is that we as a family rather suddenly left Japan one day. I don't remember much, but one particular memory seemed to be more vivid than the rest. My grandfather arguing with my father. The original Rean was too young to remember or to understand, but to me my grandfather seemed like one of those elitist members of society, and he already had plans for me. Of course my father napped that so hard that my grandfather was completely caught off guard and couldn't do anything about it, but there was still more to this story. I know there is, because those memories were very blurry at best. My sisters and my confusion must have been very visible in our face because our father began to explain. As you know, the Hayashis are a very old family. Our clan has connections to not only the government but the supernatural world. The Hayashi as a whole belong to the yokai faction. We're a family of monster hunters, and we had spent centuries hunting down the enemies to Japan under Lady Amaterasu, goddess of the sun. Mine and Rika's eyes widened in shock, but my father continued on. My father is very proud of our history and our dragonic nature. As the older child, I was set to not only become the head of the Hayashi family but also the one to continue to pass down our sword style, but I met the love of my life. Father then turned to look at Mom and gave her a soft smile. She blushed in return while Yun, Wiz, and Rika gushed while Sakuya just continued to drink her tea, but I could see a small smile that she was trying to hide with her teacup. Mother nodded at father and then he continued with his story. I met your mother when she was suddenly attacked by a bunch of fallen angels. She was being overwhelmed, but I jumped in her defense right away. I used the Hayashi sword style and my dragon eyes to take them out and saved your mother. After that we continued to speak and eventually began to go out. Mom looked up and smiled. Your father was so gallant. He jumped down from who knows where, eyes glowing bright and cutting down fallen angels left and right. It was like watching a knight of old save a damsel in distress. He. I chuckled because my father looked utterly embarrassed while Yun suddenly stood up from the couch. Oh. So that's where Rean got that from. He always jumps in to protect us. And he's so elegant and amazing with the sword. My father and mother looked at me in curiosity while I nervously chuckled and scratched my cheek in embarrassment. My father then spoke up. You know how to wield a sword? How curious. When father tried to teach you, you instantly hated it with a passion. I have ne'er seen my father so disappointed in my life. Ha! Serves the old codger. My mother chuckled as memories of my grandfather trying to teach me the family's sword style flashed through my mind. Ha! I see, the original Rean just didn't like how the style felt to him and seemed so primal and savage. To be honest, now that I remember my grandfather showcasing it to me, I agree, the style is too aggressive and simple from what I can see in the memories, and my grandfather didn't help either with that strict attitude of his star. My father stopped laughing and then stared at me and my sister. At first your grandfather didn't accept my relationship with your mother, thinking that she was just a simple foreigner, but your mother is far more amazing than he ever knew. She's a very powerful mage. Her whole family comes from a powerful magic user, and one day your grandfather found out the hard way. My father grinned and turned to look at my mother, who huffed. I just got tired of his backhanded comments and I blasted him with one of my most power wind spells. My father chuckled. It was awesome. Father was blasted off right through multiple walls and out the clan compound, into a pond just outside. Ha ha ha. He never said anything against you mother after that. Me and Rika gaped at my mother, who just looked away in embarrassment. My father then went on, but when you were born, Rean, me and your mother didn't want you to live in such dangerous world that is the supernatural world, so your mother and I set out to build a company, one that would allow us to move away from the Hayashi. It took us 5 years, but we succeeded. However, your grandfather was already putting pressure on you. He tried to force you to learn the Hayashi sword style and tried to awaken your dragonic nature by using his dragon eyes on you, but when nothing happened, he moved on to Rika, and unfortunately he succeeded in partially awakening her dragonic instincts. Rika's eyes widened and mine did so as well. I had a feeling that I was just about to learn something unpleasant. When we found that out, we decided to move to the United States and move our company there. We were successful, but Rika's dragonic instincts were still getting stronger. My presence and your mother's magic continued to affect her, and so to protect her and you, we put our all into the company and began to rarely come home. Not only to prevent her dragonic instincts from awakening completely, but to prevent the same from happening to you. I see, that's why they spent all their time at work. I can understand. They were afraid that we were going to be dragged into the supernatural world where devils are known to reincarnate other races into devils, where fallen angel either kill threats or recruit them, or the church, who would more than happily hunt us down. Father sighed. It was the wrong way to go about it. What happened last year showed us that we made a horrible mistake. We underestimated how much of Rika's instincts have been awakened. Her dragonic instincts must have pinpointed you as a weakling and must have pushed her into constantly challenge you. We just got so absorbed into the company that we didn't notice how bad it had become to you until that day, Rean. Rika gasped and I frowned. It makes a lot sense, since my own dragonic instincts can be very overwhelming at times, so for someone like Rika who had no idea, she must have been completely blindsided by them. Father then went on with his explanation. Honestly, we just wanted to leave something to you and your sister. We didn't want you to ever need to depend on the Hayashis, and have something so you could live in peace and have enough to do anything you wanted, but we got too obsessed and ended up neglecting you and your sister. Father shook his head sadly, and then our company expanded. We needed to move back to Japan and supervise the new branch that opened up here, but we wanted to continue to stay away from the Hayashis, and so we chose Kuo Town, but it seems like bad luck just loves to follow us. We found out too late that 2 devil heirs live here, and we began to fear that they would come after you or your sister, so we immediately began to establish our company in this country into a powerhouse to push away both the devils and fallen angels. But in our panic we ended up neglecting you even more, Rean, and then your accident happened and everything just crumbled in our hands. I tiredly sighed and looked down. I understand, and if the original Rean was here he would too, but what to do? This whole situation was just a bunch of bad situations and decisions with good intentions. Look, Dad, what happened, happened, and nothing we do or say will change that. Don't get me wrong, I understand where you're coming from, but I won't ever forget. Don't worry though, I don't hate you or Mom or Rika, but I moved on, though now I know a couple of things that I was curious about, though I still would like to know who was our dragon god ancestor. Mom teared up a bit but nodded to my words. Rika looked heartbroken, but I knew she understood where I was coming from. Dad smiled and nodded. He then closed his eyes. So you know that our ancestor was a dragon god, huh? Not a lot is known about him. Our family didn't keep any records about him other than he came from the stars and traveled the world. Our family dubbed him the Traveler, and at some point he met our several times grandmother and got married. Eventually she passed on of old age, and silently the Traveler left to continue his journey throughout the stars. Though if there was something to be said about him was that his mere presence terrified every supernatural being in this world. Everyone was afraid of him, and he lived a lonely existence because of that. It seems our many times great-grandmother was the only being at time to ever approach him without any fear. I think that's why the dragon god fell in love with her. Interesting, my dragon god ancestor must come from another world or even another dimension. Just who is he? Is he still alive? Sigh. I wonder if I will ever find out. Star. I turned to look up to my father and mother and grinned at them. Listen, I wanted to tell you guys that I'm planning to build a home with these girls and another one. It will close by so you can visit, but we need our own place, plus I would like to have my Pokemon out so they could have some fun too. Father and mother turned to look at each other. Mom looked reluctant, but father then caressed her cheek and nodded at her. She returned the nod and father then turned to look at me. Okay, we'll support you. You have always had a good head on your shoulders, son, plus I can get behind with wanting to build life with the ones you love, though I'm surprised that my son is such a lady killer. I chuckled at my father's words and the girls blushed at his comment. Even Sakuya blushed a bit. My mom stood up and then hugged me tightly. I always knew you were going to be a good catch for any lady, but take care, Rean. Be careful of the devils and fallen angels, okay? It's your turn to follow your own path, but know that you come to us for anything. I smiled and hugged my mother tightly. Rika looked down and then nodded. Rean, I'm going to Kuo Academy next year. I don't know anything about all of this dragon instincts or whatever, but I'm going to make up for my bitchy attitude. I promise that I'll become your friend next year and show you that I will never act like that ever again. I closed my eyes and nodded. Things might be never go back to what it was back then, but we can at least be friends. We stayed awake all night talking and speaking about the plans I had for me and the girls, and we didn't go to sleep until very late in the morning of the next day. Somehow I feel like I can now move on with my life with a smile on my face, but I also know that my parents are right about the devils, fallen angels, and the church. Right now I'm above every being in this world, but there's still much more I can do and heights of power still within my grasp. As always, I must strive to grow more powerful. This time the girls will be with me and together we'll face anything or anyone stupid enough to get in our way. I woke up late on the next day. It was already way past noon, but we spent a lot of time speaking with my parents and learning a lot of new things last night. We also got their blessing to go on and build a life together, but father did warn me to be careful of grandfather. If he somehow finds out that I have become a heavenly dragon, he might try to get involved in my life. I'll heed his warning, but deep down I decided if that old fool tries anything, then I'll just kill him off. I'd rather not have to deal with his elitist bullshit. But right now that wasn't important. I looked around and noticed that the girls were more than likely awake and moving around the house. So I stood up from my bed. Last night the girls literally forced me to sleep in the bed with them. Sakuya enlarged it with a spell which I immediately learned, and we all fell asleep together. It wasn't the first time they'd done this, because once in a while one of the girls would sneak into my room during the night to sleep in my bed with me, so I was used to it. What did catch me off guard was Sakuya also jumping into the bed and sleeping with us. I asked her why, and all she said was that it looked like it was comfortable. She said that with a smile on her face. I swear I sometimes don't know what that maid is thinking, but if she's happy then that's fine. I walked over the desk and grabbed my cell phone and immediately texted Serafal to come over because I was back and I wanted to introduce her to some people. I didn't take long for her to appear in a flashy light show and a cool pose. I chuckled and immediately hugged her while twirling her around. She smiled at me and hugged me back while she laughed. Rean, I'm glad you're back. I stopped twirling her around and then set her down on her feet. Yes. I missed you a lot, Sarah, but I had a lot of fun and I've gotten stronger too. Serafal smiled and reached out a hand towards my face. She then held my face with her hand and gave me a kiss. I kissed her back and soon enough we broke apart. I know you've gotten stronger. Yesterday night Ajuka's monitors exploded and him and Surzex were in panic right away. They got hold of me early in the morning and told me about how an enormous energy signature appeared out of nowhere, somewhere in Japan. Right now they're investigating to see who it or what it was. More than likely other factions sensed your arrival as well. I tilted my head in confusion. Hold on. Astria, did my energy really did burst out like that last night when we got back? Yes. For a second your energy flared out before I could even stop it. It seems like you were still empowered by the use of your ultimate skill Drago Nova. I see. Say I should have waited a few minutes before world jumping back here. Well, it's something to keep in mind for next time. Thank you for stopping at Astria. You're very welcome, Rean, but don't worry about your energy signature. Now that I know, I will make sure that this won't happen again. I'll personally cloak you from other supernatural beings. I nodded and then I explained what had happened to Serafal, who nodded in understanding. I see. Well, as long as you're careful, you don't want any unnecessary attention from the factions, right? I grinned at Serafal and she raised an eyebrow in amusement. It doesn't matter too much anymore, Sarah. I'm more than powerful enough to fend anyone now, and I'm still growing in power. I'm a heavenly dragon now. Serafal widened her eyes in surprise. Really? That's amazing, Rean. Wow, my boyfriend is a heavenly dragon. Ha ha ha. I chuckled at how excited Serafal seems to be. I grabbed her hand and began to pull her. Come on, there's some people you have to meet and new Pokemon too. Plus I still have to tell you about everything we did, so let's have a picnic with everyone in our lake. Serafal smiled and let herself be pulled by me as I excitedly began to tell her about what new powers and abilities I have gained. Soon enough Rean took Serafal to the kitchen where they found Yunyun and was drinking some tea and eating some cake. Both girls turned around as soon as they heard Rean step into the kitchen, but then froze when they saw the girl he brought to them. They recognized her from Rean's description of her. They knew this was Serafal Leviathan, Rean's first girlfriend. Yunyun was the first to get up and shyly approach them. I smiled at her the moment I saw her walk up to us. She then stood right in front of Serafal and fidgeted with her skirt while blushing. You must be Serafal. It's nice to finally meet you. Rean spoke about you a lot. Seraphol stared at Yunyun for a moment and then squealed and hugged her tightly, causing poor Yunyun to squeak in surprise. Seraphol then turned to look at me with most serious look I had ever seen her have. Rean. Who is this? She's adorable. Doesn't matter, I'm keeping her. Yunyun let out a panicked "ee," and I couldn't help but to chuckle at Seraphol's enthusiasm. That's Yunyun. She's a very powerful mage and my second girlfriend, so she's kinda ours already, Sarah. Seraphol grinned and hugged Yunyun tighter. Yes. Score. Rean, you did good. It's nice to meet you. To Yunyun. I'm Seraphol, but please call me Sarah. Yunyun nodded and smiled at Seraphol while still being hugged tightly by the petit demon lord. Meanwhile, Wiz stepped up to us and slightly bowed to Seraphol with a small smile on her face. Hello, my name is Wiz. It's nice to meet you, Miss Seraphol. Seraphol let go of Yunyun and patted her head and then hugged Wiz tightly. The now goddess of water smiled and hugged her back. Honestly, it looked hilarious because Seraphol is way smaller than Wiz. Seraphol then turned towards with a look of awe on her face. Rean. I knew you were a lady killer. I mean, you got me, and if that's not proof that you are, I don't know what is, but you got your Cella beauty and she seems so nice too. I chuckled and nodded. Yes, Wiz is the best and she gives the greatest of hugs. Yunyun nodded in agreement while Wiz blushed a bit but still continued to smile while she hugged the petit Maou. Suddenly Sakuya appeared with 2 cups of tea and placed them on the table. She then turned to me and smiled. Good morning, Master Rean. I brought you and your guest some tea. I smiled at my time manipulating maid and nodded at her. Seraphol let go of Wiz and turned to look at who just spoke, only to freeze and stare at Sakuya for a long minute. Grafia? Did you get shorter? Sakuya tilted her head in confusion and I began to chuckle. *O. I completely forgot that Sakuya looks almost identical to Grafia. Ha 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 star. Seraphol had now picked up Sakuya and began to inspect her all of the place. Sakuya of course sweat dropped at being treated like some kind of toy. Do you mind putting me down? I don't appreciate being carried like a doll. Seraphol did that and stared at her with a scrunched up brow, while Sakuya dusted her maid uniform. You look like Grafia, but you're not her. Are you perhaps a younger sister? A long lost cousin? You somewhat feel human, so perhaps a half-breed? Seraphol seemed completely confused while Sakuya raised an eyebrow at her and then she turned to look at me. I shrugged at her. Perhaps you look like someone she knows? Seraphol then turned towards me and pointed at Sakuya. Rean. Where did you find a member of the Lucifuge clan? Sakuya once again tilted her head in confusion while I grinned at her. She's not a Lucifuge, Sarah. Her name is Sakuya Izaoi and she's a human chronomancer. She's also not from this world, so she can't be from this Lucifuge clan you mentioned. Seraphol raised an eyebrow and turned towards Sakuya, who gave her a small bow. It's nice to meet you, Lady Leviathan. Rean spoke highly of you. Seraphol shook her head and then hugged her. Aw, just call me Sarah and you're adorable. It's like having a cuter, smaller Grafia doll. Sakuya sweat dropped inside but just accepted Seraphol's hug like a champ. I'm not surprised though, Sakuya has plenty of experience dealing with eccentric people and Seraphol is nowhere close to the crazies of Gensokyo. After that we all sat at the table and ate cake and drank some tea. Seraphol excitedly told the girls that we were going on a picnic, which got the girls very excited. After relaxing on the table for a while, we all then got up and went upstairs to get ready. Rika wasn't home, so more than likely she went to a friend's house and my parent probably went to work. Things might never be the same, but I feel we can move forward now. Everyone makes mistakes, especially when we think we're doing the right thing, and I can forgive that. I don't know about the original Rean, but I'm not him. I have already lived a long life before starting this one, and as the adult I once was, I know that not everything is black and white, there's many shades of gray in between. What happened with this family was just a series of bad events and miscommunication. It doesn't change that fact that my parents were trying to protect us, nor does it change the fact that people were hurt, but we can at least now move on with our lives. After getting ready we all went towards our lake. We decided to walk there so Yunyun, Wiz, and Sakuya could look around. Last night I didn't have the chance to show them around, so that's what we're doing right now. The girls were already surprised and amazed by the technology in my and Seraphol's world. But now in broad daylight they can see just how different this world is from theirs. Seraphol had a great time telling them about everything they were curious about and explained a couple of fun things to them, like the arcade and park. Eventually we reached the lake and called out to all my Pokemon. Seraphol immediately fell in love with Suicune and the Aurora Pokemon immediately took a liking to her and let her hug her. She was impressed by Rayquaza and Dragonite, though Rayquaza ignored her and just lay down coiled up on the ground. Seraphol pouted and went to give Rayquaza a piece of her mind, but the green dragon legendary just opened one eye, stared at her for a while but then closed it and ignored her again. Seraphol looked completely devastated and dropped to her knees, not believing she was being ignored by such a cool dragon, but Dragonite leaned down and patted her head to console her. After she recovered from that blow to her pride, she went to say hi to the rest of the Pokémon and all of them were glad to see her, especially the water and ice-type Pokémon. Milotic gently wrapped around her and refused to let go, but Seraphol didn't mind and just rubbed her chin, causing Milotic to hum in happiness. Alola Ninetales got plenty of head pats while Lapras got chin scratches. Vaporeon just climbed up to Seraphol's shoulder and stayed up there like a fancy blue scarf. Overall, pretty much every Pokémon was excited to see her. Seraphol really liked Wigglytuff and hugged her for a very long while and even danced around with her. Some time passed, and after the girls helped me feed all the Pokémon, we all sat down to have our picnic surrounded by the forest and lake, which was also cleaned and purified by Suicune, so it looked beautiful. This was the scenery that we were eating too, and while doing so we also told everything we did to Seraphol, who listened intently. We told her about being adventurers, the monsters we hunted, the 4 idiots, Luna, our shop, my evolution to a heavenly dragon, and my show of power as a goodbye to the world where I met Yunyun and Wiz. We also told her about some of the enemies we faced, like Beldiot and the Winter Shogun, about all the spells and skills I have learned, about how Wiz was a lich, and then I turned her into a goddess of water, but most of all we told her how much fun we had. Seraphol softly smiled and stared at us for a minute. That all sounds so amazing and fun. Honestly, I'm a little envious, but I can wait my turn, and next time we all can go to another world and have a big adventure together. We all cheered in agreement. Now that I have evolved and I'm stronger, so has Astria and the system, now I can take anyone I want with me the next time I decide to world jump, and I'm planning on taking these 4 with me so we can have fun together. After that I began to tell Seraphol of all my plans, starting with the home I want her help with building. Seraphol turned to me and gave me her full attention. I smiled at her and began to explain, I need your help with a couple of things. Think you can give me a hand? Seraphol grinned. Of course I can. Actually, I'm a little offended that you had to ask, but oh well, that's just how you are. So what can I do to help you, Rean? I nodded and chuckled. I want to build a house here by this lake and forest for all of us. I want to build home together. I'll pay for everything, but I need help having someone build it. Seraphol softly smiled. She then reached out and gently caressed my face. Of course, I'll help you with the construction. This lake and forest belong to us already, so we can build whatever we want. Yunyun, Wiz, and Sakuya seemed excited about having a home of our own, and so was I. I also want to buy a shop in town. Wiz wants to open a sweet and cake shop, and I want to help her with that and enroll Yunyun to Ko Academy with us. Sakuya will help Wiz with the shop. Seraphol eyes sparkled. A sweet shop. Alright, I am in. I'll help Wiz get a good shop. I can't wait to taste her sweets and cakes. That one this morning was so good. Wiz giggled and pulled out a slice of cake that she had baked in the morning with the help of Sakuya. Seraphol squealed and happily began to eat it, while I then take out the small Alolan Ninetales plush doll I had made before leaving Konosuba. The girls squealed the moment they saw it. It was small enough to fit in my hand and I had made it with a strap. I will also make these and sell them in the shop. I think they'll be very popular, and by watching your reactions I think I'm right about this. The girls nodded, since to them it seemed like the cutest thing they had ever seen. Ninetales walked up to us and sat beside me and scratched my leg. I smiled, knowing what she wanted, and so I gave her the small plush doll, which she took in her mouth and sat down with it between her front legs. She looked mighty smug for some reason. The girls giggled. I almost finished mastering the sewing skill, so next I'll be trying to get a warding and enchanting skill and grind them. This way I can protect our home and shop with warding and create all kinds of things for us. The girls nodded while I took out a bunch of skills, spells and perks orbs I had created beforehand. I had already done this with Yunyun, Wiz, and Sakuya, so now it was Seraphol's turn. The girls nodded and smiled as soon as they saw me take out the skills, spells and perks orbs. Seraphol stared at them curiously. These are for you, Seraphol. They contain skills, spells and perks that I think would be very beneficial to you. I got a great skill that allows me to create these, so I can give to anyone a replicate of any of my skills, spells and perks. Seraphol widened her eyes in surprise and amazement. She knew I possessed some very powerful and interesting abilities, and now I can share those with her or anyone else. She smiled and then began to use them. I had already explained to her how I would use these type of orbs, so she knew what to do. Meanwhile, I took out the ring and necklace I bought what seemed so long ago. Wiz smiled when she saw me take them out, since she recognized them. Seraphol finished using the orb and was looking herself over in awe until I reached over and grabbed one of her hands and placed the ring and necklace on it. Seraphol looked at the two accessories and then looked up at me. I smiled at her as I explained, I bought these for you as a souvenir because of the enchantments on them, but I already gave you way better skills than the ones on these accessories. You're practically immune to holy light now and devil magic won't even affect you. With those skills and the rest you can pretty much beat down anyone in the supernatural world. But even still I want you to have that necklace and ring as a gift from me. Seraphol smiled and then gave me a kiss which I returned. Yun then suddenly stood up and tackled us down. Sarah. No fair, I want a kiss too. Sarah giggled and hugged Yun tightly while I smiled, was then laid down on top of me and hugged me. Sakuya smiled but then lifted her with my psychic and laid her down right in the middle of us. She of course huffed but accepted her fate and just got comfortable as we all lay there and enjoy our picnic along with our Pokemon friends. Things will be busy for a while, but by the time my second year of high school begins we should be more than ready for the series of events that we're about to hit Kuo. Chapter 17. Time passes by and a challenge. As me and the girls spent most of our time getting ready to start our new life together, time seemed to just pass us by almost instantly. Honestly, Seraphol wasted no time in getting our home built by our favorite lake and forest. It actually took about 2 days for it to be built. I was completely amazed by the fact that this happened so fast. I had seen it happen in the anime, but to witness it in real life was something else. Of course, getting the house built was the first step. We still had to get appliances and some other necessary things for us to be able to move into it. But we decided to take our time and slowly buy everything we wanted and think we needed first and then move in. Rika and my mom went around the shopping district with the girls to pick and buy anything they wanted. My parents were immensely surprised at the amount of cash I was using. They asked me about it and I told them that I get paid very well for monster hunting. They accepted my words because they knew of people who made a living like that. Apparently it was very common for a Hayashi to become a monster hunter. Still, they were a great help in getting everything we might need and more. Of course, the house was more like a mansion. According to Seraphol, we might need the extra rooms because she knew I would attract more girls. I sweat dropped when I saw Yun, Wiz, and even Sakuya nod in agreement to Seraphol's comment. I don't know what sort of expectations the girls have about me, but I feel like I should be scared or at the very least concerned. In any case, we ended up with a big mansion. We didn't care much about it because the more space the better for us and my Pokemon, plus the girls get to have a room each, though most of the time they go to sleep in my bed. I did ask Sakuya if she was okay with taking care of the mansion. She told me that it was no problem since it was way smaller than the Crimson Mansion and thus more manageable. Of course, me and the girls clean up after ourselves, so she didn't have to do extra work. The first time Sakuya saw us help with the cleaning, she actually teared up a bit but quickly hid it away. It seems that taking care of the Crimson Mansion left her with some trauma, so she was caught off guard when someone actually made an effort to help her. After 2 weeks, the girls and I moved to our new home, though my mom and Rika got very emotional. Honestly, my new home wasn't that far away, but they calmed down after I told them that they could visit whenever they wanted. Speaking of Rika and Mom, both of them fell in love with all my Pokemon. Rika seemed to have an affinity towards Dragon-type Pokemon with the way Dragonite carried her around in a tight hug all the time. Mom surprisingly was popular with Flying-type Pokemon. Pidgeot would always get close to her and demand attention. It was quite funny watching her being spoiled by a woman way shorter than her. Dad seemed to get along with either fighting or steel types. I'm not sure which yet, but it was one of those since Lucario seemed to like being around him and just sit on the couch and relax with my dad as he watched TV. But in any case, we moved to our new home and began to live our days together as family. Seraphol officially moved in with us too. I asked her if she could get in trouble with doing that, but she just shook her head and said not really. The lake, the forest, and this house is in Leviathan territory since I bought it, so I'm free to move here if I want to as long as keep doing my job, and anyways if they try to take me away you'll save me, right? What a cheeky Maou, but she's not wrong. I would kill anyone who would dare try to take her or any of the girls away from me. I also finished grinding my sewing skill and immediately started with the warding and enchanting skill. I bought these skills in the in-game shop. The only problem was that the prices for these skills were very overpriced. I was at a lose at how to get the money quickly since I didn't want to break my wallet, but I wanted those skills too. However, as always, Astria came to my rescue and created another dungeon mode. This one is named Prize Mode. This mode was very simple in how it works, technically is the same as Survival Mode. However, instead of getting increased EXP I would be getting increased money and loot drop rate. Sure, it sucked that I wouldn't be getting any EXP from this mode, but the increased money and increased loot drop were great, especially since I was starting to grind my enchanting skill, which will need materials to work with. So the girls, my Pokemon, and I jumped in a couple of times and boy was it worth it. It was way better than what expected. I even had enough to buy an extra skill. That skill was alchemy. This way I can make my very own magical medicine. Though I decided to focus on warding first, I wanted to be able to protect our home and shop from any supernatural being thinking they can just march in and take a seat without our permission. The only problem is that it might take me a while to grind the skill to master level. But I'm willing to work for it non-stop so I could master it as soon as possible. I also started making plus dolls of all my current Pokemon to start building a stock. The plan will be to release a few at the time so people could start to collect them. Some will be offered as prizes for buying the cake of the week. This was an idea that Seraphol came up with and Wiz ran with it. I thought that it was a great way to catch the people's attention and get more business. Seraphol also gave me a great idea in order to get the Pokemon known better in both the human world and the supernatural show. Her idea was to let her have some of them show up on her show once in a while, and since her show is popular among both children and adults, it was a great way to get the Pokemon plush dolls more attention. I liked the idea, and since my Pokemon were on a level beyond almost anything here, I can trust them to protect themselves, and so I decided to agree with Seraphol's idea. The first Pokemon we're going to introduce is Lugia, which will make an appearance in the upcoming Magical Leviathan movie. The plot will have Seraphol meeting Lugia in an underwater cave after being heavily injured and being thrown into the ocean. There she will befriend Lugia, the legendary Pokemon, and receive her help. I even made Seraphol a whole new magical girl costume with a Lugia motif. It looked more like a Japanese princess dress honestly, but both Lugia and Seraphol loved it. Lugia herself seemed to be excited about appearing in a movie too. A week after all of this, we finally bought our new shop. It took us another week to get everything ready for us to start selling sweets and baked goods, but we were able to finish a few days before the new school term started. Seraphol had already enrolled Yunyun to Kuo Academy and she was excited about going to school with me. We were all excited about the new shop too. Everything seems to be going our way, and even though I had sensed a couple of supernatural beings snooping around, the fact that Seraphol was with us most of the time made them stay away and leave, not wanting to catch her attention. But now that everything was ready and we had a couple of days of summer vacation left, we decided to spend some time in the instant dungeons to get stronger. Now that I had reached past level 50 as a heavenly dragon, the needed EXP points to level up were beginning to become ridiculously high, though it makes sense. If it was easy to become a dragon god, then many dragons would have reached that level way before me. Is only because I have the system and my dragon will perk that I'm able to continue to level up and grow stronger at this fast pace. The girls in my Pokemon benefited the most from these grinding sessions and had gotten even stronger. Even Seraphol and Sakuya had made a breakthrough in their limits. Seraphol had become a super devil, a class of power that was out of her reach for so long, and Sakuya had become even more dangerous. Now that she had grown even more powerful, her control over time and space had grown exponentially to the point that she can even freeze me indefinitely in time if she wanted to. Boy, was that scary, and it didn't help that Sakuya began to menacingly giggle to herself. This made even me get a shiver run down my spine. Our maid was a beautiful and hard-working girl, but boy was she scary when she wanted to be. I kind feel bad for the poor bastard that dares annoy her in the future. During those last few days of grinding, my new Pokemon were able to catch up to rest while all others grew even more powerful. Rayquaza and Ho-Oh, male, who was the Pokemon I had chosen to summon next, he's a phoenix. And a cool-looking one too, were able to become some of my strongest Pokemon on my team. Mom and Rika absolutely loved Ho-Oh and his rainbow-blowing feathers. Both had tried to pluck a few, but Ho-Oh would just peck their hands, not even letting them touch them. My mom and sister would rub their poor abused hand while glaring at Ho-Oh. It was hilarious to watch both my sister and mom whine and complain to Ho-Oh, who would just roost on the floor and stared at them like there were children misbehaving. Though the rainbow Pokemon did allow my father to pet him and sit around him, I'm not really surprised. My dad is a petty mellow guy when he's at home, so maybe that's why Ho-Oh likes to be around him? Who knows? However, summer vacation reached its end, Yunyun, and I finally had to go to school. Thanks to Seraphol, she would be placed in my homeroom so I can keep an eye on her and so she could feel at ease with a familiar face around. Unfortunately, this year we got the same homeroom as the perverted trio, and I didn't like it one bit, so I had Frostlass protect Yunyun while staying invisible, especially when Yunyun showered or changed in school. This meant that the perverted trio were often found frozen solid, buried underneath piles of snow, unconscious and having nightmares, or cursed by my ice and ghost-type Pokemon. No one knew how it happened besides me and Yunyun, that is, but most didn't care and were in fact very grateful to whatever was protecting the girls. the only thing everyone could notice when this sort of things happen would be a cute and chilling giggle that would echo throughout the area. Frostlass was definitely having a lot of fun. Yun was immediately accepted by everyone in class and had become to her shock quite popular with everyone. I chuckled and told her that I was expecting this to be the case since she was very pretty and adorable. This of course made her stutter and glow crimson red, which of course made her even more popular with everyone. Though many were surprised by my friendly demeanor towards Yun since I was pretty much cold and uncaring towards everyone else. Yun however innocently told everyone that I was always like that with her, that I was the sweetest and nicest boyfriend ever. I love Yun, I really do, but damn it. She just had to start such a cliché anime trope? And immediately I could feel the jealousy and utter hate from every male in the classroom, especially from the perverted trio. But I just glared at them all and punched the wall besides me cracking it and scaring the boys out of their hate-induced stupidity. This simple act reminded everyone what happened the last time the boys tried to jump me and they all backed off. However, over the days Yun's presence had a peculiar affect among the girls in school. Yun wasn't shy about speaking about me and how cool I am, well according to her, plus how sweet and caring I am to her all the time. I mean, sure I was always nice and caring to Yun, but who wouldn't? But all of this made the girls more curious about me and started noticing small things about me that they didn't before. Mostly things I would do for Yun, like always explaining what she didn't understand in class, how I would always give her a bento which she revealed I cooked for her, how I would open the door for her, smile and laugh. Overall they noticed how gentle and friendly I am to her. So the girls got the courage to talk to me and get to know me. I couldn't really ignore them either since Yun was with them and I didn't want to scare her new friends away. So I maned up and began to get more involved with my fellow classmates, not a lot but enough that they would be satisfied. And so days turned into weeks into months, and everything seemed to be okay as me and Yun enjoyed our school days while Wiz and Sakuya were having a great time over at the shop, which had become a hangout for some of the kids in town because of the sweets and Wiz's friendly and kind demeanor. Prairie much won them over. It also helped that the shop had the very beautiful and talented Sakuya working there, which of course not only attracted the boys but also the girls who had begun to admire Sakuya for her beauty and hard-working personality. Today me and Yun were having lunch with Keites and Murayama, who had become great friends with Yun. They had been hanging around with us a lot lately, but I didn't mind them. They were mellow and nice girls as long as you weren't one of the perverted trio, and had become somewhat friends with me. Yun had told them about my sword style earlier in the day, so they had grown curious about my skill with the sword. Keites was chewing her food while Murayama asked me questions. So Rean, Yun told us that you were a great swordman. But I really should have known, you're a Hayashi after all. Their sword style is pretty famous in Japan. Yun was drinking some tea but turned to look at me with curiosity in her eyes. I swallowed my food and then turned toward Murayama. I don't use the Hayashi style, I was never particularly talented with it. Keites swallowed her food. Oh? Then do you use another style? Yun described it as both elegant and fast. I raised an eyebrow towards Yun who shyly smiled, but I just smiled at her and shrugged. Yes, I use a different style. It's called 8 Leaves 1 Blade. Its style centered around speed, precision, and Ayajutsu techniques. Both Murayama and Keites out upon hearing about my style. Murayama excitedly stood up. Oh. How about you give the Kendo Club a demonstration after school today, Rean? I think everyone could learn something and it would be fun. I raised a finger to say that was busy or something. I wasn't particularly interested in showing off my sword style, but I made the mistake of looking over to Yun and was immediately hit with the puppy eye technique. It hit me hard and tried to fight its effects. I really did. I used all of my power and perks to resist it, but even as Heavenly Dragon I just couldn't win this battle and ended up agreeing with their request. Though Murayama and Takes giggled when they saw me physically struggle and Yun celebrate her victory, I just huffed in response, "What cheeky girls." Above Rean and his current company, by a window on the second floor, both Sona Citri and Rias Gremory were listening in to their conversation. Sona frowned and looked out the window. She was still confused by her sister's recent behavior and quite worried about the fact that she hasn't dropped by to visit her in a long time. However, she knows that Rean Hayashi is the cause of all these changes her sister was going through, and honestly she didn't like it. She wanted to find out more about Rean, but her sister's threat prevented her from doing so. More than anyone, she knew how violent and brutal her sister can be when she gets mad, and she did not want that sort of thing to fall to her. Rias was also curious and interested in Rean, but since Seraphal had practically threatened them off of him, she has been focusing on Issei Hayato instead. Still, she was quite curious about Rean, and what about it caught the attention of the Maou. This give us a chance to see what he can do. How about we force him a bit? What do you think, Sona? Sona looked at her rival and best friend for a second but then nodded. Alright, I must admit I'm curious about how powerful he has become since last semester. I can't feel anything on him anymore, but something about him just screams dangerous to me. Do you want me to ask Tomo to intervene? Rias turned towards Sona. No, let Kiba deal with this. I'm the one who proposed the idea, so let me handle it. Besides, Kiba is known to help the Kendo Club from time to time, so it wouldn't look suspicious for him to appear there. Plus, I agree with you. Something about him just screams dangerous to me too. Both girls didn't know it at the time, but they were about to see something both amazing and terrifying. After school, I was taken to the school's gym to meet the Kendo Club. There hasn't been any events in which the girls were peeped by Issei and his friends, as Frostlass has become the unofficial guardian of Kou Academy female students. So the girls in the Kendo Club were more friendly and mellow about having me around. This whole situation is completely different from what the anime showed. In the show, the Kendo Club was very suspicious and downright aggressive to every male except Kiba, but since they no longer had to worry about the perverted trio anymore, they were more relaxed and overall more friendly. I still didn't want to be here though, but since Yunyun seemed to want me to be more friendly and I just can't say no to her, I came along to showcase my sword style. I didn't know that the Hayashi sword style was famous, but according to Murayama it's very well known in Japan and many kendo practitioners dream of learning it, but since it's a sword style that's clan only taught, no one had the chance to learn. Kates then told me that when I arrived into this school everyone sort of expected me to join the Kendo Club, and the club itself was excited about finally having a chance to see the sword style. But I didn't seem interested in the Kendo Club, nor did I show interest in talking to anyone, so everyone had me pegged for a loner and sort of a talented bad boy because I had good grades. It was only because Yunyun began telling everyone in our class how nice I was to her and how awesome of a cook I am that they gained the courage to talk to and approach me. We soon reached the gym while Katesa continued to speak honestly. Everyone in the Kendo Club wanted to see or ask if you practiced Kendo, but you're kinda scary, Rean, so we never tried. Thank goodness for Yunyun. I sighed and turned my gaze towards Yunyun only to see her fidget and shyly play with her skirt. She's lucky, she's adorable. Just what did you tell these girls, Yunyun? Yunyun panicked a bit and stammered a bit. I just told them how you're always helping me and supporting me, plus they wanted to know about you more, so I told them about how cool you look when you use your tachi and how delicious your food is. I sweat dropped because Yunyun looked very intense in the end of her little speech. Murayama then sighed, it's so romantic. I can just see you supporting Yunyun and helping her come out of her shell like a prince. She looked up lost in thought along Kates as I sweat dropped. I can practically see just what sort of silly image they must be imagining, right? I'm telling you right now, that I'm not like you're imagining me to be. But I was completely ignored and Kates continued, ooh. And then you're like a knight in shining armor, protecting and caring for Yunyun. Kia. My eye twitch. Oi, can you not use me for your fantasies, please? However, I was once again ignored as Yunyun, Murayama, and Kate sighed and blushed. I just gave up and tiredly sighed. I turned around and to my horror I noticed the entire kendo staring at me with wide and sparkly eyes. You have to be kidding me. After this ridiculous show, everyone introduced themselves and I introduced myself as well. Murayama then went on to explain why I was here for. Alright. Everyone, we were finally able to catch the elusive Rean Hayashi. Everyone cheered, even Yunyun. I don't know why, but she cheered nonetheless, though I am happy that she seems to be having a lot of fun, so I'll just take this like man asterisk. They make me sound like if I was some sort of rare spawn in a game. In any case, after celebrating catching me, Murayama continued to explain. Kates and I were able to find out that no, Rean does not practice the Hayashi sword style. The girls whined and looked a little sad, but Murayama continued on, but he uses a sword style I haven't heard of before. He calls it the 8 leaves 1 blade style. Everyone awed and clapped in excitement, again Yunyun included, and I couldn't help but to sweat drop asterisk. Why is everyone so interested in what I can and can't do? I'm pretty sure I ignore everyone last year. Girls are just weird star. I could have sworn I heard both Astria and Excalibur giggle, but I ignored them. Best I don't give them any more ammo. Kates then went on, and thanks to Yunyun we were able to convince him to showcase it to us today. Everyone thanked Yunyun, who shyly smiled at everyone. He. Well, if she's this happy then I guess this isn't so bad. Suddenly a familiar annoying voice echoed throughout the gym. Oh? Well, isn't that interesting? Kiba Yuta was standing by the doorway and gave everyone that stupid fake smile of his. I had seen him around school before, but honestly seeing him in real life just showed how fake that smile of his is. I really didn't like him much in the anime, and now having seen him in real life I like him any less. The kendo club happily smiled and waved at him except Yun. She also noticed his fake smile and the fact that she knows he's a devil made her very cautious of him. I made sure to tell all the girls with Seraphul's help about the 3 factions and how each race of these factions usually acts. While the girls didn't like anything about what me and Seraphul told them, they knew they're good devils. Of course Seraphul proved that, but the fact that she herself told them that they should stay away from her faction and the other 3, showed how bad some of these can be. Murayama excitedly walked up to Kiba. Kiba, what are you doing here? I didn't think you would come to practice with us today. Kiba smiled at Murayama. Well, my day got cleared up, so I decided to come and help you guys today, but it seemed you had something planned. Bullshit. I know Rias and Sona were eavesdropping on me and the girls during lunch, so I know they sent you here to dig up information on me. Kiba then turned to look at me but slightly flinched when he noticed I was glaring at him a bit. He knows I don't like people and try to stay away from anyone, so he must get that I don't want to be around him, but since he was more than likely asked by Rias to do this, then he had to. Kiba then composed himself and spoke. The 8 leaves 1 blade style, huh? I must admit I have never heard of that style. If you don't mind, can you tell me where you learn it and from who? I stared into Kiba's eyes for a minute and made him sweat a bit. I don't know you and we have never spoken to each other before. I don't see why I should tell you anything about how I learned to wield a sword. This time Kiba actually visibly flinched back. I guess he's not used to anyone denying him anything and I caught him off guard. You're right, my apologies. I didn't mean to overstep any boundaries. I just ignored him, and Murayama, sensing the tension, spoke up. If you want you can watch Kiba. I'm sure Rean wouldn't mind. Kates handed me a bakuto and I smiled in thanks to her. She smiled back and then I turned towards Murayama. I don't care if he watches, I'm doing this for the kendo club anyways. Murayama brightly smiled and nodded, but Kiba had a mission from Rias and he needed to find out more about Rean. How about a spar, Hayashi? I'm sure you'll be able to show off your style better that way. I could see the entire kendo club get excited while me and Union frowned. Suddenly I heard Union's voice over telepathic chat. He's fishing for information, but I thought Seraphul warned these devils off. I sighed. She did, but that was a temporary thing at best. We knew that eventually they would get too curious for their own good. This was one of the reasons I went to your world. That way I was able to train and level up in peace. Yun frowned and looked down. I'm sorry, Rean, this is all my fault. It's just Murayama and Kates looked so excited and I also wanted you to make more friends. I thought it was a good idea to show off how cool you are. I chuckled. I swear Yun is just too sweet sometimes. It's okay Yun, this was bound to happen, so don't blame yourself and thank you for thinking about me. Besides, if he insists on doing this, then I'll teach him a lesson. Yun smiled and blushed a bit upon hearing my words and we cut off the telepathic chat as I turned towards Kiba. Look, I just came here to show the kendo club some of my sword style. I'm not interested in sparring with you, so could you just go sit somewhere and quietly watch? This time Kiba frowned. He must have not liked how I worded that, but I didn't care and just began to walk up to the mat. But suddenly he spoke again. Are you worried your style isn't as good as you think, Hayashi? I stopped mid-step and turned my head, gazed at him from my shoulder. I could see Murayama looking surprised, not expecting Kiba to act like this, but I know that behind that fake smile of his he was a prideful and foolish boy. I don't have to prove anything to anyone, least of all you. Murayama and Kates frowned, not expecting this sort of behavior from Kiba. Murayama, being the closest to him, spoke up. Kiba, I don't know what's gotten into you, but Rean already said that he didn't want to spar with you and wants to just showcase it. Could you just go take a seat? But Kiba, being a knight to Rias, wanted to help her get the information she wanted, plus the way Rean spoke to him annoyed him. It was like he didn't even consider him a challenge. Well, then it would be better to show this sword style of his against another foe, right? The kendo club was flabbergasted towards Kiba and couldn't believe he was acting like this. In reality, this is how Kiba really is. He was just too careful not to show this side of him. Me, on the other hand, got tired of him bothering me. Look, my sword style isn't one that lends itself to a friendly match. If we fight, you're going to get very hurt, possibly heavily injured, so just let this go and go sit down. However, Kiba didn't like my words and glared. He was proud of sword skills, especially since he was trained by Soji Okita, the knight of Surzex Lucifer, so he felt insulted by Rean words. He has been training hard and longed to destroy Excalibur. He wasn't going to lose to some unknown sword style. So he walked up to the Iraq nearby and grabbed a bakuto and walked up to the mat. He just stood there and waited for Rean to take his place. I sighed when I watched him ignore my words. I turned toward Murayama. You're a witness to him ignoring my warning. I take no responsibility if he gets too hurt, is that alright? Murayama gulped but nodded. Yes, don't worry, everyone here will speak in your behalf if Kiba tries anything after this. You did warn him and didn't want to have a match with him in the first place. Whatever happens, he will be responsible for it. I smiled at her and nodded while the kendo club and Yun went to take a seat on the stands. Then I walked up to the mat and got into my style stance, while Kiba just continued to glare at me as we waited for Murayama to start the match. It was at this point that both Sona, Rias, and her queen stepped into the gym, surprising everyone present. Rias smiled and made a show of supposedly looking for Kiba. "Oh, there you are, Yuto, what are you doing?" Kiba smiled at his king. "I'm about to have a friendly match against Hayashi here. I overheard Murayama say something about him using some sort of sword style and I got curious." Rias smiled. "Ah, that sounds interesting. Can we watch as well?" Me and Sona were about to head home, but this sounds interesting. The Kendo Club turned towards Sona, who nodded. I just ignored them by closing my eyes, but I do speak up. "It's not a friendly match." I warned Kiba that my sword style isn't one to be used for friendly matches, but his ego took that as an insult and he pretty much bullied us to do things his way. Sona and Rias turned toward Kiba and frowned. Rias wasn't happy that her knight decided to risk himself, but she believed in his skills, while Sona was unhappy about Kiba doing this in such a disrupting way. "Is that so?" Kiba flinched, but Murayama spoke up. "Yes, Rean had refused to have a match against Kiba multiple times and was warned that he could be heavily injured by Rean, but he refused to take no for answer. So we of the Kendo Club will speak in the defense of Rean Hayashi if Kiba tries to make Rean responsible for any injuries he might receive during this match." Sona frowned and turned her gaze towards Rias, who just grinned and nodded. Sona sighed and hoped her best friend knew what she was doing very well. "As student council president, I will also agree to this. I don't want the Hayashis to come down to the school again." Kiba nodded and smiled. I opened my eyes and turned my gaze towards Rias and Sona. Rias had a cocky smile on her face. She seems really sure that Kiba will win. Sona, on the other hand, looked serious and calculating. Watching her right now, I just couldn't believe she was Serafal's sister. Comparing the two was impossible. Serafal was a bundle of sunshine and smiles, but Sona was all about being strict and rules. What bothers me about this is that they genuinely feel they're entitled to act this way, and honestly I don't blame them. I blame the way they were raised, and even Serafal has told me that she and her parent had spoiled Sona too much, and the less it is said about Surzex the better. Too bad that with me, they won't be getting their way, and so I got into my 8 leaves 1 blade style stance and stared into Kiba's eyes as we both wait for Murayama to finally start the match. Rias, Sona, and their queens Akino and Sabaki went to take a seat. They tried to take a sit besides Yun, but she glared at them. I guess she wasn't happy with their intrusion into something that was meant for me and the Kendo Club to have fun. The Devil's Heirs and their queens flinched at the intensity of Yun glare and decided to sit a few rows above her. I smiled at her, which she noticed, and then she waved at me with a bright smile on her face. Murayama then raised her hand to turn to look at me. I nodded at her, and then she turned to look at Kiba and he nodded to her. She then turned to look at her and dropped her hand. Begin. Chapter 18. Kiba vs. Rean and the Death of the Pervert. A few seconds before Murayama yelled out begin and signaling the beginning of this match, I received a quest notification and I slowed down time so I could check it out. Ding! Ding! Yuto Kiba, Knight of Rias Gremory, has challenged you to a match and he wasn't willing to take no as an answer. This cocky and prideful devil thinks he has what it takes to take on a master of the 8 leaves 1 blade school of swordsmanship. Show him how wrong he is and teach him a lesson in humility. Objective 1, overwhelm Kiba into using his true strength. Objective 2, heavily injure Kiba and show him how beneath you he is. Reward 1, starter Pokemon token. Reward 2, passive skill, healing item amp. I quickly read the notification and mentally closed it while letting time go back to normal speed. I then got ready to face off against Kiba, who was looking at me with a bored look in his eyes. He really must think that I wasn't serious about my warning, or he doesn't know I'm not human and he's underestimating me. Well, I can't blame him. He is a devil, and if I remember correctly he was trained by Surzex Knight for a while, but still, to be this confident? And against a sword style he doesn't know? Sigh, star. Suddenly Murayama brought down her hand and loudly declared begin. Neither Kiba or I moved. We only stared at each other for a while. He was just standing there with a relaxed stance while I was ready for anything. Suddenly he spoke up to me. Well? Aren't you going to show this style of yours? Don't worry, I'll let you have the first move so you can show it off. I narrowed my eyes in annoyance. This son of a bitch is goading me. He wants to see what I can do. Alright, then let's give him a little scare. I moved my Bakuto and changed my stance into a Ayajutsu 1. I then bent my knees. I closed my eyes and used calm mind and focus energy to get ready. Everyone watching the match tensed up the moment Rean changed his stance. There was this invisible tension in the air and everyone was affected by it except Yun, who had already seen and sparred with Rean often enough to get used to this. Rias and Sona began to nervously sweat. They couldn't sense anything, but they knew that Rean did something right now. both Akano and Tsubaki, who were more attuned to matters of the spirit, narrowed their eyes when they saw Rean's presence change and calm down to a ridiculous degree. Kiba himself tensed up and began to profusely sweat as he watched Rean's entire presence and stance shift into something different, something very dangerous. As I kept my eyes closed, I used aura sense in order to stay in this state of super focus and kept an eye on Kiba. This is something I've been practicing for a while now, and it took me a while to perfect. It allows me to dodge, react and counter-attack all at the same time while not minimizing attack power. In other words, it was a cheap copy of Ultra Instinct, but one that was really powerful and only available to me to use, and today I'm going to use Kiba as a test dummy. Kiba waited and waited, but before he could decide do anything, Rean suddenly appeared right in front of him and had his Bakuto already in a mid-swing motion. The move was so fast and so abrupt that Kiba didn't have any way to dodge. His only option was to intercept the blow with his own Bakuto, and he did. However, Rean's swing was too strong and too fast. As soon as it collided with Kiba's Bakuto, a loud clack echoed throughout the gym and Kiba was sent flying back until he crashed against the ground, where he aggressively rolled and continued rolling backwards until he slammed against the wall located far behind him. Everyone was speechless. No one saw Rean move except Yun Yun, who was happily clapping. The Kendo Club was amazed at the speed and strength Rean just showcased. Sona and Rias stood up from where they were sitting and stared in disbelief as Rean twirled his Bakuto and made a motion of resheathing it on his hip. Kiba groaned and then got on his knees and hands. He coughed a few times until he recovered his breath, but then he noticed how his hands were shaking. He sat on his knees and stared at his hands in shock. W what? My hands, they can't stop shaking and they hurt so much, but how did he do that? Just what was that speed? I couldn't even seen him move, star. But then blood began to drip out of his mouth and he felt it. He used the back of his hand to wipe it off and then stared at the blood now gathered on the back of his fist for a second before moving his gaze towards Rean. I opened my eyes and stared back towards Kiba, who see me so taken aback by my attack he must be trying to figure out what happened and why he's taken so much damage with just one strike, but at that last second he reinforced his Bakuto with mana. It's the only reason I didn't snapped it in half with my attack. Those are some rather impressive reflexes. Murayama was in state of awe, so she didn't react when she saw Kiba slam against the wall, but she saw him struggle to get up. She raised her hand to declare Rean the victor when Kiba's voice stopped her. Wait. I can continue. Murayama and I stared at him perplexed for wanting to go on, but we watched him get up and grab hold of his Bakuto. He then walked back to the mat and started at me. I couldn't help but to sigh at this show of prideful and stubborn behavior. As soon as he walked up to me, I decided to speak. Don't you think you're taking this too far? Or are you too much of a slave that you just have to do this knowing full well you're going to get hurt? Kiba twitched and stared at me with widened eyes. I didn't care if they knew. I know about them anymore. At this point these devils were insignificant to me that I could care less what they wanted. Kiba then frowned. I'm not a slave. Rias is a kind and caring king. Besides, what would you know? I shook my head and began to walk back. Good thing no one was able to hear us speak, since we were pretty far away from everyone and I had raised a psychic barrier around us so no one else could hear what we were speaking about. You can call it what you want. To me you're nothing more than a slave. This is your last warning. If you continue I won't hold back my next attack. What I just did was just a simple swing at high speed. The next attack will be a legitimate technique from the 8 Leaves one. Blade School. I then got back to my spot and took down the psychic barrier and spoke loudly. Next, listen well Kiba, the next attack is coming at you full force. If you continue you really will regret it. Murayama turned to look at Kiba to hear his answer, but then sighed in disappointment when Kiba nodded to her. Very well, the match will continue. At this point Rias wanted to stop Kiba, but she couldn't just do so in the middle of the match, plus Sona had grabbed her arm and shook her head at her. I couldn't help but to sigh in disappointment to Kiba's stubborn attitude. Very well. Now everyone, I'll be using a technique from my style, so don't blink or you might just miss it. I got in my stance and held my Bakuto like it was sheathed and stared at Kiba. Kiba also got ready, but this time he took on a more serious stance and stared back at me. Murayama took a look at both of us and watched us a few seconds to make sure we were ready. Afterwards she raised her hand above her head and brought it down. Round 2, begin. This time Kiba rushed at me at his full speed. I could see him glare into my eyes as he got ready to strike me down. Too bad he's against someone who has instincts and reflexes beyond his understanding. I stare back into his eyes and I can see his widen in shock, since I'm pretty sure they're glowing, and took on their dragonic look. I tightly gripped the hilt of my wooden sword and got ready for my attack, and as soon as Kiba stepped over my range of attack I reacted with a technique 5th form, Sakura Morning Moon. Everything turned gray for a second the moment I chose to move. With godlike speed I struck Kiba on both of his wrists, then across the chest and finally the shoulder of the arm, wielding his bakuto. To everyone else present and witnessing this match, it looked like Rean had suddenly became a blur and then reappeared behind Kiba, standing where he swung his bakuto once and then proceeded to sheath it as if it was a real sword. Kiba just stayed standing behind him, completely frozen and unmoving until Rean finished making the motion of sheathing his bakuto, and then Kiba dropped on his knees and let out a scream of pain before falling face first into the mat. I turned my head a little and moved my gaze towards Kiba's unconscious body. I shook my head in disappointment. He's supposed to be a knight, and knight are supposed to have been granted a speed boost by their evil piece, plus he was trained by the strongest knight in the underworld, yet he didn't even see me move nor swing my sword. Well, I should have guessed that this would be the case, but to see it happen? Ria stooped up in a panic and screamed Yudo. She then turned towards Akino, who nodded, and then both of them stood up and rushed towards Kiba. Sona and Tsubaki followed behind and seemed to be worried as well. The Kendo Club were completely stunned about what they just saw me do. Murayama approached me and raised my hand. Winner, Rean Hayashi. I just smiled at her while I received a notification that I have received the rewards from the quest. What do you think about my sword style? Murayama turned her head towards me and grinned. I didn't see the actual attack, but I felt the vibrations of each strike. You really did look gallant at the end there, Rean. Like a samurai of old. The entire Kendo Club all came down and excitedly began to ask me question after question about the 8 leaves 1 blade style and how I was able to that fast. Yun then shyly walked through the Kendo Club and then hugged me tightly. Rean is mine. You won't take him because you just saw his coolness. Everyone stopped and turned to look at Yun in surprise, causing her to hide her face in my chest, and then everyone laughed good naturally at her. She turned her head to stare at the girls in the Kendo Club and pouted. Kate seemed to want to tease her a bit. Come on, Yun. Don't hog Rean all to yourself, let us have a little bit of him. Yun vigorously shook her head. No. Never. I couldn't help but to smile at Yun and pat her head. It was funny how she didn't mind Wiz or Sarah Fall, even Sakuya getting close to me, but if it was a girl she didn't know, she would get nervous for some reason and react very overprotective of me. Kate, Murayama, and the Kendo Club continued to tease poor Yun while I stared at her. She might be arguing with the girls, but I could see she was having fun. Sona and Tsubaki were inspecting Kiba while Rias fretted over him. Sona then began to explain broken wrists, pulverized shoulder blade, and his ribs were completely shattered. Rias, you have to take him to the underworld and get him a phoenix tear. These wounds are too severe for me or Tsubaki treat. Rias nodded and helped Akino gently take Kiba to their clubhouse so they can teleport to the underworld and to her house where she knows her mother keeps some phoenix tears. Sona though approached Rean and the Kendo Club. Mr. Hayashi, was it really necessary to cause so much damage? I raised an eyebrow and shrugged. He was won multiple times and he still wanted to fight me. I told him and all of you that my sword style isn't one for friendly matches. Besides, be glad that I changed the target of the last attack. That one is meant to hit the head. Sona and Tsubaki began to sweat. If Rean would have gone through that attack, Kiba would have been dead on the spot. Murayama stepped forward along the entire Kendo Club. That's right, President Sona. Rean didn't want to spar with Kiba, but he insisted and was even rude to him. Honestly, I expected better than that from him and from both you and Lady Rias. The girls of the Kendo Club nodded and Sona actually took a step back. She then sighed and nodded to them. She then turned around and quietly left. Suddenly Rika stepped into the gym, completely ignoring Sona and Tsubaki while she walked by them as they were walking towards the doorway. She looked around until she noticed Rean and Yun and then ran up to them. Big bro, Yun. Both me and Yun turned towards Rika the moment we heard her voice, and we saw her run towards us with a smile on her face. Oh Rika, what's up? Rika stopped right in front of us. I was looking everywhere for you, but I couldn't find you, and then I overheard some other students saying that you were going to showcase your skill with the sword. But looks like I missed it. I smiled at Rika. Since she started cool, she's been trying to hang out with me and Yun all the time. Of course I don't mind, since she seems to have gone back to being the little sister she used to be before her dragon's instincts took over. Though that made her want for me to spoil her all the time, but it was fine. The girls like Rika a lot and didn't mind her when she comes around to visit. Sorry Rika, maybe next time? Murayama and Kate stepped forward. Rean, who is this? I turned towards my classmates and pointed a thumb towards Rika. This is Rika Hayashi, my little sister. Everyone stared at Rika in disbelief, which isn't something new. Rika completely inherited our mother's look. She was blonde and had her hair up in a ponytail. She also has bright purple eyes, which were the only thing she got from my dad, so I was used to people doing a double take whenever they found out she's my sister. Rika waved at everyone. Hello everyone, like Rean said my name and Rean Hayashi a first year, it's nice to meet all of you. Murayama, Kates, and the Kendo Club cheerfully greeted my sister while Yun hugged her, which Rika returned with a smile. Even though Yun was older, Rika treated her like she was the younger sister, which was hilarious to watch. I patted Rika on her head. So why were you looking for me, Rika? Rika widened her yes, more than likely she just remembered she was looking for me. Oh. I just wanted to go with you guys back to the sweet shop. I heard from Wiz that she was making donuts today. I sweat dropped when I saw both Yun and Rika begin to drool over Wiz's sweets. I can't blame them though, since Wiz does have a great talent towards baking and making sweets. Murayama and Kates widened their eyes. Whoa. Are you guys talking about the new sweet shop that opened not too long ago? I've been wanting to go there for a while. You guys don't mind if we go with you, right? I turned around to tell them that we didn't mind, but as soon as I turned around I had to actually take a step back when I noticed the entire Kendo Club drooling while imagining all the sweets they're going to eat. Yun clapped yes. Let's all go together then. All the girls cheered and left right away to change while Rika and Yun stayed behind with me. Rika then turned towards me and spoke. Those girls that passed by me, those were devils, right? I could feel something dark about them, not evil per se but dark. I nodded to her. Yes, Sona Citri and Tsubaki Shinra. Sona is actually Seraphul's little sister, by the way. Rika raised an eyebrow. She is? She seems so uptight? Yeah, uptight to be Seraphul's sister. From what I have heard from everyone in my class, she is some sort of super student, high grades, and strict towards everything except those perverts you mentioned me to watch out for. Yeah, she's nothing like Seraphul. In fact, she's her opposite. To be honest, she's a bit annoying to me, but oh well. Soon enough the Kendo Club arrived back after having changed and we all left together towards Wiz's shop. Later everyone went into Wiz's shop, surprising Wiz herself when she saw a big group of girls suddenly rush in with Rean, Yun and Rika. Even thought shop had been opened for a while. It was still pretty unknown to the neighborhood but had steadily gotten more and more customers. Boys and men went there because of Wiz and Sakuya, who had become very popular. Girls and women went to the shop because of the different kinds of cakes and sweets you could buy there, plus the Pokemon plushies were very popular with them too because of their cuteness. The entire Kendo Club practically took over the shop and began to order all kinds of baked goods, while Wiz and Sakuya quickly took care of their orders. Yun and Rika went into the back and changed into a maid uniform and helped Wiz and Sakuya with the big group of girls wanting to appease their sweet tooth. Needless to say that the Kendo Club fell in love with Wiz's shop and even bought all kinds of Pokemon plushies. When Rika informed them all that it was me who had made them, all of them stared at me in awe at my ability to make such cute little things. I was happy to be praised and I was enjoying watching the girls gush at the plushies I had made while drinking some coffee that Sakuya had just served me. You seem happy, Master Rean. I smiled at Sakuya and nodded. Of course I am. The shop is doing great, Seraphul, Yun, Wiz, and you seem happy with it and the house, and that makes me happy. Sakuya gave me a smile and discreetly grabbed my hand. It sure was a surprise when she started doing this, but I got used to it. I mean, we have been living together with the girls for a few months now, so I had plenty of time to get used to her showing affection like this, though I'm pretty sure it was Seraphul who convinced her to be more open with her feelings. While she was holding my hands, I took a look around the shop and checked over the wards I have made for it. Since I had been grinding my warding skill non-stop, I was now able to create some very powerful wards that had my energy and natures attached to them. Around our home and the shop there's anti-scrying, anti-teleport, intruder alert, anti-magic field, and a bunch of other ones we can activate. Anyone not registered by me will be considered an enemy and the wards will react as such. The wards themselves carry dragon slaying, god slaying, and holy properties, so you have to be either very brave or very stupid to try to break into our home or shop. I had already mastered warding, so I could even raise barriers with warding properties with a snap of my fingers, though it was a grueling few months of grinding to master the skill. But now that I did, I have started to grind on my alchemy skill and began to create all kinds of magical medicines. Now the girls carry a good supplies of these with their space manipulation skill that I gave to them. Well, of course, except Sakuya, who already had the skill. It never hurts to be prepared after, and now that I have the healing item amp perk for beating the shit out of Kiba, these items will be 50% more effective. This is a skill I will be giving to the girls later. Soon Sakuya let go of my hand and went to take another order while I smiled at her. She seems so happy and relaxed, which is great. No one likes and stressed Sakuya. I'm happy that she seems to be enjoying herself too. Was having the time of her life as well. Having a successful shop has always been her goal, and after having succeeded with her shop back in Konosuba and now here too, she seems mighty proud and happy about herself. Soon enough the Kendo Club left, and after saying goodbye to us and me they all left with smiles of their faces and Pokemon plushies in their hands, though they did vow to come back again soon, which made was very excited at having even more costumers now. After they left we began to clean up and prepare to close up. Me and Yunyun had homework to do and Wiz and Sakuya had to prepare for tomorrow's new batch of sweets and baked goods to make, plus Serafal must be already waiting for us so we could eat dinner together. Meanwhile in the student council room Sona, Rias and her peerage had gathered together to speak about what they had seen Rean do today. Sona was looking down in both concern and curiosity. What she had seen Rean do was incredible, she herself couldn't even see him move. She looked up at Rias's face and she could see she was also curious and interested in him. Rias, remember that my sister said to stay away from him. We got away with it today because Rean was with the Kendo Club, but according to Kiba, Rean was completely aware that we were the ones that sent him to get more information on him. Rias huffed, I know, but I need all the help I can get. Sona, you know that I do, and Rean is so strong, he could help me. But Serafal just had to protect him, and I'm pretty sure he knows about us devils. Kiba told me he called him a slave and me his master. Sona sighed, I know you need help, but the fact that he knows about us and he has that sort of opinion of us, I don't think he would ever help you, and besides you have Issei, right? Rias nodded and sighed, yes, it seems like a fallen angel asked him out, and I'm pretty sure she's either going to recruit him to the Grigori or kill him. They're having a date this weekend, so I'll make sure he gets one of my summoning flyers just in case he gets into trouble or needs help. Sona nodded. She didn't like the fact that fallen angels had suddenly appeared here in Koho, but her and Rias couldn't do anything about it without knowing if there were strays or if they were here under orders. How's Kiba? Rias frowned and looked down. He's fine. The phoenix tears healed him almost completely, but his pride took a hit. He told me that he was so overwhelmed that he tried to use his full speed and strength and he still couldn't defend against Rean's attack. Just what was that technique? I've never seen anything like it. Sona agreed. That sword style was dangerous and something about it just made her nervous, like if she had a blade up against her throat the entire time she watched the match. He called it fifth form. Sakura Morning Moon, if it's just the fifth form, I wonder how many more are there? Is Kiba coming to school tomorrow? Rias shook her head. No, mother wanted to keep him at home for a couple of days, just to make sure he's all better, so he'll be back by Monday. Sona nodded. I see, then I'll take care of his absences, and please Rias, don't provoke him. Rean doesn't seem to be taken with us. As a matter of fact, he seems to not want anything to do with us. Rias frowned but nodded. However, Sona knew it was a matter of time before Rias grew desperate enough to seek Rean out. Hopefully he'll want to help her, or at the very least listen to her, but somehow she doubted very much. Still, she can only hope that Serafal didn't get involved again and that Rean didn't get aggressive. They still don't know how strong he really is, and she rather not want to deal with the Hayashis ever again. The next couple of days everyone seemed to have heard how I beat the Prince of Koho. I'm pretty sure the Kendo Club were at fault, but I just ignored the looks. Yunyun got a little bit nervous though and held on tight won my arms. Rika seemed proud and walked with her head held up high. She seemed very happy that I had beaten Kiba. Like me, she didn't like him very much and had even told me that his smile looked so fake that she wanted to slap him for it. Rika was a very aggressive girl, that for sure. In any case, as we were walking to our classroom I noticed Issei with his two other perverted friends talking. Apparently he was telling them about how he's going on a date with his girlfriend this weekend. So Canon is here already and Rainier is going to kill him this Sunday. I might as well get rid of her and her friends at the church. I know I'll take care of Rainier after she kills Issei, and then I'll call Serafal to let her know about the fallen angels, that way she can squeeze Azazel for his minions killing a kid on devil territory. Then I'll take care of the other fallen and freed, that way Rhea still gets the idiot in her peerage. Hopefully Todd will be enough to stop her for bothering Star. With that plan made in my head, I continued on towards my classroom while Rika separated from us to go to hers. Sunday soon arrived. I spent this entire day off with the girls and my Pokemon by the lake. We decided to have a barbecue since it was a great day to do so. I cooked everything and even made Pokemon a lot of poke puffins so all of them had something to snack on later. It was a great day to be lazy and just enjoy each other company. Even Sarah Fall was happy to take a day off from her work as a Maou just to spend it with us. Over the time we have been back to my world, I would constantly take out the girls on dates. Each one had their preference. Yunyun liked trying new things, so I would take her to all kinds of places she's never been before, like the museum or the aquarium, while Wiz became a vivid movie watcher, so I would take her to the movie theater for our dates. Sarah Fall likes going on a picnic or the arcade. I had even taken Sakuya on a couple of dates. She was an odd one. She would either want to stay at home and be lazy with me or go to places where we can spend time with each other alone, like the lake or the park. She did enjoy getting spoiled a lot though, so I always made sure to get her whatever she wanted. I think the girls had already accepted and planned how to get Sakuya to join the harem. I'm more surprised that Sakuya seemed to be willing to become one of my girlfriend, but I'm not going to complain about it though. I rather like the fact that Sakuya felt comfortable enough with me to show me her lazy side. I don't think anyone even knew she had this kind of side to her. In any case, I spent the entire day with my Pokemon friends and girlfriends, so by the time night was beginning to fall I decided it was time to go and take care of Rainier. I told the girls that I was going for flight, and since I'd been doing that often enough they didn't question it. Soon enough arrived at the fountain in the park where I met Serafall. Soon I landed behind a tree and used my skill lurk so that no one could detect me and begin to wait for both Issei and his fallen girlfriend to arrive. It didn't take too long for them to do so, and I watched as Rainier did her die for me speech and Issei just stood there in confusion for a second before Rainier took on her true appearance, causing the pervert to fall on his ass and then get stabbed in the gut. Sigh. I'm pretty sure he didn't run because he got so distracted by her breasts, I swear. I just can't deal with people like him. I then watched as Rainier sat on the fountain and then proceed to tell Issei how much of a risk he was and that she needed to take him out. At this point I had enough of this nonsense, and as soon as I saw her about to take off and launched myself at her at full speed and hit her in the abdomen with a thunder punch. The electric attack released a maelstrom of purple lightning that electrocuted Rainier and caused her to scream in pain as she was sent flying and crashing against a tree. Just for good measure I hit her with a thunder wave so she couldn't escape and began to walk over to her. She glared at me the moment I came into her view. Who are you? Don't you know who it is you're attacking? I just ignored her. I had no reason to explain myself, much less to her. I reached over, grabbed hold of one of her wings and began to drag her back to the fountain. Once we reached the dying Issei, I slammed Rainier into the fountain, causing her to grunt in pain. I then grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up, where she began to struggle a bit, but the paralysis didn't allow her to even struggle too much. She began to panic the moment she saw my eyes, which by now were glowing. Wait. If you kill me, my allies, will come for you and your family. You don't want that, right? I narrowed my eyes and glared at her. Did this idiot just threaten the family of the one who's holding her up by the neck? Sigh, are all fallen this arrogant and stupid? I hope not, I really do. I was about to snap her neck when Rias finally appeared via summoning circle. The moment she saw me she froze and stared at me with wide eyes. She then moved her gaze towards Rainier and then towards Issei, who had by now died. She then moved her gaze back to me. Rean, what are you doing here? I must have completely caught her off guard that she just didn't know how to react. Sigh. I just watched this fallen kill the pervert on the floor and then you appear out of nowhere. So what I am doing? I'm about to kill this woman. Why? Rias flinched at my tone. Can you not kill her? I want to know what she's doing here. You might not know this, but Koa was sort of my territory and Sona's as well. I tilted my head. I'm aware, however I don't care about any of that. I don't want to leave a murderer roaming around my town freely, but you're right, I might as well find out what's going on first. Now give me a minute. Rias just stood there completely and utterly confused at my nonchalance towards her and watched as I took out my cell phone and immediately called Serafall. It didn't take long for her to answer. Oh. Hey Serafall, you won't believe what I just witnessed tonight while I was on my nightly flight. Can you come to my location real quick? Alright, thank you. Both Rias and Rainier stared at me in disbelief that I had just called a Maou so casually and talked to her like that over the phone. Rias was starting to panic, and that panic only got worse when she saw Serafall appear in some kind of instant teleportation she had never seen before. Serafall was smiling when she appeared, but that immediately changed when she noticed me holding a fallen angel by the neck, a dead teenager on the floor, and Rias standing there and gaping at her. Rean, let go of that fallen angel, you know where she's been. And with that comment from my girlfriend Serafall is how canon began in this version of High School DxD. Chapter 19. The Abandoned Church Clean-Up. Rean, let go of that fallen angel, you don't know where she's been. Rias gaped at Serafall's comments for a good second before in the end I ended up chuckling in amusement. Still I dropped the paralyzed Rainier, who let out a grunt in pain from her body suddenly hitting the ground. Serafall smiled and nodded at me. She then turned her head towards Issei to inspect him. Rias, why are you here? And why does this dead boy have one of your summoning flyers? I watched as Rias tensed up from Serafall's tone of voice, and I can understand why. Serafall wasn't her usual cheerful self. No, right now she was Leviathan. That tone of voice made Rias immediately begin to answer. We knew that this fallen angel was interested in Issei. She pointed at Rainier, who looked surprised that the devils had known of her presence. While Rias continued to speak, but we didn't know what she was after, so I had my familiar give him one of my flyers just in case. Didn't think she would kill him. In fact, me and Sona thought that she was trying to recruit him for the Grigori. Serafal turned her head and gazed into Rias's eyes, causing the Grimoire to gulp. Is that so? Then why didn't you or Sona inform my parents or yours? Sona could have even just contacted to let me know about this. I am the one in charge of foreign affairs after all. I could have easily contacted someone in the Grigori and asked what a fallen angel is doing in devil territory. Rias frowned and just stared back towards Serafal. She didn't seem to want to answer her questions, but Serafal then glared at her, causing the Grimoire to begin to sweat and answer her question. Sona didn't want to tell you because she thought you would make a big deal out of it or do something stupid. We also didn't tell our parents because this is something that we can handle. Asterisk goddamn, that's both stupid and a bit cruel of Sona to say. She should know better. Serafal might act childish and silly at times, but that's because she's trying to hide her stress and worries from those she loves. In reality, she's very serious about her job as Maou and her show. Serafal stared into Rias's eyes for what seemed hours, but then she turned and stared into my eyes and it broke my heart. She was tearing up, but she was trying really hard to keep the tears from falling for her eyes. I can only imagine that she must be feeling angry, sad, and very disappointed right now. Serafal then softly spoke. I see. I'm disappointed in both of you, and I'll be speaking to my parent and yours about this. Rias, Koa isn't yours or Sona's playground. You can't make decisions like these on your own. Go home. Rias flinched. More than likely she was dreading the upcoming call she was going to get from her mom and dad, but Serafal was absolutely right. He and Sona are too young to make decisions like these on their own, especially since it could affect thousands of lives. However, Rias spoke. I was hoping to reincarnate Issei. He didn't have to die tonight, and it's kinda of my fault that this happened. Serafal didn't say anything, but I did. Please, I know you're interested in the sacred gear inside this boy. Why else would you even consider adding a person with his reputation to your peerage? Rias just looked down and said nothing else. Serafal then spoke up. Rean, bring him back to life. And Rias, if you want to add him to your peerage, you will approach him and ask him. We do not do things like the old Satan faction used to. Go home now. Rias' eyes widened when she heard Serafal's request for me, but knowing that asking about it would be pushing it, she nodded and then teleported away via her summoning circle. I pointed a hand towards Issei and began to chant, bring back this soul from purgatory. Resurrection. Light engulfed Issei's body and lifted him a bit off the ground and began to heal the hole in his stomach. He then was let down on the ground where he laid unconscious but alive. Rainier could only lay on the floor unable to move thanks to being paralyzed as she watched Issei's chest began to move up and down, signaling that he was once again alive. I then summoned Gardevoir, who appeared in a flash of white light. Gardevoir, can you teleport Issei back home for me? You can get his address from his memories, but be careful, he's a pervert and who know what's inside that head of his. Gardevoir frowned and looked like she didn't want to read his mind, but then she sighed and squared her chest. She then proceeded to carefully read Issei's memories and immediately teleported him back to his room. Thank you, Gardevoir. Can you go and let the girls know that me and Serafal will be out for a few hours? Gardevoir smiled and nodded. She then teleported herself to our home, while I turned to look at Serafal, who was looking down and trembling. Sigh, hearing that her sister doesn't want to talk to her even in this kind of situations because she thinks that her older sister is too bothersome to deal with, must have hurt a lot. I didn't like it when Serafal was sad or stressed. Lately she's been very happy and excited about everything we had done together with the girls, but this? Well, this must have been quite the hit for her, so I don't wait any second longer and went to hug her tightly. Serafal hugged me back immediately and I could feel my shirt get wet from her tears. Sarah. Sona doesn't know what she's talking about, she's only thinking of her perspective. She has no idea what you do and what you have to deal with on a daily basis. Serafal just hugged me even tighter. I know, but this is my fault too. I just want her to see me always happy and fun. I love her so much, but I didn't think it would be so bad that she would do this just so she wouldn't deal with me. I frowned. Sure, I know that Serafal can be intense when she wants to show someone how much she loves them, but I don't think it's too bad, not to this point at least. Sarah, you know I love you. Even with all of your quirks and craziness, I accept you. Yunyun, Wiz and Sakuya love you too. No matter what the rest of the world thinks of you, we love and care about you just the way you are. So what if your sister doesn't appreciate the fun and exciting you? We do. Serafal looked up to me and I gave her a smile. I reached my hand over to her face and gently wiped her tears. Plus the Pokemon love you too, you know? Serafal finally giggled because it was true. My water and ice type Pokemon might follow her everywhere and like her a lot, but one of my Pokemon loves her and would do anything she asks at any time, even Rayquaza, who seems to have fun ignoring Serafal. I grinned at my girlfriend and kissed her forehead. Now cheer up, we still have to deal with this Fallen and find out what she's doing here exactly. Seraphol nodded and then let go of me. She turned towards Rainier, who was still laying on the floor, and Seraphol began to walk up to her. To Rainier's growing dread, the temperature began to drop as frost and ice began to spread around with each step Seraphol took while making her way to Rainier. Once she reached the terrified fallen angel, Seraphol then spoke as her eyes began to glow in the dark of the night, while ice began to spread over Rainier's arms and legs. So, what are you doing in devil territory, Fallen? And why did you kill that boy? Azazel wouldn't have ordered you to attack a sacred gear wielder, he's such a nerd for these things to do that, so speak. I walked up to Seraphol completely unaffected by her super cold aura. Rainier, however, wasn't so lucky though. Her arms and legs were already completely frozen up to her knees and elbows. I could tell by the look on her face that Rainier was terrified. That fear made her immediately sing like a canary. We received orders from the higher-ups in Grigori to kill the boy. His sacred gear was deemed to be a threat to us. The order came with Lord Azazel's signature. Seraphol stared into the eyes of the utterly terrified Rainier and then suddenly took out her phone and bent down on one knee while making a call. She grabbed hold of one of Rainier's now frozen solid finger and held it while she waited for whoever she had called to pick up. Eventually that person seems to have picked up because Seraphol immediately began to speak. Hello Azazel, do you mind telling me why I found a fallen angel on Citri and Gramarye territory under your order to kill a boy? Seraphol then snapped the finger she was holding, shattering it and making Rainier to scream in pain. Wow, this is Civil War Seraphol. For some reason my dragonic instincts like this side of her a lot. Holy shit. Sarah is hardcore. But I guess it's to be expected, she's been in a war so she knows that this isn't the time to play around. I nodded to Astria's assessment and even Excalibur agreed with her if her humming was anything to go by. I heard who I think is Azazel speaking to Seraphol, but Rainier's screams of pain didn't let me hear what he's saying to her as Seraphol continued to snap each and every finger in Rainier's hand. Suddenly Seraphol spoke. I see, so they were only meant to monitor the boy. Do you know she's saying that you sent her an order to kill him with your signature and everything, right? Seraphol, after finishing snapping fingers like a boss, then got up. Oh? So you never sent any order like that to them? So there's more fallen her in Kootub. How curious. You do know my sister and Sirzek's sister live in this territory, right? I'm not happy about this at all, Azazel. I told you and Michael to keep your cronies away from Kuo. Azazel seemed a bit frantic by the way his voice sounded on the other side. Seraphol suddenly scoffed. Well, whatever, I'm taking care of these fallen angels and whoever else they brought with them, Azazel, so consider them dead. She hung up and then glared at the sobbing Rainier. Foolish fallen angels, you should have stayed away from this town. Even Azazel didn't care about what happened to you and your friends, he already declared you as strays. Rainier stared with wide eye in disbelief about what Seraphol had just said. That's a lie, Lord Azazel wouldn't abandon us like this. I just shook my head. To my Azazel always seemed like a very irresponsible guy who just cared about his interests. I mean, one of his major reasons he wanted peace was so he could continue to study sacred gears without worrying about conflict. He had said so himself, so I could only watch on as Seraphol completely froze Rainier and then shattered her into many pieces until there was nothing left of her. Seraphol sighed and then turned towards me and gave me a smile. Hey Rean, how about we go on a hunting fallen angel date? Sounds like fun, right? I just chuckled in amusement and nodded. Of course, that does sound like an interesting date. Do you know where they're hiding? Or do you want me to find them? Seraphol shook her head. That idiot Azazel told me where they're hiding. They're using the abandoned church in town. I nodded. I already knew where they are, but it was great that Azazel told her where they are. So we're killing them all? Seraphol shrugged and grabbed my hand as we began to walk towards where the church is, because why not? He wanted us to keep them alive, but fuck him. He shouldn't have sent them here knowing full well this is devil territory. I nodded and grinned. Seraphol is such a badass sometimes. Too bad no one really knows of this side of her. Everyone who has seen it was an enemy during the Devil Civil War and they all died facing her. I didn't take us too long to get to the abandoned church and we even stopped at a convenience store to buy some snacks along the way. I don't know why, but I thought it was funny how we really were treating this as a casual date. Forget the fact that we're about to murder 3 fallen angels and a bunch of stray exorcists. However, as soon as we got close to the church I received a quest notification. Ding! Ding! A new quest has been received. Clean up the abandoned church. A group of traitor fallen angels and stray exorcists have moved into Kuo's abandoned church and are using it as headquarters where they plan to extract the sacred gear of excommunicated nun Asia Argento. Make sure this doesn't come to pass and clear out the abandoned church with your awesome girlfriend Seraphol. Objective 1, kill fallen angel Miltelt. Objective 2, kill fallen angel Kalawarna. Objective 3, kill fallen angel Donasek. Objective 4, kill the mad stray exorcist Freed. Objective 5, kill the group of stray exorcists hiding in the basement. Reward 1, common Pokemon token. Reward 2, random skill orb. Reward 3, skill orb Petra Eyes. Reward 4, skill orb, weak kill. Reward 5, perk orb, blitzkrieg. Asterisk huh? That's a lot of rewards and objectives. Astria, if Serafall kills any of these, will I still get the rewards? Star. Yes. She is a member of your party after all, so her kills count as yours. I see, thank you Astria. You're welcome Rean. I ate the last of the chips I bought and walked up to the door and snapped my fingers, creating a ward around the church so no one could escape. Serafall looked around noticing the ward and nodded at my work. Okay, I'm going to knock, so get ready. Serafall nodded and bit down on the lollipop she was eating so she can finish it quickly. I nodded back at her and then cupped my hands. Energy coalesced between my cupped hands and suddenly I pushed them forward. Beast. The energy burst out as I called out the name of my skill and took the form of a roaring lion as it destroyed the door and sent pieces of it flying forward and striking one of the fallen angels standing on the other side. I believe this one was called Donasek. The pieces of door hit him so hard that they went through him and instantly killed him. The other two fallen angels, Miltult and Kalawarna, took off flying to dodge the pieces of door while Freed frantically rolled dodge to the side. With Donasek dead, Miltet and Kalawarna tried to fly out a window to escape once they who had arrived as Serafall step inside first, but Serafall pointed a finger at them and chanted, "O lightless tempest from distant regions, stretch out thy tenebrous arms and lead my enemies to their eternal slumber." Black hole. Serafall quite literally dropped a black hole between Miltult and Kalawarna, who were caught by surprise and were instantly dragged and torn apart by the Serafall's dark elemental spell, along a good portion of the ceiling and wall of the church. Freed stared in surprise at what had just happened to his so-called allies. Fuck this, no one said anything about fighting a Maou. I don't want to die here, so bye. He then lifted an arm and suddenly slammed a flashbang onto the floor, but thanks to our perks we were completely unaffected by it and watched as he jumped out a window and began to run at full speed away from the church. I grinned, wait for it. As soon as Freed tried to run past my ward, he stopped and began to scream as he was suddenly turned inside out and then dropped on the floor dead. Serafall rose an eyebrow. Nasty. I want to learn that. I chuckled and nodded, sure, I'll give you a skill orb later. Now, let's see who else is here, shall we? Serafall nodded and I closed my eyes. I then activate my aura sense skill and check out the entire area. I looked towards the basement and noticed that it was full of stray exorcists who were instantly tagged by my skill as enemies and appeared on the mini-map. That's a lot of stray exorcists in the basement. Just what were they planning to do here anyways? Serafall shrugged, who knows? Azazel didn't seem to have an idea as to why they were doing all of this, but let's just deal with those strays before they attack and hurt someone in town. I nodded and then walked up to the pedestal and easily moved it aside, revealing a secret passage. Serafall, odd, we're so adding secret passages and rooms to the house later, they're so cool. I smiled and was very glad that Serafall was having fun and seemed to have forgotten about Sona for now. I nodded and then grinned. Sounds like a plan. I'm sure we can ask Sequoia to help with that. I'm pretty sure the Crimson Mansion was full of secret passages, so she must know about them a lot. Serafall nodded excitedly as we walked down the stairs and stopped by the door. How much do you want to bet that they're already waiting for us on the other side? Serafall giggled, that's a sucker's bet, Rean. How should we do this? I looked up to think for a bit. Suddenly an idea hit me. Oh. I have an idea. Serafall turned to look at me as I opened a small portal using both time and space manipulation and stick my hand in. Now let's do this. Poison powder. From the door in front of us, screams of panic and frantic running began to be heard, but I used my other hand and used psychic hold the door closed until me and Serafall stopped hearing noises from the other side, and I got a notification that I have completed my quest, but I'll wait until later to check out my rewards, and mentally closed right away. I nodded to myself and pull my hand out of the small portal I created and then close it. Right, they should all be dead or in the process of it. Serafall nodded and I then opened the door with psychic. As we stepped inside, we could still see the purple dust of poison powder linger in the air, but our perks practically made us immune to all poisons, so we just looked around. All the exorcists were in the floor, either dead or twitching. We then looked ahead and noticed a strange-looking cross. I knew what it was, but Serafall didn't, so we stepped closer to take a better look. Serafall then turned to look at me. What is this? I hummed and used my luminous dragon eyes to find out more about this thing. Object: Sacred Gear Extractor. A magical artifact created by the fallen angel Azazel. This one, however, is a very early prototype that was scrapped when it was found out that by using it, it would inevitably kill whoever gets their sacred gear extracted with it. It has many flaws and it's a danger. I turned towards Seraphol, who was patiently waiting. As soon as she noticed my eyes glow, she knew I was using my skill to find out about this strange object. This is a sacred gear extractor, but it's a prototype and it kills whoever it's used on. What do you want to do with it? Seraphol turned to look towards the sacred gear extractor with a frown on her face. Let's destroy it. It's too dangerous for any faction to have something like this in their hands. I nodded and pointed an open hand towards the dangerous magical artifact, and with a burst of purple stardust energy it was completely destroyed. Okay, it's done. What's next? Seraphol nodded and stretched. Well, let's go home. I'll send someone to come and clean all the bodies later, but for now I think we deserve to relax and rest. I smiled and then hugged Seraphol. Hey, how about I give you a ride in my dragon form? You're the only one who hasn't seen it yet. Seraphol's eyes sparkled and practically dragged me up the stairs and outside the church, where I happily transform into my dragon form, and Seraphol awed at it. I leaned my head and nuzzled my snout to her, causing her to giggle and hug it. Rean, thank you for cheering me up. Hearing that Sona rather risk war with the fallen faction than to call for my help hurt. It hurt a lot, but you're right. I have you, the Pokemon and the girls, all you want me around and love me for who I am. I don't need anyone else but you guys, my family. I smiled at her and gently picked her up in the palm of my claw, where she sat and got comfortable. Then with one mighty flap of my wings I took off into the night sky. You're welcome, Sarah. And never forget, we all love you, craziness and all. Seraphol smiled and then giggled as we flew towards our home, our wooden mansion by the lake, where Yunyun, Wiz, Sakuya, and my Pokemon are waiting for us. We are looking forward to resting. This Sunday night was a busy one after all. Sona was frustrated and angry. Her parents had called her back into the underworld Monday after school. Once there, her parents along Seraphol really let her have it and had berated her for acting too immature and irresponsibly. But the worst part was Seraphol's anger and disappointment present in her face. Rias had told her what had happened on yesterday evening, the fact that Rean had so casually called her sister and taken care of the fallen angel that had killed Issei bothered her to no end. She had her suspicions about Rean and her sister, but not having any proof she chose to push it aside, and now she was regretting that. Seraphol stared into Sona's eyes while their parents just watch on. Seraphol then spoke up. Sona, the next time you choose to keep information like this from father and mother or me, there will be harsh punishment. Regardless of what you think of me, I do have a job and I'm very good at it. I'm not about to let you or Rias ruin my hard work in keeping the peace between factions because you both think you're adults and have the right to make decisions like that ones you both made. Sona looked down and couldn't say anything in return to her sister's words, while Seraphol continued. I also heard about how you and Rias had Kiba antagonize Rean into a spar even when he warned him how dangerous it would be. I told you and Rias to leave him alone. Do you both not take me seriously? Are you both defying Maou? Do you think both you and your peerages can stop me if I decided to show you why it is that earned the title of Leviathan? Sona flinched. In hindsight she knew she shouldn't allow that continued, but she's just too curious about Rean, to the point that curiosity led to frustration and poor decisions. Just why do you care about him so much? I know he's a Hayashi and the supernatural world is practically too afraid to do anything to them, but just why are you protecting him? Wouldn't be better if he allies himself to the devil fact dash. What Sona was saying was cut off when Seraphol demonic energy suddenly exploded from her. Immediately ice began to spread from Seraphol, who had gone into some kind of transformation that both Sona and her parents hadn't seen before. Seraphol stood up, her body covered as some kind of deep blue ice and her hair had changed color from black to a soft purple. Her eyes were glowing as she stared into Sona's eyes. Two horns made of ice extended from her head upwards. Seraphol looked like a true demon of old and her power was beginning to freeze the Citri mansion and territory outside. Rean is my boyfriend, and no other devil will get their hands on him. I'll kill whoever tries to drag my Rean into this bullshit society of ours. Her demonic energy began to lash out, scaring Sona and their parents. Unlike you, Rean likes to spend time with me. He listened to me when I speak about my day and take cares of me. He wants me around regardless of how I act, and no one is going to take him away from me. Not even you, Sona. Do I make myself clear? Sona was terrified and so were her parents. They have never seen Seraphol like this before. Inwardly, though, the Citri Lord and Lady were happy that Seraphol had finally fallen in love, they were concerned that she would never get married. Meanwhile, back with Rean, who was back home and playing with some of his Pokemon, thinking about what he was going to next. I have to do something about Asia. I can't leave her own otherwise, especially with that devil sicko after her star. I looked down to one of the new Pokemon I had chosen from the starter Pokemon token I got for beating Kiba and from the common Pokemon token I got from the fallen angel me and Seraphol killed last night, a Snivy, female, and a Mimikyu, female. After dealing with the fallen angels and freed, that night I checked my rewards curious to what my new skills did. Weak Kill is a physical attack that instantly kills a target effect by a status effect, which makes it a very powerful skill since I have a bunch of different status effect skills. Petra Eyes was a very interesting skill. This skill allows me to turn my target into stone. Depending on their resistant and magical power, the effect can slow down the petrification progress, but no matter what, as long as I have the skill activated and continue to stare at my target, it will eventually be petrified. The perk Blitzkrieg was very useful and powerful. During battle, this perk increased my offensive power by 25%. What really makes this perk so great is the fact that the effect affects everyone in my party, making it one of my best perk in my arsenal. Now, the random skill orb was a surprise to me, but one that wasn't unwelcome. What I got from it was the skill Ansatsuken, which is the fighting style used by Ryu from Street Fighting. It came with the basic knowledge of the style and its techniques, which meshed perfectly with the fighter class skills I've been grinding recently. Honestly, to be able to Hadouken an enemy in the face in the future seemed like a very cool and exciting thing to do. I can't wait. I was petting Snivy, who was sleeping on my nap peacefully, while Mimikyu just stood beside me silently. Maybe I should have my Pokemon roam around town to look for Asia. The townspeople of Kuo seem to ignore anything strange and paranormal happening. I wonder if they somehow just got used to strange stuff happening all the time and they're now just meh about it. Snivy opened her eyes to look at me and I just smiled at her. Sorry, just thinking out loud. What do you guys say? Want to help me look for someone? Both Snivy and Mimikyu nodded, and as I was just about summon all my Pokemon, Seraphal's energy suddenly spiked Sarah. Someone must have pissed her off. I think today she was speaking with Sona and her parents about what consequences both her and Rias's decision of not letting anyone know about the fallen angels could have caused. I looked up to the sky to think for a minute and then nodded to myself. Quickly I returned Snivy and Mimikyu and immediately teleport. Seraphol was angry. No, she was livid. How dare Sona even suggest to have Rean become a slave to the devil pureblood agenda over my dead body? Sona and their parents were beginning to be frozen when suddenly a hand patted Seraphal's head and everything immediately stopped. Calm down, Sarah, you're about to kill your family. The ice covering everything in Seraphal's body instantly shattered, returning her into her basic form as Seraphol herself turned around and stared into Rean's eyes in surprise. Rean? I smiled at my girlfriend and then turned to stare at Sona and the citrus before returning my sight back to Seraphol. I felt your energy spike all the way back on Earth. What's wrong? Seraphol blushed a bit. She embarrassed about losing control like that air. Sona just began to question me about you and why I was so interested in you, and then she said that it would be better to have you allied yourself to the devil faction, and I just lost it. I couldn't bear her speaking about you as if you were some kind of object. I nodded in understanding. If there was one thing about Seraphol that everyone knew about her, was that when she loves something or someone, she loves hard and will defend whatever she loves with everything she has. I see. Sarah, did you forget what I am already? Do you think any of these devils will be able to reincarnate me, much less make me listen to them? Sona and the Citri widened their eyes upon hearing that declaration. Seraphol awkwardly scratched the back of her head. Oh right. I forgot. I amusedly shook my head and grabbed one of Seraphal's hands, causing her to happily smile at me. It's alright, Sarah, let your sister and Rias play their little games. I'll be happy to show them exactly why they or any other devil will never have me, except you. I turned to look at Sona, who flinched the moment she saw my eyes, which I'm pretty sure were glowing. Let's go home. Tomorrow you said you're waking up earlier because you have a meeting in the morning and you need your rest. Don't worry about me, I can protect myself now, okay? Seraphol nodded and hugged me tightly. I turned towards Lord and Lady Citri and gave them a wave and a smile as I teleported myself and Seraphol back to our home. Lady Citri cheerfully waved back while Lord Citri just smiled. Sona just stared in disbelief as she watched both her sister and Rean suddenly disappeared. Lady Citri suddenly giggled. I haven't seen Seraphol look both that scary and happy in a long time. She must really love him. I'm going to have to ask Seraphol to bring him over some other time to get to know him. Lord Citri nodded and then turned towards Sona. I'm very disappointed in you, Sona. I thought you were smarter than this, but it seems that we have spoiled you too much and you've turned quite arrogant. To think that you would speak and defy your sister like that. Don't forget my daughter, Seraphol is a Maou. She's not someone you should be questioning, even if she's your sister. Lady Citri nodded in agreement to her husband's words. Yes, you have absolutely no idea how much Seraphol has sacrificed for you and other children of the underworld to have a peaceful life. She chose to act the fool so we wouldn't worry about her. She chose to smile and joke around to hide how stressed and frustrated she is every day. Dealing with foreign affairs isn't easy, and on top of that she does her show, a show she created because she wanted to make children smile. Lady Citri turned towards Sona and gave her a sad smile, one that broke Sona's heart, having never seen such a smile on her mother's face. My sweet and caring Seraphol has gone through a lot, Sona. She had seen and done horrible things during the Civil War, and she only wanted to make you proud of her. To think you would push her aside just because you don't want to deal with her. Lady Citri sadly shook her head and stood up and began to walk to leave the room, but then she stopped. That smile Seraphol had when that young man appeared, that was a smile I thought I would never see in my daughter's face again, a truly and fully happy smile. With that said, Lady Citri left the room and Lord Citri stared at his young daughter. You will next time notify me or your sister of anything sensitive happening in Kuo. If you fail to do so, I will drag you back to the underworld. Do I make myself clear? Sona nodded. There was nothing else she could have done. At the same time, Rias was going through something similar, but it was Venelana Gremory who was letting her have it as well, since Cerzex and Zeoticus were incapable of being harsh to Rias. Once we arrived home, Yunyun, Wiz and Sakuya were already waiting for us. More than likely they also felt Seraphol's energy spike and grew worried about her. Yunyun immediately launched herself to Seraphol and hugged her for dear life, while Wiz began to ask her if she was okay or if she needed something. Sakuya just told her that if she wanted anything special for dinner that she'll be happy to make it for her. I could clearly see Seraphol smile at the girls, happy that she was surrounded by loved ones. That night we all had a big dinner and slept together in my room. Chapter 20. Finding the Lost Nun. During these few days I had my Pokemon walk freely throughout the town to look for Asia. Now there were pictures of Pokemon making appearances everywhere in Kuo. The funny thing is that the townspeople seem to accept and even like their presence. I've seen picture of Snorlax taking a nap in the park and a bunch of children jumping on his belly, pictures of Lilligant picking flower with local little girls, Pidgeot roosting on top of people houses, Wigglytuff dancing and singing in the street surrounded by sleeping people, Lapras being patted by school children, and even Umbreon being treated like a playful cat by an old lady. I was having too much fun looking at all of these pictures. Even the legendary Pokemon were taken by surprise by a picture or two. Hoa was seen eating some bread an old man was using to feed the local pigeons, or Lugia, who was roosting on top of Kuo Academy once and was later seen being fed by the girls of the school during lunch. Even Suicune was recorded letting a bunch of kids ride her for a little while. Honestly, at first I was a bit nervous about letting my Pokemon roam freely all over town. Not because I thought they could get hurt. Each one of my Pokemon are powerful enough to put up a fight against gods and easily come out on top. The legendary Pokemon? Well, they're more than powerful enough to beat Great Red, and they're continuing to grow stronger along with me. My evolution to a heavenly dragon also gave them a big boost of power as well. Practically nothing in this world can't take them on, and that's even more true since I gave my Pokemon all kinds of perk orbs from the ones I have available to me, making them even more powerful. No, the real reason I was nervous is of how the townspeople would take their presents, but to my relief they seemed to be completely welcomed by everyone in Kuo, even more so when everyone recognized them from the plush dolls being sold in Wiz's shop. This of course made the plush dolls even more popular as well as the shop. Everyone liked the plush dolls and Wiz's sweets and baked goods, especially since everyone could find a Pokemon or two hanging out with Wiz or Sakuya in the shop. Amongst the most popular Pokemon was Gardevoir, who took a liking to helping around the shop in a maid uniform, making her very well known in the shop. Vaporeon or Umbreon could be found taking a nap on the counter, and the girls who would come to eat sweets would always give them a pat on the head, something both of the Eve evolutions like very much. All of this brought me peace of mind. Knowing the townspeople weren't going to be scared of my Pokemon friends and were accepted made me very happy. Though I was expecting the devils to cause trouble or at least investigate the Pokemon, but they have been oddly subdued lately, especially Sona, who looked stressed and even depressed. I'm pretty sure she must feel guilty of upsetting Seraphol. But I'm staying away from that. It wasn't my problem, and this is something both Seraphol and Sona should deal with by themselves. Plus I don't think Sona would even listen to me to begin with. Rias has been quiet too, but I think that must be because Issei has become a devil now and she must be busy with teaching him. I'm pretty sure she convinced him with the promise of him being able to make his own harem in the future, and knowing how he was, I don't doubt for a second that he jumped at the chance. Honestly, I feel bad for Drake, but in the end it isn't my problem to begin with, and I'm more than happy to just ignore the idiot's shenanigans. Kiba has also returned, and to his surprise his reputation took quite the hit from his behavior during our match. It seems that the girls of Kuo Academy no longer had him up on a pedestal. they still think he's handsome and whatnot, but his attitude showed them that he wasn't as perfect as everyone thought him to be. I could sometimes feel him staring at me from afar, but I usually ignore him. He's not someone I ever want to involve myself with. In any case, things were sort of normal after the whole fallen angel debacle. Sarah Fall also told me that she had gotten a massive monetary compensation to both the Gremory and Citri clan from Azazel for the trouble his subordinates had caused, and to her as well, since she was the one to be on his ass about that from the get-go. Sarah Fall could be very vindictive when she wanted to be. Speaking about Sarah Fall, the new movie is coming along very well and Lugia was enjoying her time as an actress very much. She even gave Sarah Fall a silver wing as a present for letting her have fun with acting, and Sarah Fall now wears it proudly around her neck since she made it into a necklace. While all of this was taking place, I myself was busy grinding my new skills in martial arts. Not going to lie, I was having too much fun using Hadouken and Shoryuken on the monsters in my instant dungeons. I had also finally mastered the fighter class with all the hand-to-hand combat I was doing to grind my martial arts, so I picked a new class after mastering the fighter class's mystic art, which was named Fire Dragon Rampage. This mystic art is a combo of series of punches and kicks ending with a blast of fire in the shape of a eastern dragon's head. It is a very powerful technique that causes a massive amount of damage, doubly so since my perk Hellfire makes it cause soul damage as well and physical. This made this technique terrifyingly effective against pretty much everything that would dare face me. To me, as was another weapon in my already big arsenal. After mastering the fighter class, I choose the hunter class since it would go great with Excalibur's bow mode. This class has a lot of skills dealing with the use of a bow and arrows like cross laser, eagle shot, and wild rain. This skill will add even more diversity to my fighting style, and that is always a good thing to have. It was all of this that I was thinking about on my way to school with Yun Yun when we suddenly heard a cry of panic, causing me and Yun Yun to look up, only to sweat drop when we caught sight of Dragonite flying towards us holding a panicking and screaming Asia on her arms, all the while Dragonite had a happy smile on her face. After landing in front of us and letting poor Asia down from her hug, Dragonite raised an arm to wave at me and Yun Yun. I smiled at my very cheery Pokemon while Yun Yun went to give Dragonite a hug, which the dragon type happily returned. I then turned my attention to Asia, who was trying hard to regain her breath from the fright of being suddenly kidnapped by Dragonite. I got on one knee and patted her back, causing her to look up at me. Sorry about Dragonite, she sometimes get overexcited when making new friends. She more than likely wanted to show you off to me and Yun Yun. Asia shakily smiled and then shook her head. It's okay. I was just caught by surprise. She suddenly hugged me and took off flying. It scared me a little. We both turned towards Dragonite, but she just continued smiling and tilted her head in confusion, causing me to sweat drop *. Sigh. I told all my Pokemon to let me know if they find her, not pick her up and kidnap her. Geez, Dragonite, star. Fufufu, she must have gotten very excited about finding Asia first and decided to show her to you right away. She must have thought it was some sort of game and wanted to win. It's really adorable though. Well, I can't argue with that. Both Excalibur and Astria were probably right about Dragonite. Out all of my Pokemon, she was the most playful and caring one. She was always hugging someone too. Even the legendary Pokemon were occasionally hugged by her, much to their chagrin. I helped Asia up and dusted her a bit. She seemed a bit nervous and shy, something Yun Yun recognized right away and decided to do something about it by giving her a smile and a hug, something I'm sure she once wished someone would have done for her. I chuckled a bit because Asia jumped a bit in surprise but seemed to enjoy getting a hug from Yun Yun. In her defense, I think anyone would enjoy a hug from her. I smiled at Asia. You're Asian Argento, right? Asia jumped in surprise and stared at me with widened eyes in shock. Why yes, but how do you know my name? I nodded at her and patted her head to try to calm her down. She seemed to relax while I started to explain myself. Well, we found some fallen angels in this town. They killed a boy and were planning to do something else while in this town. They had this sacred deer extractor in their headquarters. My guess is that they were planning to use it on you. I got your name from their surface memories when I and someone else took care of them. Asia looked down and seemed very sad, causing Yun Yun to hug her even tighter. I felt bad for her. Sigh. I know it seems like a lot and I'm sorry for dumping all of on you right now, but I think it's best if I'm honest with you. How about we go somewhere else to talk and so I could explain everything to you more comfortably? Asia just nodded. Yun Yun and I then took her to Wiz's shop, where we went into the back so I could explain everything that had happened to the fallen angels that were supposed to welcome her when she arrived here in Kuo. Needless to say that she was heartbroken was an understatement. After I finished telling everything that Sarah Fall and I found out that day, she just looked down and stayed like that for a while until she finally spoke up. What I am going to do now? I have nowhere else to go. Yun Yun, Wiz, and Sakuya looked down in sadness, but then they turned to look at and gave me a three-way puppy eye combo attack, and it was super effective. Ugh. I literally had to grab hold of the wall besides me to keep me from falling from the damage my heart just received. Asia noticed and got worried, but I shakily smiled at her. Why, you can stay with us, Asia. Our house is pretty big and you can even go to school and work here with us after too. Asia widened her eyes in shock. Really? But why? Why would you help someone you verily know? I smiled at her. I knew she was a kind and caring girl from the anime. The fact that she was excommunicated just because some asshole devil wanted to make her is just added to the misery that she had to live with, along the loneliness she constantly felt as a saint of the church showed me that Asia was a girl that deserves happiness. But I couldn't tell her all of that, so I decided to go a different route. While most of us know loneliness very well and we can tell that you yourself feel like that, so why not join us and be our friend? Yun nodded and smiled at Asia while Wiz just softly smiled. Sakuya just stood there nodding. We might not look at either, but we're also not exactly normal either. I'm a dragon, a heavenly dragon to be exact. Yun is a mage, Wiz is a former lich, but now she's a water goddess, and Sakuya is a chronomancer who happens to be an amazing maid. Asia looked at all of us in surprise but nodded nonetheless while I continued to speak. We also live with Seraphal. She's a devil and a Maou, but she's a very kind and cheerful person. You can stay with us and we'll protect you and teach you all kinds of new things. We all protect each other. Asia stared at us in silence for a long while. We let her think and consider her options. We weren't going to pressure her after all. If she wanted to stay, we wanted her to make that choice by herself. Eventually she began to speak. I have always wished to have friends, to play with them, hang out with them, read books with them and even pick flowers with them. Even when I was excommunicated from the church for helping a devil, I still hoped to someday make a friend. Asia looked down for a second and then looked up to stare into my eyes. Is it really okay to stay? Will you really be my friends? She asked that, with so much hope and fear made me feel bad for her. I knew she was lonely, but to hear it so clearly in her voice was heartbreaking, but I knew just the words she needed to hear the most now. Of course you can, Asia. And her composure broke. Poor Asia began to cry her eyes out in both relief and happiness. Yun and was immediately engulfed her in a hug, and Sakuya and I just smiled as we allowed them to heal poor Asia's heart with hugs. That night we took Asia to our home and gave her a room. I also sent Gardevoir to get her luggage that she had dropped during her kidnapping. I introduced her with all my Pokemon and she immediately became the favorite of both dragon and fairy-type Pokemon. Rayquaza actually let her pat him and rub his chin to the surprise of everyone, since Rayquaza hardly let anyone touch him who was not me. I'm pretty sure Seraphal is going to be jealous of this because Rayquaza always ignores her. Mimikyu really likes Asia and she herself seemed to have bonded with Mimikyu as well. Now she's always hugging her and carrying her around like a teddy bear, something that Mimikyu seems to like a lot. Later on that night Seraphal appeared, and after telling her about Asia and her past, she immediately hugged her and promised to be her best friend ever. Asia was at first nervous about having a Maou hug her, but eventually accepted it when she saw that Seraphal was a good person. Afterwards we all had dinner made by me and Sakuya. While we were eating I told Asia almost everything the girls and I could do. She was surprised and very curious about the gamer system. She had never played video games before, but she admitted to wanting to give them a chance, something Seraphal immediately rectified by taking her to my room and play video games together almost all night. She wasn't very good and was dying all the time, but she was having a lot of fun playing with Seraphal. Her smile and giggles was a big clue to this fact. The next morning before Yun and I went to school, I gave Asia the same skill package I gave to the girls before and told her that we were going to train together so we could protect each other. At first she seemed very hesitant, but in the end she seemed to understand that all we wanted was to protect each other and accepted the fact that sometimes we would have to fight to protect our little family. You could say whatever you want about Asia, but one of her biggest motivators has always been to have friends and family. Now that she has both, she's very determined to protect them. She was the kind of person who would be willing to do anything to protect those she loves, and she understood that we wanted her to be strong to ease our worries as well, so she immediately got on board. We did take her on the next few days to buy anything she needed for herself and her room. She seemed very hesitant at first, but since she knew she could help me grind for money later, that sort of alleviated her worries and allowed her to relax enough for her to buy a bunch of stuff, especially clothes, which the girls helped her pick. Seraphal had also promised to enroll her to Kuo Academy soon so she could join Yun and me. She wanted more friends and buy Astria. I was going to help her fulfill that wish. After Yun and I left for school, Asia decided to help around Wiz's shop while Seraphal gets her enrolled, plus she took it upon herself to also help with my Pokemon. Having a lot of Pokemon was fun and an adventure of its own, but I do have to care for their needs, a job I'm always glad to do so, but it could be a challenge. Thankfully with time manipulation it has become more easy to do so. Asia however loved the Pokemon and she quite liked taking care of them, so me and her would get up early in the morning and take care of the Pokemon. I taught her how to groom them and what sort of snacks and food they like, where I keep the feed and where me and Seraphol had planted a bunch of berries trees so she could give them to the Pokemon or use them to make snacks for them. She was a natural at this and I believe if she was born in the Pokemon world she would have been a great Pokemon breeder, especially with how the Pokemon love her a lot. She looked adorable watering Lilligant and Snivy with a small water can I bought just for that, and she seems to enjoy doing this if that soft smile on her face was anything to go by. In school not a lot had been happening, though we did notice Kiba coming to pick up Issei often during lunch and after school. More than likely he was still getting taught everything he would need to know about being a devil. Seraphol told me that Venilana Gremory wasn't thrilled about Rias's actions and had scolded her something fierce. Right now Rias was under her mother's scrutiny and she couldn't afford to screw up anymore. I think that's a good thing though, and hopefully Issei won't be so completely lost in this new and dangerous world he jumped in head first, though I'm not holding my breath. I knew how much of an idiot he is, having met him in real life just made that very clear to me. Later that day Seraphol had arrived to the student council. Everything was very tense since Sona was still reeling from Seraphol's rage and was nervous about causing her sister to get mad at her like that again. Seraphol was still hurting a bit about Sona's attitude and true feelings about her, but she decided she wasn't going to make a big deal out of it anymore and just be happy with the life she has now with Rean and the girls. Sona, I want to enroll a new student to Kuo Academy. Please do take care of everything for her. Sona nodded but was still curious about this new student her sister wanted to personally enroll. Is she a friend of Rean's? Do I have to worry about her? Seraphol frowned, causing Sona to flinch. No, you don't have to worry about her, and she is mine and my boyfriend's friend, so I want you and Rias to stay away from her. Do I make myself clear? I'm still very pissed you both disobeyed me, and the only reason I didn't kill Kiba was because Auntie Venilana told me she would handle it. Everyone flinched this time and were now very worried about Kiba. Sona frowned, not liking how callous Seraphol seemed to be to a member of another devil's clan, but Seraphol stood up and Sona decided to speak before her sister leave. Sister, this relationship with Rean Hayashi is changing you. Seraphol turned her head and gazed onto Sona's eyes. No Sona, I have always been like this. I just tried not to show this side of me to you, but now that I no longer care what you think about me, I see no reason to hide my true nature. After all, why do you think I received my title as Maou? Seraphol turned her head away and began to walk up to the door. She opened it, but before she stepped out she spoke one more time. Just how many lives do you think I took during the Civil War, Sona? Do you have any idea the number of pure-blood devils I ended? We the Maou are monsters, don't ever forget that. It's time you and Rias grow up and forget those delusion of power you seem to think you have. In this big wide world, both of you are nothing but ants in the grand scheme of Al. I'll send you the paperwork for Asia Argento later, do take care of it. With that said, Seraphol closed the door behind her and left, leaving a room full of shocked teenagers and a very distraught Sona who could do nothing but stared in disbelief towards the door her big sister just walked out of. At the same time, unknowing of everything going in the student council room, Yun, Rika and I were having lunch. However, today we had Mew with us. Ever since I allowed my Pokemon to roam freely around Kuo, Mew had taken Kuo Academy as her turf and usually spends her time sneaking in the clubs and classes to play around with the students. By now Mew had become a sort of pet to the whole school and would often allow the female students to pamper her and give her snacks. Honestly, Mew's playful and adorable demeanor was as dangerous as Yun's. But today she chose to hang out with us and was happily laying on my sister's lap and enjoying her ears being scratched while we ate our lunch. Seraphol suddenly appeared out of nowhere and sat on my lap, surprising me, Yun and my sister. Yun's surprise didn't last long because a second later she pouted at Seraphol, making the Maou giggled. Sorry Yun, but you have to take any advantage when you want to seduce Rean. I sweat dropped, not liking where this conversation was going, and I got even more nervous when Yun suddenly seemed to get curious about what Seraphol was talking about. So I changed the conversation right away, trying to preserve Yun's innocence. How was your talk with your sister? Seraphol frowned. Asia will be enrolled soon, so that's already taken care of. Both Sona and Rias are reeling from the scolding my mom and Auntie Venilana gave them, so they're going to be on their best behavior for a while, so they'll leave you alone for a while. I nodded. I see. I did notice that all of them seemed more focused and stressed than usual, plus Rias seems more proactive in teaching Issei how the whole devil thing works. Seraphol nodded yes, but in all honesty, that boy is a mess and he doesn't have a filter either. I'm expecting him to someday say the wrong thing to someone and he'll more than likely will get killed. I don't know why Rias wants him in her peerage. I looked up to the sky. He has the boosted gear. I can sense Drake in his soul. that sacred gear partially awakened when he died. It's the only reason why I would think Rias would want someone like him in her peerage. Serafal turned to look at me and raised an eyebrow. I see. I guess that she must be counting on him to get her out of the situation she's in, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Rika, who was now rubbing Miu's belly, turned to look at her. Oh? What is this situation Rias has that she has to have that pervert on her team? Serafal smiled at my sister. That's peerage, Rika, but, well, Rias is in an arranged marriage, but she's not exactly thrilled about that. Her fiancé is quite honestly an asshole, everyone knows that, but at the same time everyone is curious about what sort of offspring they would have, so they're being forced to do it. Of course her fiancé is all for it. Rika frowned. Geez, no offense Sarah, but devils need to get with the times. That's so medieval that's not even funny. Yun then took a drink from her water and then spoke up when she was done drinking. Really? That sort of thing is normal in my world, though I can understand why Rias would be against it. It's every woman's dream to marry someone they loved. I sweat dropped when all three of them lovingly sighed. Even Miu looked confused and turned to look at me with her head tilted in confusion. I just smiled at her and shrugged. I don't get it either, Miu. Miu floated up and flipped herself upside down and laughed, causing me to chuckle at her shenanigans. Rika then spoke up. Still, why do you think it's not enough, Sarah? Serafal turned to look towards my sister with a frown on her face. Well, according to what my mom told me, Rias's parents are going to give her a chance to get out of the arranged marriage, but Rias has to beat her fiancé in a match. My guess is that because Issei has a very powerful sacred gear she's counting on and to beat him. The reality is that he's just not strong enough to do so. That kid doesn't even have a lot of mana, and I even heard that he can't even use teleportation circles. Rika grabbed her chin while Miu floated down and sat on two of her head sacred gear. I think Rean mentioned that before. It isn't supposed to be some sort of weapon for humanity to protect themselves from the supernatural? Serafal nodded yes, and the boosted gear is supposed to be a Longinus or a godkiller if you want, but that kid is just too inexperienced. More than likely Rias is going to get desperate and will completely disregard my orders, so Rean, be sure to be ready for that, okay? I nodded to Serafal and hugged her. No problem, if they come to bother me I'll make sure to give thee a little taste of what I gave Kiba. Serafal and Yun nodded while Rika and Miu fist pump. Whatever comes my way I'll deal with it, besides I'm not alone either. The next Monday Asia finally started to go to school, and like in the anime, she instantly became very popular. Her sweet and caring demeanor made her very lovable and no one could escape her charm. The funny thing is that she came to school with Vaporeon wrapped around her shoulder like a scarf. Vaporeon just refused to come down from there in the morning, and so Asia just decided to go to school like that. My Pokemon really loved Asia a lot, and they usually tend to be very overprotective of her now. Like I had guessed, even Serafal was a bit jealous because Asia was able to get close to Rayquaza when she would get ignored most of the time. I took a while to get Serafal to stop sulking about that, but eventually she cheered up and accepted the fact that Rayquaza wasn't a fan of her, though she vowed to someday pet him. In response, Rayquaza just rolled his eyes and lay down to nap while Asia cheerfully patted his snout. Everyone wanted to pet Vaporeon or to hold her, but again she refused to move and just deadpan at everyone trying to bribe her down with snack and cat toys. Though I did wonder where those cat toys came from. I asked Murayama and she said that a pink floating cat would always come to play with them, so they got into the habit of bringing cat toys for it. Of course I sweat dropped because Miu had unknowingly taken over the female school population to the point that they bring snacks and toys for her. However, Vaporeon just refused to move and stayed up there all day and even paid attention in class, causing the teacher to be impressed with her. Honestly, I wonder why they don't say anything about her appearance, but meh, I'm not going to complain about it, though it did surprise everyone when Vaporeon finally came down her perch on Asia's shoulder and came to me just to lay down on my notebook where I was taking notes. I stared at her while she stared at me. This went over a few minutes until I sighed and then began to rub Vaporeon's belly like she wanted me to, causing her to purr her name and everyone to look at me in surprise, not expecting me to be this nice to animals. The joke's on them though. I love my Pokemon. To me they're my family too, and even though I know how powerful they are, I would always protect them. The girls in class gushed at how adorable Vaporeon looked while getting her belly rubbed, and everyone forgot to study that day. After school we all went to Wiz's shop to help, since after school is the busiest time of the day, since many kids and girls like to stop by and enjoy our sweets and cakes. I was in the back baking some more cupcakes and cookies while Rika, Asia, Yun and Sakuya took care of the customers in their maid uniforms while Wiz took care of the cash register. It was a very busy day and the Pokemon plushies were selling very well. Asia was now helping me making them too. She seemed to like the idea and wanted to learn how to do it too, so I gave her the skill. It didn't take her long to master it since she already knew how to sew, the skill just reinforced that knowledge and gave her the knowledge to do new complicated stuff. Now we both make the Pokemon plushies and it's a great way for us to spend time and get to know each other better. She seemed to have a lot of fun doing this with me, which of course makes me happy. Eventually the Kendo Club arrived and everything got a bit crazy, but we were already used to this since the Kendo Club had become regulars in the shop now. The girls were always happy to see them since they had become great friends with the entire Kendo Club, especially Murayama and Kates. I got very busy making more sweets and cakes for this big group of hungry girls, but I enjoy being busy especially for our shop. Eventually our friends left and we cleaned everything in order to close the shop for today and finally go home, where Serafall was more than likely waiting for us. Once we arrived to our house, we found Serafall laying on the couch watching TV and Yunyun immediately jumped on top of her to hug her, followed by Asia, who was also very happy to be home and to see her. I smiled as I watched Serafall's eyes widen in surprise and go oof as she was suddenly underneath Yunyun and Asia, but she smiled nonetheless and hugged them back. Ever since the girls heard what had happened between Serafall and her sister, the girls had been doing things like this to make sure Serafall knew she was loved. Of course Serafall knew, but she didn't mind and she happily accepted their affection. Sakuya and was smiled at them while I just watched the girls have their fun. However, a surprise no one expected arrived when Ninetales suddenly came into the living room while holding by the nape of its neck an unconscious small yellow-colored fox. Serafall, upon noticing the small fox, instantly got up while carefully making sure Asia and Yunyun didn't go flying. Konu? But what is she doing here? This small surprise would drag us to a new adventure, one that would make our small family grow even more. Meanwhile, Rias Gremory right now had been told that because of her irresponsible actions her wedding would be pushed forward, leaving her almost no time to prepare. Riser Phoenix had appeared and told her of this decision by her father. Not having any other option, she had to challenge Riser into a rating game for her freedom, and she only had 2 weeks to prepare her peerage for the upcoming fight. However, even she knew that 2 weeks wasn't going to be enough, and while she was panicking to come up with a solution, it was here where the memory of Reen's match with Kiba came rushing back into her head. Maybe I can convince him to help me, or at least to train my peerage. I don't know how he does it, but he must have a way to get stronger quickly. I'm just going to have to give it a try tomorrow. Okay, sadly this is the end of the video. Please make sure to support the original author. If you want me to more of this story, please make sure to like and subscribe.